no se merecen llamarse oposición. Está turisteando en Madrid. En lugar de estar aquí discutiendo, votando, él todavía preside el PAN. No, está en Madrid. Poca madre tienen. Sí, de veras. David Galván.
Pues así estaba molesto Sufre Doriga, porque pues sí, Marco Cortés, el problema es que Marco es el dirigente del partido opositor más grande que hay en el país. Y el problema también es que Marco no está contribuyendo para que el PAN por lo menos mantenga esta posición. Al contrario, ya le surge a los panistas y a la gente como el propio Sufre Doriga que Marco salga de ahí ya. La elección es la próxima semana, así que ya se viene el cambio en el PAN y el Jorge Romero, que es impuesto también por el grupo de cártel inmobiliario. Los cosas no creo que vayan a mejorar mucho, pero la verdad es que Marco es igual de útil que Luis, así que en algo yo creo que las cosas van a cambiar. Vamos a ver si esto sucede, pero la frustración ya está a flor de piel, y eso es lo que vemos en el Senado, lo que vemos en la Cámara de Diputados, lo que vemos en las redes, lo que vemos también en los programas de radio y televisión, porque no es el único, ¿no? También, por ejemplo, sí, los boletos, y la frustración está ahí, ya es incontenible, ya la muestran, porque pensaron que cuando se fuera el presidente Obrador, las cosas iban a mejorar para ellos y sí iban a tener ahora influencia sobre el pueblo de México, y al contrario, la aplanadora les ha pasado a todos por igual, y ahora no nada más es la aplanadora sí, sino es una aplanadora turbo, porque pasa rapidísimo, ni siquiera les da chance de reaccionar, que es lo que vimos en esta aprobación de la reforma de la supremacía constitucional. Pero bueno, Mexicanos en USA. Chavalón, bonita noche, me encanta ver tus videos. Gracias, mexicanos allá en Estados Unidos, tienes mucha experiencia en temas políticos, ¿crees posible el desafuero de Alito? Saludos de Arizona. Es posible el desafuero de Alito, pero va a ser una carta de negociación. Es más, Alito ahorita también está amarrado con este tema del desafuero. Buena parte de lo que está haciendo el circo, porque sabe que lo tienen ahí. Y en esta instancia nada más se cae el gatillo y adiós fueron y adiós su libertad, porque ya tampoco va a tener jueces afines. Así que es una posibilidad real, pero es un cartucho que va a guardar ahí en la 4, que yo lo veo como parte de la estrategia política. Viviera Alberto, dice Alito acaba de confirmar que sí hay un cura. Bueno, pues sí, eso es lo que dijo desde el día, yo no decía mucho esto, pero pues, a ver, a esperar la votación del martes y a esperar a ver qué dicen los ministros, porque no han querido hablar sobre esta reforma que ya se aprobó el día de hoy. Acá para mí no lo mencionó, no sé por qué no se lo preguntó, así que bueno, a esperar nuevamente la opinión. Yo creo que tenemos, gracias, nuevamente nos vemos a la próxima con mucha más información. Vamos directo, estamos en este momento, vamos directo hasta el Senado de la República, en donde están peleándose. Ahora mismo está Alejandro Moreno Cárdenas, se subió a la tribuna y está imponiéndole al presidente del Senado, que es Gerardo.
Como tal, todos bienvenidos a un nuevo video para el canal. En esta ocasión voy a enseñarles cómo reparar el PCP Go cuando no hay imagen. Un PCP Go cuando no hay imagen pueden ser dos cosas: o el flash, o también puede ser el fusible, los fusibles que tienen bombas de aire. En mi caso son los fusibles y me explico por qué. Cuando supe este flash, el PCP no me dieron ni siquiera sonido. No sé si pudieron apreciar el PCP cuando encendió el sonido normal que hace cuando lo prenden. Sí, aquí se puede escuchar, se escucha de verdad como se me hace a los lados. No sé si pueden escuchar de verdad. Bueno, si fuera el flash, no sonaría por porque no hubiera continuidad completamente, y las cornetas están aquí arriba también, y el sonido también da el mismo completo. Bueno, ¿cuál es la solución? En mi caso, es cambiarlo o reemplazarlo con los fusibles que están aquí atrás. En mi caso nada más es uno. Para saber que el que está dañado necesitaremos un tester. En mi caso de un tester vamos a colocarle un minutico para que van a apreciar mejor con el micrófono, para que van a estar apreciando. En mi caso este fusible está aquí. El que está dañado, ya lo he probado. Y no me da continuidad, o posible que no le tenga continuidad. No lo puedo enseñar muy bien, de verdad, porque estoy grabando y no puedo mover la cámara. Pero te puedo enseñar para que veas que tengo razón. Como lo estoy enviando.
I know what's on your mind, and I know it gets tough sometimes. You can give it one more try. Find the reason why you should pick it up. Try it again. Because it's alright. Think we're gonna make it. Take it right. Just work out this time. Alright. Think we're gonna make it. Take it right. Work out this time. Alright. Think we're gonna make it. Take it right. Just work out. Cause it's not too late for that. Too late for me. I know I've been hurt before. And I know I shouldn't give anymore. But this time, seems just a little different. And when I look in your eyes, I can see that it's you. Yeah, it's alright. Think we're gonna make it not right. I know the reason why you can pick it up. Try it again. Because alright. Think we're gonna make it. Take it right. Just work out this time. Alright. Think we're gonna make it. Take it right. Work out this time. Alright. Think we're gonna make it. Take it right. Just work out. Cause it's not too late for that. Too late for me. I know I've been hurt before. And I know you know what
Y así, más o menos quedaron los puntitos que voy a soldar. Lo importante es que nunca queden unidos uno con otro. Oh.
¿Ya? Y este es el... ¿Pero qué? ¿Qué fue?
Muy bien, banda, ¿cómo están? Espero que les esté yendo muy bien. Les habla Jinso y el día de hoy al fin me tocará darle una segunda vida a esa PSP Go que se encontró el primo Casey en una de sus cacerías.
Siempre hay que jalar la pantalla. ¿En cuánto lo tienes tú?
¿Qué hace? Te traigo otro aparato que me mandaron de ¿verdad? Son nomás los botones. Este, y de este, ya no sé. Ya una cosita que ve ahí. Y una cosita que arriba. Ah, sí, no. Y no, sí, no, sí, vale, 350 cada uno. ¿La verdad? Es que le abro el morro porque yo no lo pago. Sí, ¿no? Sí. Muy caro eso, y luego estamos barato. Y no es que más barato. Le digo al que me dice, sí, estoy bien. ¿Cuánto es? ¿Cuánto cada uno? Alexis, cobran 350 por cada control. ¿Muy caro o qué? Que sí que los dos o uno nomás. ¿El blanco o negro? El negro. Ah, ok. Oye, la lata también la gasto. El disco duro que no hay que chingar. ¿Lata? Sí. Ahí un 1,000 pesos. 1,000 pesos. Bueno, primero vamos a hacer así. ¿El negro? Entonces, ¿cuál dejo? ¿El negro? Ah, ok, está bien. ¿Te lo dejo lo de la ahorita o cómo? Vamos a ver qué tan muerto está. Oye, Alexis. Alexis. Pues toma, no traigo feria. ¿A qué hora vengo? ¿Como una hora? ¿Una hora? ¿Cómo le ponemos a Alexis? Alexis, sí. ¿66? 41 16 49 87. Ahí está, me encontró este mal. Ya está, ¿vale? A ver, bueno.
bueno, aquí la tenemos. Y pues sí, esta que se pegó recibió un duro golpe en la pantalla que hasta se estrelló. Curiosamente aún cine, pero pues es imposible jugar en ella.
del 2024 y tenemos noticias de último minuto. La primera es que no pasó ni 8 horas de que fue publicada la nueva reforma de supremacía constitucional y la Fiscalía ha abierto, sin avisar, varios expedientes penales en contra de jueces y magistrados. ¡Wow! Esto tiene totalmente en shock a los juzgadores que pensaban que se iban a ir bien. Pero no, en medio de todo esto sale el ministro Juan Luis González Alcántara Carrancá, señalando que todo lo que está haciendo ahorita finalmente es una estrategia política más que jurídica, siguiendo y confesando que efectivamente ya no está haciendo absolutamente nada, está haciendo política con la Suprema Corte, y esa es una confesión, y por cierto vamos a hablar de cómo el Fondo Monetario Internacional ratifica ya una decisión muy importante a México, ratifica una línea crediticia, pero lo importante es lo que dice, ¿no? Lo que comenta, y ya no dice las cosas que antes decía con López Obrador. Y vamos a arrancar. El día de hoy nos desayunamos lo siguiente, que la Fiscalía General de la República ha empezado a investigar a jueces por dar suspensiones, o sea, amparos en contra de la reforma judicial. Escuchen ustedes, los acusa de abuso de autoridad, sería el delito por el cual estarían siendo ya investigados por la Fiscalía General de la República los jueces y magistrados. Son varios, son más de 100. La Fiscalía ha iniciado diversas carpetas de investigación diversas contra jueces y magistrados por el probable delito de abuso de autoridad después de las suspensiones que otorgaron contra la reforma judicial. La Fiscalía ya solicitó a los impartidores de justicia, o sea, los jueces, copias de los expedientes sobre las suspensiones que otorgaron y a través de correos electrónicos en donde les notifican la investigación a la que están sujetos. ¡Órale! Ya están diciendo, mándame pues la suspensión porque esa es una prueba del delito. Según esto, dicen los propios jueces, y esto se inventan. Vean cómo se inventan fueros. Para hacer una consignación penal en contra de un juez, se necesita desaforarlo por el Consejo de la Judicatura, porque dicen los jueces que los impartidores de justicia tienen algo que llaman fuero orgánico. ¿Fuero orgánico? Es decir, que mientras no se declare una responsabilidad administrativa y se quite ese fuero, no procede la consignación. ¿Qué? Y bueno, aún así se puede entregar la carpeta de investigación, más no la consignación ante un juez penal. Bueno, aquí hay varias cosas que vale la pena señalar. Bueno, primero, ¿qué es interesante? Es entonces lo que está pasando. Porque aquí no dice Mao, Noroña, Monreal, no dicen una cosa, ¿no? No va a haber, no va a haber juicio político, ¿sí? Pero al fin y al cabo hacen otra cosa. ¿Se dan cuenta? Hacen otra cosa y pues sí, hay juicio político, peor el juicio político, hay una consignación penal en la Fiscalía General de la República. El delito es el siguiente, abuso de autoridad, muy serio, está en el artículo 215 del Código Penal Federal. Cometen el delito de abuso de autoridad los servidores públicos que acudan en alguna de las siguientes conductas, ¿no? Dice, y aquí aparecen varias, ¿no? Finalmente, y ahora que con esa función, al que cometa el delito de abuso de autoridad, se le pondrá 1 a 8 años de prisión y de 50 hasta 100 días de multa. Ojo con el dato. Al que cometa el delito de abuso de autoridad en los años previstos por otras acciones, se le pondrá de 2 a 9 años de prisión. O sea, entre 1 y 9 años de prisión serían los jueces. Es interesante. Ahora, lo que están diciendo los jueces, esto a mí me sorprende. No puede hacer nada la Fiscalía porque tiene algo que se llama, que yo nunca había escuchado en mi vida, fuero orgánico. O sea, que el Consejo de la Judicatura, que es un órgano administrativo del Poder Judicial, no es el Poder Legislativo, que quede claro. Ellos pagan sueldos y todo lo que quieran. Bueno, ellos le dan un fuero orgánico para que los jueces puedan hacer y deshacer, y si el Consejo de la Judicatura no los desafuera, entonces no puede proceder una consignación penal. Es una de las más grandes burradas que he escuchado en mi vida. ¿Cómo? ¿Qué es un fuero? O sea, que los jueces también tienen un fuero. Sí, fuero orgánico. ¿Y eso qué significa? No sé, pero no puedes hacer nada. No. Esos se están inventando. Es cierto, aún así van a ser juez y parte porque al final la consignación es en contra de un juez penal, pero ojo, en una de esas también la Fiscalía Capitalina o la Fiscalía de los Estados empiezan esas investigaciones y ya no va a ser un juez federal, sino un juez local. Y los jueces locales también pueden dar órdenes de aprehensión. En fin, la verdad que esto se está poniendo súper interesante. Y eso sucede a 8 horas de que fue publicado en el Diario Oficial de la Federación la reforma de supremacía constitucional. Aquí está, publicada el día de ayer. Ya muy noche, pero todavía ayer, 31 de octubre, entonces hoy, 1 de noviembre, ya es vigente esta ley, en donde se señala claramente que son improcedentes las controversias constitucionales o acciones de constitucionalidad que tengan por objeto comprometer las adiciones o reformas a la Constitución. O sea, la Suprema Corte no puede decir nada, pero también las sentencias que se pronuncian en los juicios de amparo solo se ocuparán de personas quejosas que lo hubieran solicitado, limitándose a ampararlas y protegerlas, si procediere en el caso especial sobre el que verse la demanda. Tratándose de juicios de amparos que resuelvan la inconstitucionalidad de normas generales, en ningún caso las sentencias se fijarán en efectos generales. Y esto es importante. No procederá el juicio de amparo en contradicciones o reformas a esta Constitución. O sea, todos los juicios de amparo que han sacado pues no se van a pedir. Ahora, dice lo siguiente, en el transitorio segundo, los asuntos que se encuentren en trámite deberán resolverse conforme a disposiciones contenidas en el presente decreto. O sea, que al final se tiene que desechar, ¿no? No, o sea, si hay un juicio de amparo en trámite, como hay varios, se tienen que sobreseer porque no procede el juicio de amparo en contradicciones o reformas. Y al mismo tiempo, si está a un proyecto de sentencia en la Suprema Corte para invalidar la reforma constitucional a través de lo que se llama acción de inconstitucionalidad, también se tienen que sellar porque son improcedentes las controversias o acciones de inconstitucionalidad que tengan por objeto controvertir la Constitución. Se tienen que desechar. Entonces, ya estamos viendo algo, una acción. Repito, dice una cosa y ya tenemos. Ahora, por mí está bien, la verdad es que no quiere decir que están mintiendo, no están diciendo que, bueno, si las acciones hablaran o estamos viendo lo que está pasando. Y esto es importante porque fíjense que el día de hoy salió el ministro al González Carrancá señalando que, y vean lo que está pasando, o sea, ya están a punto de meter a la cárcel a esos jueces de amparo. Bueno, la Corte todavía no ha tomado este paso. La Corte todavía no ha dictado sentencia, ¿están de acuerdo? ¿No? Todavía hay un proyecto y se puede desechar. Pero ya dijo el ministro que no van a acatar esta reforma de supremacía constitucional, porque dicen que ya se acabó el trámite. O sea, aquí está, realmente me sorprende que empiece a decir esto. O sea, está él diciendo que va a desacatar ya la Constitución, y justificando que sí van a votar a pesar de que ya Noroña le ordena que tienen que sobreseer. Vamos a escuchar.
Trump, claro que se aprobó y se publicó ya lo de la reforma de supremacía constitucional que habla de un sobreseimiento de todas las controversias, amparos, acciones de inconstitucionalidad que tenga esta reforma del Poder Judicial. ¿Incluye su proyecto o no?
Para nada, no, porque en el segundo transitorio se establece muy claramente que abarca todos los asuntos que se encuentran en trámite para la aplicación de esta reforma. O sea, tenemos la demanda, la admisión, la notificación, los pasos para contestar los informes justificados y ahí se cierra la instrucción. Hay un acuerdo de cierre de instrucción y nosotros ya estamos con fecha fija para la discusión de ese proyecto. Bueno, tenemos que buscar una nueva reforma constitucional que la pueden lograr.
Al final dice lo siguiente. Bueno, podemos mandar eso, pero pueden volver a hacer una nueva reforma constitucional y vamos a ver qué es eso, ¿no? Le están mintiendo, pero es interesante cómo está mintiendo. O sea, él dice que el proyecto de sentencia ya es definitivo. Pero, a ver, espérenme tantito. Una cosa es una sentencia, una cosa final. Cuando ya votan y dicen, bueno, pues eres culpable, ok. Pero ahorita ese es un proyecto. Todavía pueden surgir varias cosas. Todavía, por ejemplo, uno, se puede desechar el proyecto, sí. Se puede cambiar. El mismo ministro puede decir, es que lo retiro y meto otro proyecto. Ahora, en la discusión, ese proyecto se va a modificar porque ¿cómo hemos visto las sesiones? Empieza la sesión, cada ministro diciendo, no, yo voy a votar en contra, a favor, voto concurrente, hay que meter esto, hay que meter lo otro, y entonces, al final, este proyecto va generando lo que se llama engrose, ¿no? Porque todos los ministros opinan. O sea, la Suprema Corte no es González Alcántara Carrancá, son toda la pleno de la Corte. Los que votan en contra y los que votan también a favor, y cómo se va modificando el proyecto de sentencia. Entonces puede ser a favor algunas partes y en contra otras, ¿sí me entienden? O sea, todavía no ha terminado, no es sentencia final, todavía no puede decir la Suprema Corte tumbó, no. Entonces, sigue en trámite, evidentemente sigue en trámite. Y ahora dice que no, ya no, yo me quedo sorprendido. ¿What? No solo eso, hoy dijo otra cosa este Carrancá sorprendente, confesando que su proyecto no tiene nada que ver con lo jurídico, sino con lo político, ¿no? O sea, es una especie de, mire, a ver Claudia, a ver Claudita, a ver Claudita, a ver doctorcita, mira, nosotros renunciamos, pero los jueces no, ese es lo que, oye, pero tú no eres político, tú eres juzgador, tanto la independencia judicial que los principios. O sea, tú no debes de hacer política, eso déjaselo a Adán, a Noroña, a Monreal, a la propia Claudia, las negociaciones, pero tú tienes que aplicar la ley y la Constitución. Que diga esto es realmente insólito para cualquier juez.
Un derecho extremo es un cambio no beneficioso para nuestro país.
No beneficioso para el país, el ministro González Alcántara. Bueno, preguntarle, usted propone una salida, algunos dicen que política, otros dicen que jurídica, en realidad creo que es una salida político-jurídica. Esto
es la razón. Es una salida política y jurídica a la vez.
Ajá.
Todas las resoluciones de la Suprema Corte de Justicia tienen un contenido político porque han influido hacia toda la sociedad. El jurídico, porque nosotros somos tenemos generales jurídicas, y ha sido tradicionalmente la historia de los funcionarios judiciales, sobre todo de los ministros y ministras, que han enriquecido con su conocimiento esa web. ¿Por qué digo que es una resolución de carácter político, como usted dice? Porque nosotros nos hacemos años, somos referentes al legislador, elegimos los ministros y no tocamos esa parte por consenso, por comentarios con los mismos ministros, si nos ha publicado, si nos puede decir parte que pretendemos proteger nuestros intereses, que pretendemos defender nuestros privilegios, que pretendemos que bajamos en la cuestión, ¿no? Ya presentamos una denuncia, yo ya antes de la presentación de la denuncia presenté un proyecto a la opinión pública para que todos se pronunciaran, para que pudiéramos el debate público. Y lo que yo veo a la Corte sostenido abiertamente y eso lo...
O sea, a ver, entonces no entiendo. Los ministros, estos super mega profesionales, ¿son políticos? ¿Y dónde está la vigilancia de la ley? ¿A qué hora se negocia la ley según la conveniencia de los intereses de las partes? ¿Y cómo? A ver, no entiendo. Ellos que se rasgan las vestiduras por los principios del derecho y la defensa de la supremacía constitucional, entonces dicen, no, es político. Entonces, a ver, vamos a hacer algo con esta reforma. A ver, es lo que estás diciendo. Mira, esta mitad, o sea, se la damos a ti en Morena y la otra mitad me la quedo yo. Oye, güey, pero eso no es la Constitución, ya es vigente. No. Pero vamos a negociar. A ver, que quede claro. Sí se vale que los ministros de la Poder Judicial sean políticos, sí. Y si esto hubiera pasado antes de la elección presidencial, bueno, podría ser válido. Hubo muchos momentos en donde estuvo el Poder Legislativo, el propio López Obrador, intentando negociar precisamente una reforma constitucional que tuviera estos visos, pero se la pelaron al momento en que se registra la votación el 2 de junio, sale masivamente obligados a votar y le da una mayoría calificada. En ese momento, ¿qué creen? Se acabó la votación. Ya no es necesario. No importa lo que ustedes ofrezcan, no es necesario. Perdieron. ¿Por qué? Por arrogantes. Esta negociación era válida hace un año. Ahorita ya no lo es. Ya lo pelearon. Ni modos. Además, Claudia Sheinbaum tiene todo el apoyo popular. Hoy acaba de subir una encuesta de Demotecnia de la jornada. Aprobación. 72.2% aprueba a Claudia Sheinbaum. Más aprobación todavía que López Obrador en su salida o incluso en su inicio. Y únicamente 10% la desaprueba. Los demás están en la zona gris de que no sabe, no contestó. No,
Simplemente les voy a plantear.
la desaprueba, me equivoco. Menos de 10%. Y los demás, el 18%, 19%, están en la zona gris. De que, bueno, eso no me importa, ok, que haga lo que quiera. Ok, como que la gente apática, ok. Pero bueno, 72.2% es una aprobación monumental. Y vean, Alito, González Alcántara Carrancá, Azucena, Loret, etcétera, dicen que el pueblo es este cachito de 8.9%, ¿no? Ese, mire, estamos defendiendo al pueblo. ¿Qué? Bien visto. Lo interesante de esta, fíjense, es esta otra gráfica, que está más interesante y más reveladora. Es una gráfica a nivel estatal de las aprobaciones. Es una gráfica donde la mayor aprobación es en Baja California con 75% y la menor aprobación es en Durango con 69%. O sea, todo el país, todas las regiones del país, no sé si son morenistas, priistas, panistas, MC, etcétera, tienen ahí una gran homogeneidad. Con Obrador esto era distinto. Con Obrador a una monstruosa aprobación, por ejemplo en las zonas más pobres del país, pero muy poca aprobación en Nuevo León, en el norte, en Jalisco. Incluso Claudia Sheinbaum logra que en general haya, o sea, mire, la diferencia entre Baja California, mayor aprobación, con Durango menor es 5 puntos. O sea, unánimemente las regiones del país y los estados apoyan a Claudia. Esto es importante porque también estamos hablando de la voluntad popular. Le dicen ahora, el soberano, ¿no? Así le dicen. Ok, está bien. Finalmente la Constitución es lo que dice, que el soberano puede cambiar la Constitución cuando ellos deseen. Y ahorita es lo que se está haciendo. Entonces, cuando dice Alcántara Carrancá, hay que proteger a los mexicanos. ¿Cuáles mexicanos? ¿Cuáles? ¿El 8% de los privilegiados? Ah, no. Esa es la realidad. Y vean, sale esta encuesta de Ana Junior Tóxico Claudia González. No dice, caray, honesto. Aún más de haber iniciado su administración, queda claro que Claudia Sheinbaum, como emuladora de su predecesor, sabe mentir, distraer, derrochar y destruir. Lo que no queda claro es si sabe gobernar. Por el bien de México le pido respetuosamente, concéntrese en resolver los graves problemas que aquejan a millones. La pobreza, corrupción, la narcoviolencia, inseguridad, la inseguridad, la carencia de protección de seguridad, la falta de confianza, la dimensión, nada. Por eso fue electa y es lo que los mexicanos de San merecen. Además es lo de menos. Dice esto que González cuando sale esta encuesta. Ay, ese Junior tóxico, total, absolutamente, pues perdido. Vamos a dejar de mí para otro video. Bueno, amigos, eso es todo. Hasta luego.
Simplemente les voy a plantear Enrique Krause para que pues está muy a tono a lo que es pues el ánimo en el PRIAN. Y en este tweet de Enrique Krause, publicado en la red social X, publica las fotografías de los 8 ministros que han renunciado, encabezados por su presidenta Norma Piña. Y dice Enrique Krause: honra de México, los 8 últimos ministros de la República que estamos por perder. Qué ridículo es. Pues sí, es súbdito de la corona española, Alejandro. Sí, pero yo creo no tanto por el tema de su nacionalidad, sino porque uno esperaría más de él, Álvaro. O sea, date cuenta que es un personaje que se ha vendido y ha cobrado, además, se ha vendido así y ha cobrado, pues como un intelectual. Eso que hace él de poner un moño, terminó la república. O sea, no sea payaso, no sea ridículo. O sea, él no honra una república, él prefiere una monarquía. Tanto que es ciudadano de una monarquía, no por nacimiento, que tú dirías, bueno, pues ni modo, no, por decisión, y decisión reciente. Entonces, es
demasiado la ridiculez, Álvaro. Es un hombre profundamente, o sea, lleno de odios, que lo hacen verse muy ridículo. Honra los ocho últimos ministros de la República que estamos por perder. No estamos perdiendo la República. No es cierto eso, es una mentira. O que lo demuestren. ¿Por qué no lo demuestran? O sea, cuando hay mayorías que votan por un proyecto, cuando hay mayorías que piden un cambio de régimen, que incluye modificar las actitudes, las conductas, la manera en que se ejerció el poder en los tres poderes de la Unión, entonces les asustan porque están acostumbrados a ese statu quo. Entonces se asustan, ay, se acabó la república, no, se acabó su república, la que estaba en función a sus intereses, que es muy distinto.
Por eso, yo creo que a ese enunciado de Enrique Krause se le puede sustituir México por PRIAN, honra del PRIAN, los 8 últimos ministros de la República que estamos por perder, honra del PRIAN, o se le puede agregar los últimos héroes del PRIAN. No, está bien, honra del Pacto por México. Pues sí, claro, porque es el PRIAN, el Pacto por México, eso. Entonces, híjole, pienso que aunque fuera de pronto a la verdad un mensaje, tú mismo dices, Alejandra, que ha vendido como alguien que también lo ha demostrado, que es alguien que tiene finalmente obra, que es tiene una trayectoria, más allá de que uno no esté de acuerdo con él, no puede uno ignorar la obra que ha generado. Pero esto es francamente risible, ridículo, y no es parte de la propia decadencia del mundo intelectual tan elogiado, pues fundamentalmente por los que de él se duele, sí, que ha perdido.
El término que es tremendo es la decadencia. No tiene que ver con su edad, Álvaro. No tiene que ver con...
No digo no digo de decrépito.
Claro, no, senil. Yo veo aquí comentarios de senil. No. El tipo está en sus cabales, está al 100%. El tema de la decrepitud no tiene que ver con su edad, no. Tiene que ver con que envejeció mal. Y eso sí es... porque no tienes manera de corregirlo. O sea, has trabajado tanto en tu vida por este perfil que tienes ahora, y terminas envejeciendo ridículamente mal. Los mismos valores que construiste durante tantas décadas se te paran enfrente y te dicen, ¿qué? Aquí estamos. Y vos volteas a verte a ti mismo y lo que tienes es este mismo personaje que no puedes modificar. O sea, ¿cómo va a renunciar él a ser un súbdito de Salinas, que se me hace todavía más patético que ser un súbdito, o del salinismo, más patético todavía que ser un súbdito del rey? Híjole, digo, fíjate, ser un súbdito de los empresarios mexicanos, o sea, ser un súbdito del PRI, del PAN, o sea, híjole, es una manera terrible de llegar a viejo. Pero no son intereses, finalmente es algo monetario. Al final, pues, Enrique Krause estableció relaciones de negocios no solamente con el Ejecutivo y con el Legislativo, con la Suprema Corte de Justicia de la Nación, con millonarios contratos, y vaya, uno de los personajes que piensa como él es José Ramón Cosío, el mismo personaje que planteó que la Corte puede destituir a Claudia Sheinbaum
por no acatar lo que resuelve el Poder Judicial, aunque el Poder Judicial esté actuando contrario a la Constitución. José Ramón Cosío, ministro en retiro, y que forma parte del grupo de Claudio X González y del PRIAN, fue un gestor de Enrique Krause para tener contratos con la Suprema Corte de Justicia de la Nación. Esto no es una invención, ya lo he publicado. El contrato, uno de los contratos, son, por eso digo, expresiones, la de Enrique Krause, pues que sí ven como suyos a los ministros de la Corte, honra de México, no, honra de él, y honra del PRIAN, y honra de los que firmaron el Pacto por México. Y sí tiene razón, los 8 últimos ministros de la República que estamos por perder, pues sí, porque son ministros del PRIAN, bueno, a excepción de, digamos, de González, Juan Luis González, y de la Margarita Ríos Farjat, que nos propuso López Obrador, aunque se pintaron al bloque que es literalmente del PRIAN. Norma Piña, Lainez, Gutiérrez Ortiz Mena, Pérez Dayán, Pardo Rebolledo, Aguilar Morales, todos esos son ministros del PRIAN, particularmente de Calderón y de Enrique Peña Nieto. Entonces tiene razón en ese sentido Enrique Krause. Los 8 últimos ministros de la República que estamos por perder, ¿quién los está perdiendo? Pues él, Krause. ¿Quién los está perdiendo? El PRI. ¿Quién los está perdiendo? El PAN, Peña Nieto, Felipe Calderón. Entonces, no es honra de México esos 8 ministros, son honra del PRIAN en todo caso, honra del Pacto por México. Por eso es tan interesante este tweet de Enrique Krause, porque pues sí, hay una lloradera, porque ya estos ministros ya no van a estar, ministros al servicio de esos intereses. Pues sí. Eso se trata, señor Delgado, al final, pues de eso se trata lo que estamos viviendo. Alguien se preguntaba hace todavía muy poco tiempo, antes de la elección del 2024, si lo que estaba viviendo en México era o no era un cambio verdaderamente de régimen. Y en algún momento, no sé si para lo dijiste en radicales de este domingo, no creo si de este domingo lo platicamos tú y yo en un momento. Para hacer un cambio realmente de régimen se necesita necesariamente ajustar la Constitución, porque la Constitución que ha sufrido distintos cambios, no está intacta desde el constituyente del 17, tuvo una evolución, ha tenido una evolución, y además ha tenido ajustes tremendos, dramáticos. Por ejemplo, los que se dieron en la reforma de primera generación con Carlos Salinas, ¿no? Que es lo que llamaban la reforma de primera generación, porque después vendrían las reformas con Enrique Peña Nieto de segunda generación, que las brindaron para no permitir que se pudieran impugnar. Simplemente, o sea, se extrañan, pero lo que está sucediendo ahora es muy parecido a lo que sucedió entonces, y ellos mismos lo provocaron, que fue blindar las reformas. Ahora, lo que estamos viendo en México es un cambio de régimen bueno. Creo yo que no ha pasado ni un mes, fíjate nada más lo que son las cosas, no ha pasado ni un mes, porque estamos viendo por un periodo, pero en realidad, al primer mes de la presidencia de Claudio Sheinbaum, tienes 8 renuncias de 8 ministros de la Suprema Corte, y no apenas hoy se está cerrando el primer mes en el gobierno de la presidenta Sheinbaum. ¿Qué significa eso? Bueno,
que es un trabajo obviamente que hizo López Obrador en el pasado, pero que termina consolidando al arranque de este gobierno. Quieren un cambio de régimen, lo que México necesita es un cambio de régimen. Bueno, se tiene que profundizar al punto de llegar a la Constitución, sí, al punto de llegar a la Constitución, al punto de la refundación del Estado, sí, eso es un cambio de régimen. Tienes que refundar al Estado, permitir, darle oportunidad, oxigenar al Estado para que vengan una modificación, un cambio hasta de actitud frente a la República, una nueva actitud frente a la República. Usted no sé, a lo mejor pues no tiene la necesidad de estarlo documentando como lo va documentando uno por razones de nuestro oficio, pero el México que uno ve ahorita, en este momento, es un México que no existía en 2018, ¿no? Donde la gente realmente está metida en lo que está pasando. El sábado estábamos en Campeche, tú y yo, ese sábado. Una señora al fondo de la presentación levantó la mano, era una ama de casa, una señora respetable, ama de casa, que llegó y levantó la mano y dijo, oigan, yo tengo una pregunta, lo que está pasando con la Suprema Corte es esto, es aquello, ¿cómo explican ustedes? Me preocupa esto que llaman supremacía de la Constitución, que es, si hay posibilidades de, y nos quedamos Álvaro y yo con el ojo cuadrado, además con un tremendo orgullo, la señora haciendo este planteamiento, y nosotros con un tremendo orgullo respondiendo, porque lo que está pasando en México hoy, le decía Claudia Sheinbaum a los mexicanos, hoy Álvaro, le decía, al cumplirse un mes, ahora cumplirse un mes como presidente de México, les dice, involúcrense, entiendan la Constitución, les decía el día de hoy la presidenta de México, involúcrense, comprendan la Constitución. Y me recuerda mucho lo que el mismo López Obrador decía con respecto a la politización y la idea de que no, la política es de los políticos y la cocina es de las señoras y allá el campo es para los señores campesinos y los fierros para los que son mecánicos. No, es como que los fierros son... No, si a mí se me apetece meterme a la política, me voy a meter a la política porque me afecta, punto. Soy un ciudadano, sí, soy un mecánico, pero quiero saber exactamente quién está tomando decisiones sobre las cosas que me afectan a mí y van a afectarle a mis hijos. Y me tengo que meter a eso, tengo que aprender y tengo que entender. Pues claro, eso es... De otra manera no hay cambio de régimen. De otra manera, cualquier Margarita Zavala, Álvaro, o cualquier Marco Cortés, imagínense ustedes, permitir que alguien con la inteligencia de Marco Cortés pueda decidir sobre su vida. No, espérenme, no se le puede permitir. Imagínate. Entonces, hay cambio de régimen, bueno, de eso se trata, y yo creo que hacia allá va. Sí, precisamente a la pregunta de la señora que tú mencionas allá en Campeche, es que yo expresé lo que en otro momento en una mesa de radicales dije: todo cambio de régimen o todo régimen político pues debe expresarse, materializarse en la Constitución, que es donde se establecen las reglas del juego, los linderos del régimen. Y hay dos ejemplos muy claros de esto. Bueno, en realidad es uno solo: las reformas constitucionales que el salinismo hizo con el apoyo del PAN para desmantelar el Estado Nacional, Alejandro, nada menos. No solamente el Estado de Bienestar que se había medio construido, sino el Estado Nacional nacido de la Revolución Mexicana, de un movimiento revolucionario que no existe en ninguna parte del hemisferio. Y luego, reformas que
sí cambiaron radicalmente la Constitución. Y luego viene, una vez más, el PRI y el PAN, ahora con el PRD incorporado, para las reformas de segunda generación, como se definió también, a la continuación del desmantelamiento de las instituciones públicas de México. Pues fue lo que se hizo en el Pacto por México. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que está en curso hoy? Pues una transformación constitucional, un cambio de régimen que ya no es el modelo neoliberal que se instauró en México hasta el 2018. ¿Era posible cambiar el régimen sin cambiar el Poder Judicial? No. No, ¿cómo va a ser cambiarse? ¿Cómo va a haber un cambio auténtico si los custodios del viejo régimen son los que están en el Poder Judicial de la Federación? No había manera de cambiar casi nada por la vía de la Constitución. Entonces había que pedir a la sociedad un voto para que la fuerza que está proponiendo este cambio de régimen, que es Morena y sus aliados, pudiera tener una mayoría en el Congreso, en el Constituyente permanente, para hacer las reformas y efectivamente construir un nuevo régimen. Y para eso había que reformar el Poder Judicial de la Federación, tal como se ha hecho y tal como se ha buscado sabotear todavía hasta ahora. Se está haciendo por la vía de lo que la propia Constitución establece. Entonces, eso de que hay una conducta en contra de las minorías, pues si hay minorías, son las minorías que la propia sociedad definió a partir de su voto. Hoy mismo hubo una jueza activista, que se dice ya, escritora, que fue a reclamarle al ministro Felipe de la Mata Pizaña en la UNAM que era un traidor, porque él traicionó al darle la mayoría calificada a Moreno y a sus aliados. Y la respuesta del magistrado Felipe de la Mata dice: oiga, seguramente usted no ha leído la Constitución, ni ha leído lo que se ha resuelto el Tribunal Electoral desde el 2009 en materia de electoral, y cómo la mayoría constitucional no fue un regalo del Tribunal Electoral ni del INE, sino lo que establece la propia Constitución y los resultados de la elección. Entonces, por eso es importante no perder de vista lo que está pasando en el país. Hay, por supuesto, cosas que no gustan, pero es parte de lo que ya está en curso. Hoy mismo, y ahorita se lo vamos a detallar, los comités de evaluación ya es parte de la implementación de este cambio paradigmático en el Poder Judicial de la Federación. Las renuncias de 8 ministros tienen que ver con eso. Esto ha pasado en un mes, en el primer mes de la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum. Ya no está el presidente López Obrador, porque todavía hay que decir, no, es que está por ahí. Bueno, ya se fue, pero está detrás. Es un mismo proyecto. Sí, pero por ahí debe andar operando. En fin. Un poco todo. Debe andar, por ahí debe andar. López Obrador. Todos estos como son verdaderamente limitados, qué bárbaros. Ya me acordé. ¿Sabes? De todos los personajes que podían dar una exclusiva, Álvaro, de todos los que hay muchos. En todas partes sí hay exclusivas. Dios, el trabajo que hace uno.
Acosta Naranjo da una exclusiva reciente. Acosta, no, que hay teléfono rojo, que López sigue dando instrucciones desde su rancho, todos los días. No sé si todos los días, pero algo así. Exclusiva de Acosta Naranjo. No, yo creo que hay que creerle, ¿no? ¿Cómo no?
¿Sabes cómo me imagino a López Obrador en chanclas viendo por fin la Serie Mundial de Yankees y Dodgers que anoche terminó con la victoria de Dodgers?
Sí, oye, además como homenaje a
Fernando Valenzuela. Anoche me lo aventé, me tocó ver todavía la fatídica séptima entrada, la octava, la novela y la coronación de Dodgers de Los Ángeles, tanto en Nueva York ante los Yankees que se recompraron. Ahora que hablas del teléfono rojo, me imagino si algún interés López Obrador tenía de agarrar un teléfono, era agarrarlo y como lo hacen en las grandes ligas, para hablar al dugout, para que entrara otro pitcher relevista, ¿no? Sí. El día de hoy, Alejandro, Grupo Electra pues acumula 2 golpes contundentes, 2 malas noticias en solo 24 horas. Primero, la calificadora Standard & Poor's colocó a Electra en grado especulativo al considerar que enfrenta contingencias fiscales que podrían agravarse en los próximos 12 meses, en el próximo año. Y número 2, la Bolsa Mexicana de Valores informó que suspendió la cotización de sus acciones apenas un día después de que la había habilitado.
Así es.
Pues en 24 horas, Alejandro.
Sí, pues eso es lo que sucedió, efectivamente.
Sí, y Standard & Poor's Global Ratings asignó una calificación crediticia de emisor W con perspectiva negativa a Grupo Electra y advirtió que podría descender hasta 2 niveles más debido a las contingencias fiscales que enfrenta. La calificadora detalla en su nota crediticia lo siguiente: la perspectiva negativa indica nuestra opinión de que en los próximos 12 meses la calidad crediticia de Grupo Electra está expuesta a varios riesgos, incluida la posible materialización de contingencias fiscales significativas y un crecimiento económico más lento. Dependiendo de la magnitud del impacto, estos riesgos podrían debilitar su posición financiera y o de liquidez y en última instancia dar lugar a una rebaja de 1 o más niveles de la calificación.
Es importante esta primera revisión de Standard & Poor's Global Ratings porque se trata de una calificadora de riesgo que esa es su chamba es estar viéndole la barriga a las empresas, viendo qué les molesta, por dónde se mueven, si están enfermas, si van a estar en futuro, si tienen perspectiva. Y lo que dice es tremendo, porque la calidad de crédito de Grupo Electra, y lo vamos a entender conforme vayamos conversando sobre esta misma empresa, la calidad de crédito que tiene Grupo Electra, pues está dañado ¿por quién? Por las decisiones del corporativo, o sea, por las decisiones del dueño, básicamente, porque es un corporativo que tiene a un personaje muy poderoso al frente en la presidencia, que es Ricardo Salinas Pliego. Y luego la otra parte que expone dice que está expuesta a varios riesgos, incluido la posible materialización de contingencias fiscales significativas. ¿Qué es? Bueno, las contingencias fiscales es el problema que tiene Electra con el SAT en México, la deuda gigantesca que ha acumulado el grupo Salinas con el fisco mexicano y la posibilidad de que en cualquier momento, cuando el Poder Judicial se le antoje, esa es la realidad, pero esto ya no tiene vuelta de hoja, se materialice que tiene que pagar al fisco. Y luego trae también la presión, como traen todas las empresas, de un crecimiento económico más lento. El consumo en México ha tenido días complicados. ¿Por qué? Bueno, es normal, digamos, que cuando hay una cierta presión en política o social en cualquier país, incluso a nivel global, el consumidor tienda a ser mucho más conservador. Por ejemplo, usted puede perfectamente decir, cuando tiene dinero en la mano, dice que tenga un dinerito, tiene 5,000 pesos en la mano, usted dice, ¿en qué lo gasto? Si usted ve una perspectiva donde no se va a mover nada, los muchachos, sus hijos están trabajando, o usted mismo está trabajando, los 5,000 pesos, dice, bueno, me compro una televisión. Ese se le llama bien duradero. Entonces compra uno una televisión. Pero cuando está riesgoso, lo que haces es que agarras nada más un pedacito de los 5,000 que traes en la mano y te gastas en cosas consumibles, digamos.
En este nuevo video, en lo que estamos checando esta PPPO, la cual me llega con un problema, y es que cuando enciendo la consola, no se escucha. Ya chequé las bocinas, ya chequé... Todo está funcionando bien en esta consola. El problema que tuve es que yo lo dejé guardado muchísimo tiempo, aproximadamente yo creo que 2 años, desarmada, y viajaba mucho. O sea, estaba en una casa, después estaba en otra casa, y así sucesivamente. La probé con el audífono, sí se escucha bien, o sea, con el audífono se escucha, igual con el Bluetooth, pero no el altavoz principal. Bueno, buscando la solución, llegué a la conclusión, gracias a un post de un gringo, de que esta consola tiene 2 fusibles de audio, pero no saber para qué o por qué, pero tiene 2 fusibles de audio. Y el de mi consola, el que está quemado, es este de aquí. Este es el que está sin funcionar. Voy a medir continuidad para ver qué es lo que marca con el multímetro. Según yo, me imagino que se debe haber dañado el fusible, porque pues, la verdad fueron muchos golpes los que se llevó en el tiempo que estuvo guardada la consola. Vamos a ver ahorita si el fusible está bien o si vamos a tener que hacer un puente para que funcione. Bien, vamos a ver. No podemos ver. No, el fusible está completamente morido. Pero, ¿qué vamos a hacer en este caso? Vamos a hacer un puente, vamos a ponerle bastante soldadura. Bastante estaño. Yo la verdad no le voy a quitar el fusible y se lo voy a dejar. Pero sí voy a hacer el puenteo. Para eso tienen que conectar la batería, ¿eh? ¿Cuál es la otra alternativa que pueden hacer? Pueden ponerle un cachito de papel estaño, papel aluminio. Con cuidado de que solo toque esos terminales, para que así haga contacto nuevamente. Y pues una gente, la verdad sí me tardé un poquito, pero ahí se alcanza a ver. El puente que hicimos, pues uniéndose a sus pistas, tuve que quitar el componente, la verdad es que se viene solito prácticamente. También hay que tener cuidado de no unir ni estos 3 ni estos 2. ¿Vale? Ya conecté la batería. Ahorita vamos a ver si quedó o no quedó. Vamos a ver.
Perfecto. Y pues bueno, gente, ahora sí que espero les funcione. Voy a subir una imagen, la que encontré en internet, de dónde están ubicados los fusibles, ya que tiene dos fusibles. Puede que sea cualquiera de esos dos en su caso. En mi caso, pues fue el principal, que fue el que tenía de este lado atrás. Súper sencillo, súper rápido. Sí me tardé un poquito porque la pasta no quería agarrar, pero bueno, ahí está, funcionando perfectamente. Siento yo que fue porque se cayó y, bueno, no sé, de haber golpeado con algo y se dañó el fusible. Pero si de la nada su PSP hizo esto o se calentaba mucho y lo empezó a hacer, dejó de escucharse o cualquier otra cosa, yo les recomiendo que mejor si revisen bien su PSP. Por lo menos que no se haya humedecido. Y pues bueno, gente, parece que espero les funcione, espero les guste. No olviden darle like, compartir y comentar. Hasta la próxima.
¿Cómo le va? ¿Qué tal? Gracias por estar en Sin embargo al aire y gracias por acompañarnos siempre, por apoyar estos proyectos de periodismo libre e independiente. Quiero hacerle varias recomendaciones el día de hoy. Ojalá y pueda atenderlas. La primera es que se suscriba al canal que Álvaro Delgado y su servidor tenemos, el personal, que usted encontrará en YouTube, el canal de YouTube de los periodistas. ¿Cómo lo encuentra? Busque simplemente los-periodistas en YouTube y le va a salir el canal con dos caritas ahí azules y esos somos el señor Delgado y su servidor. Esa es la primera recomendación. La segunda recomendación es que el programa de Radicales, el último programa de Radicales, el que ya está disponible en Estudio B, porque tiene mucho que ver, ya verá usted con la columna que le voy a contar a continuación. Ahora son los poderes de facto vinculados, confrontados para, pues sí, unos para defender privilegios, otros para, ya verá usted que tiene mucho sentido cuando lo vea. Y la tercera recomendación que le quiero hacer a usted es que siempre que no encuentre un programa en vivo, se meta a sinembargo.mx. Es nuestro sitio web, nuestra página web, es el diario digital que está disponible las 24 horas, los 365 días del año y es gratis. En ese se publican reportajes, entrevistas, se publican videocolumnas, columnas, todo, y nos ayuda mucho para nuestro esfuerzo que usted visite y que se meta y lo revise y lea y pues disfruten la información que hay ahí. Hágalo y es una manera de apoyarnos en este esfuerzo. Bueno, pues sin más, le comparto mi columna, una piña en la conjura de la casta, y dice lo siguiente. Una de las fuentes que consulté la semana pasada me dijo que las reuniones de los jueves eran, a estas alturas, relativamente conocidas en ciertos círculos. La voz que se corrió detallaba que un grupo selecto de líderes de las élites mexicanas se encontraba cada semana con la ministra presidenta Norma Lucía Piña Hernández en la casa de Federico Reyes Heroles González Garza para definir la operación política de la Suprema Corte contra, se entiende, el presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Y que las reuniones empezaron el año pasado y que se desactivaron por las indiscreciones. Algunos dicen que estas reuniones de los jueves no siempre fueron en la misma casa. Citan, por ejemplo, la que se llevó a cabo con Alejandro Moreno Cárdenas, Salito, en la residencia del ministro Juan Luis González Alcántara, en las lomas de Chapultepec. Pero la mayoría fueron en casa de Reyes Heroles González Garza, a quien se le llama simplemente Federico, por la cantidad de confusiones que generan sus nombres legales. El nombre del anfitrión podría sonarle a usted como de la nobleza, entre comillas, porque
Amigos, amigas, gracias por acompañarme. Hoy, 31 de octubre, la Corte está totalmente paralizada luego de que el Senado a su momento habría blindado las reformas, les habría ganado a Norma Piña, les habría ganado al Poder Judicial y finalmente les ató las manos. La verdad es que está sorprendiendo cómo es que está actuando de último momento Norma Piña, cómo es que está actuando de último momento pues, los magistrados, y es que empiezan a obedecer lo que dice la nueva reforma judicial, lo que dice pues lo que había dicho la presidenta Claudia, pues realmente se está convirtiendo en una realidad y no la pudieron echar abajo. Vamos a hablar de todo esto porque pues Norma Piña ya empezó a acatar absolutamente todo. Esto está pasando en el último momento, vamos a ver ese tema. Vamos a hablar también muy rápido de lo que había pasado el encontronazo entre pues Noroña y entre Alito Moreno, y también vamos a hablar de lo que está pasando con la seguridad del país, y es que pues pareciera que la presidenta de México no estaba jugando, y hay cada vez y cada día más detenidos, fuertes capos detenidos tras la nueva estrategia de seguridad de la presidenta de México. Bien, vamos a empezar con todo esto. Miren, es importante mencionar que Norma Piña, en un intento de tumbar la nueva reforma judicial o la reforma judicial, pues ella ya habría anunciado, ¿sí?, que la Corte iba a discutir el proyecto que buscaba invalidar la reforma judicial el 5 de noviembre, el próximo martes. ¿Qué es lo que hizo la 4T? Sí, por fin, lo he dicho una y otra vez y no me voy a cansar de decirlo, por fin, ¿sí? La 4T, ¿saben qué es lo que hizo? En fast track se organizó inmediatamente y pues echó a volar la supremacía constitucional. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que no van a poder meterle mano los ministros, ¿sí? Y aquí está, en 16 horas, mayoría de congresos locales aprobaron la reforma de supremacía constitucional. A 16 horas de que la Cámara de Diputados avalara la reforma de supremacía constitucional que busca que reformas de carácter constitucional no puedan ser impugnadas y pasar a los congresos locales, la mayoría de los recintos legislativos en los estados del país logró avalarla, ¿no? Fíjense nada más esto que empezó a circular, y la verdad es que sí, fue en tiempo récord, incluso aquí hay algunos datos justamente sobre estos tiempos récord, ¿no? Aquí está. Dice aquí, de los congresos de los estados que aprobaron de manera más rápida la reforma para lograr su mayoría, se encuentra Veracruz, 11 minutos, Oaxaca, 21 minutos y Morelos, 28 minutos. Bueno, finalmente, una vez que los congresos locales lo aprobaron, pues el Senado lo validó. El Senado declara validez de reforma sobre supremacía constitucional y pasa al Ejecutivo, y pues ya se dio la orden que se publique en el diario oficial. Hoy vamos a hablar de lo que pasó con Alito y Noroña justo en este momento. Pero bueno, luego de que la 4T le gana a Norma Piña, se le adelanta a Norma Piña, pues a Norma Piña no le quedó más que empezar a obedecer lo que dice la Constitución. Y es que, se acuerdan ustedes que en esta reforma judicial, pues habla justamente de esto, ¿no? Que los poderes, tanto el Ejecutivo, tanto el Legislativo, tanto el Judicial, pues ellos nombrarían pues los comités, los nombres de los integrantes de los comités de evaluación para la elección judicial. Ellos van a nombrar, pues quienes van a estar al frente de estas evaluaciones para la elección judicial, ¿no? Cada poder lo haría. Y Norma Piña pues ya lo aceptó y ya mandó sus nombres, que empezó a acatar lo que dice esta reforma judicial. Los tres poderes anunciaron los nombres de sus propuestas para integrar los comités de evaluación que filtrarán a los aspirantes de la elección judicial. Esto es lo que dice, ¿no? Y por ejemplo, aquí estamos viendo el gobierno de México publicó este, pues lo vamos a ver, que es, o sea, la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum, ¿no? Y la publicó. En cumplimiento de lo dispuesto por el artículo 96 constitucional y 500 numerales 2 y 3 de la Ley General de Instituciones y Procedimientos Electorales, para la elección de las personas fundadoras del Poder Judicial de la Federación de 2005, la Consejería Jurídica del Ejecutivo Federal informa. Pues estos son sus perfiles. Y aquí está, por ejemplo, este perfil. Maricruz Cortés Ornelas es un perfil. Javier Quijano Vaz es otro perfil, ¿sí? Incluso aquí ya con su currículum. Vanessa Romero Rocha es otro perfil, ¿sí? Y vamos a ver los otros perfiles. El otro perfil es Isabel Inés Romero Cruz, otro perfil, ¿sí? Y el último perfil sería Arturo Fernando Saldívar de la REA, que con esto la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum pues ya estaría cumpliendo lo que está en la Constitución, o sea, realmente ya estaría cumpliendo, ¿no? Bueno, entonces, después, pues lo que sorprende mucho es cómo es que vemos que la Corte también ya puso sus integrantes. Aquí está, ¿no? Aquí está. De última hora, este es el perfil de la página oficial de la Corte, así que va a integrar el Comité de Evaluación del Poder Judicial de la Federación, que será el encargado de presentar las propuestas para participar en el proceso electoral para elegir a personas fundadoras. O sea, realmente ya lo terminaron avalando, y aquí están sus perfiles de ellos, ¿sí? Wilfrido Castañón, Mónica González Contró, Emma Mesa Fonseca, María Emilia Molina de la Puente y Luis Enrique Pereira Trejo. Estos serían los perfiles. ¿Qué quiere decir con esto? Pues que Norma Piña ya finalmente está acatando lo que le está diciendo la Constitución, lo que le está diciendo el Poder Judicial, por increíble que parezca, ¿no? Y otro de los actos que también están saliendo en ese momento, pues es esto, ¿no? ¿Se acuerdan de este magistrado, Reyes Rodríguez Mondragón, este cuate? Este cuate ya había venido anunciando desde hace mucho que el 31, o sea, el 31 de octubre, el día de hoy, que renunciaría, ¿no? Y que no se pensaba alargar su proceso hasta el 2027, que renunciaría porque no estaba de acuerdo con la reforma judicial. Bueno, pues tras todo lo que está pasando, chicos, el magistrado se retracta y se apega a reforma judicial y se queda en el Tribunal Electoral hasta el 2027. El magistrado Reyes Rodríguez Mondragón se retractó después de que durante meses sostuvo que no se apegaría a la reforma judicial y no aceptaría la ampliación de su cargo hasta el 2027. Este jueves confirmó que no renunciará, pues consideró que en estos momentos de polarización el Tribunal Electoral requiere de pensamientos críticos. Pero este día de Milenio publicó que este jueves venció el plazo inicial por el que Reyes Rodríguez Mondragón fue nombrado magistrado de la Sala Superior del Tribunal Electoral, por lo que, de apegarse a sus dichos a los últimos meses, en los que advirtió que cumpliría su encargo solo hasta el 31 de octubre, tendría que notificar al Senado que renunciaría a la ampliación, que le regaló la reforma judicial hasta el 2017, y por lo tanto, su idea también debería incluirse en la elección popular del 2017. Por lo tanto, dice, siempre no me voy, mejor me quedo hasta el 2027, porque se necesita ser críticos. ¿Cómo la ven? Se retractó, ¿no? Y esto va a empezar a pasar ya en cascada, ¿no? La verdad es que todos ellos, pues el magistrado, ministros, pues van a tener que empezar a adaptarse, ¿no? Adaptarse a lo que dicta esta nueva Constitución. Y es que hay que recordar que Fernando Noroña, hace un momento, antes de la bronca que se aventó con Alito Moreno, pues dijo, ya ordenó, porque se llevó todo el procedimiento correctamente, ¿sí? Y dijo, pues que se publique en diario oficial, ya es ley, y los ministros ya se la pediscaron. El martes que habían anunciado que iban a intentar tirarla, ya no lo van a poder hacer.
Le solicito ponerse de pie para dar solemnidad a la declaratoria de reforma constitucional. Sí, pero estamos en pleno trámite. Ya estaba leyéndose. A efecto de dar cumplimiento a lo que establece el artículo 135 de la Constitución Política de los Estados Unidos Mexicanos, y una vez computados los votos aprobatorios de las legislaturas de los estados de Baja California Sur, Campeche, Chiapas, Colima, Durango, Guerrero, Hidalgo, México, Morelos, Nayarit, Oaxaca, Puebla, Quintana Roo, San Luis Potosí, Sinaloa, Sonora, Tabasco, Tamaulipas, Yucatán, Zacatecas,
y de la Ciudad de México, la Cámara de Senadores declara: se aprueba el decreto por el que se reforma el artículo 107 y se adiciona un quinto párrafo al artículo 105 de la Constitución Política de los Estados Unidos Mexicanos en materia de inimpugnabilidad de las adiciones o reformas a la Constitución Federal. Se remite al Diario Oficial de la Federación para su publicación. La Presidencia seguirá atenta para recibir las resoluciones que emitan otras legislaturas de los estados sobre este asunto, mismas que se integrarán al expediente. Es un día inédito, es un día histórico.
Pues así pasó, ¿no? Entonces ya después empezó la bronca, ¿no? Empezó la bronca porque pues Alito Moreno fue a verlo y Alito Moreno le dijo: oye, pues estoy pidiendo la palabra. Dijo: no, sí, claro, pero no te puedo dar la palabra porque estoy leyendo, ¿sí? Y pues no se podría hacer, no correríamos a faltas. Pedirle cuando termina, y es cuando se desató pues este problema entre ellos, ¿no?
A ver, pido a la Asamblea que consulte a la Asamblea si el asunto, consulte a la Secretaría si el asunto está suficientemente discutido. Consulte a la Asamblea.
Consulta a la Asamblea en votación económica si el asunto se encuentra suficientemente discutido. Quienes estén por la afirmativa, a favor de levantar la mano. Gracias. Quienes estén por la negativa, a favor de levantar la mano. Quienes se abstengan, a favor de levantar la mano. Suficientemente discutido el asunto, presidente.
Gracias, Dios. Si no necesita el senador Alejandro Moreno, vaya a su curul y dígame desde su curul, no me ponga el dedo encima, no me ponga el dedo encima, a mí no me ponga el dedo encima, a mí no me respeto a la presidencia, respeto a la presidencia, no me toque, no que se continúe la Secretaría con los asuntos de la agenda. Continúe la Secretaría con los asuntos de la agenda. No mientras no tú hagas eso.
Se han agotado los asuntos de la agenda, presidente.
Muy bien. Primero. Senadores Francisco. Compañeras y compañeros.
Bueno, pues así se dio este agarro, ¿no? Incluso la niña sí llegó con todo, ¿no? Pero finalmente, pues ya lo tienen que aceptar. Lo tienen que aceptar porque esto ya es completamente oficial. El Senado ya declaró validez la reforma sobre supremacía constitucional. No van a poder meterle mano los de Norma Piña, ¿no? Se la van a pescar. Bueno, pero vamos a hablar de lo que sigue. Sí, ya hace un momento, pues Omar García Harfuch había publicado esto, y la verdad es que pues está sorprendiendo cómo es que están trabajando. Si bien pues hay un tema de inseguridad pues grave, ¿no? En nuestro país, la verdad, o sea, es algo que no podemos ocultar. Pues Omar García Harfuch y la presidenta de México habían presentado su estrategia hace unos días, ¿no? Y hace de un mes para acá, pues está viendo este tipo de publicaciones constantes, ¿no? Por ejemplo, acá Harfuch me cuesta una acción coordinada que la Secretaría de Seguridad, la Fiscalía, la Sedena y la Marina y el Centro Nacional de Inteligencia detuvieron a una persona extranjera relacionada con pues la movilización de estas sustancias, ¿no? Ya en el lavado de dinero. Y se cuenta con orden de aprehensión en Estados Unidos. Con esta detención se evita que lleguen millones de dosis de estas sustancias a las calles y recursos financieros para las estructuras criminales. Bueno, y publicaron esta fotografía. Sin embargo, empezaron a salir notas justamente de ese tema, y pues no fue cualquier persona la que detuvieron, ¿no? Esa es la realidad. O sea, fue un fuerte campo, ¿no? Que movilizaba millones y millones de pesos mexicanos. Detienen a Shi Dong-shang, ciudadano chino ligado a tráfico de sustancias en la Ciudad de México, ¿no? Esto es lo que se empezó a informar. Entonces, se ha detenido a un ciudadano chino identificado como Shi Dong-shang,
en inmediaciones de la alcaldía Coajimalpa en la Ciudad de México. Y dice por acá, el ahora detenido ha sido señalado de formar alianzas con el grupo de Sinaloa y el grupo de Jalisco para actividades de trasiego y cuenta con una orden de aprehensión con fines de extradición a los Estados Unidos. Fíjense nada más. Ahora chequense esto. La Secretaría de Seguridad que informó sobre la detención a través de un comunicado. Se tiene
Hi there, my name's Vince from MyMakeBins.com, and in this video today it's going to be another trying to fix video, and this one's come all the way from the Netherlands, so I've got to be careful because there's addresses all over this thing. So this was sent to me by a guy called Tex, and he said that something isn't working properly. So let me show you what it is. Now the reason I'm looking forward to doing this one is because I do have one of these, and I think it's a great little system. Right, here we have it. The PSP Go. Let me just make sure there's nothing else in this bag here. No, right, okay, so apparently the problem with this one is that you can't see what's going on the screen, but yet if you shine a light into it, apparently you can see it in the background. So it looks like it's the backlight that's gone. I must say it's kept it in very good condition. It's nice to see this original box and everything. Right, okay, that's that. Let's see if there's any charge left in it. So apparently he's taken this apart, but he didn't really do much with it. He just, wanted to see if the cables were connected and stuff, and they were. No, I haven't seen a white one of these before, and it kind of, look, it's like metallic. If you can see that, look, can you see it's like sparkling there? Very fancy. Well, okay, let's turn it on and see what we have. Might not have anything at all. The battery might be completely flat. Yeah, I think the battery's completely drained on this. Right, let me get my charger, plug it in, give it a bit of juice, and then we'll turn it on and see if we can see what the fault is. Okay, so I've got my charger here. I'm just going to plug it in. Let's see if it starts charging up. Yes, it is, yeah. Right, let's see if there's enough in it to turn it on. There is. Right, but we can't see anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a torch or a flashlight, and I'm going to shine it in here and see if I can see. Can't see anything at all. Definitely working. Personally, I can't see anything. I'm just going to take it off the camera for a minute, just have a good look through with my own eyes rather than through the viewfinder to see if I can see what's going on. Okay, so I've been looking at this light here and with the torch as well, and personally, I can't see anything, but maybe if you were to go out in direct sunlight, you might be able to see anything, but all I can see is a reflection. So, I don't know, maybe the screen's faulty. Going by what he said, I thought when I Googled it, it was just going to be fuses, because he said that when you look through with a light on, that you can actually see the image. It's just that, the backlight's gone. Yeah, now if it is that, from what I've read, it's normally the fuses that have failed. But I'm not so sure about this one. So what we're going to do is let's take it apart and let's see if there's something obvious. Maybe there is a cable that's come off that text didn't see, maybe he missed it or something, or maybe some film has come apart, or who knows. Let's take it apart and let's see what's going on with it. Right, so I'm going to take out the charger for it. Let's turn it off. There we go. So I can see 4 screws at the back here. I've never taken one of these apart, and Tex is under no illusion that there's a good chance I'm not going to be able to fix this. So the agreement we've come to is, he sends it to me. If I can fix it, fair play, I'll send it back. If I can't fix it, then I'm just going to buy it off him for £30, because then I've got something that I can use for spares for fixing up future ones along the line, because I do actually really like the PSP Go, and I've got a couple of PSPs, but out of all of them, I really like the Go, because then if I'm ever going up London and I'm going on the tube train for a night out, then for me, I really like playing this on the tube train, and it doesn't seem too intrusive. It's not like everybody's looking at you, it's just nice and small. It just looks like you're playing on your phone. So I think it's good. And once you put custom firmware onto here, it's brilliant. It's really easy to do. And then, for example, you can put all your old Mega Drive games and stuff on here. So it's good. Now, in case you haven't seen my videos before, I am definitely not a professional when it comes to these things. Far from it. That's the purpose of these videos. It's trying to fix, to see if just a normal person can do it, rather than somebody that does it for a living, or rather than somebody that does, has been doing it all their life. So in a lot of these things, I end up making mistakes, I end up breaking it, but just take it as more entertainment rather than how-to guide. And obviously I would do my best to fix it, but it doesn't always go to plan. Maybe I have to undo these top ones before the back comes off. So PSP basically stands for PlayStation Portable. And although the PSP Go wasn't really a success, because beforehand they used to take UMD discs, so there was like physical little discs that you used to slot into the back. With this one, it was digital only, and a lot of people didn't like that. But obviously now with the custom firmware, these things are a bit of a winner. Here we go. There we go. Right. Oh, nice. I like the look of the inside of this one. It looks perfect. Right, okay, so I think I want to basically just dismantle it all to kind of get to the screen area. So the fuses are going to be on the main board, and I'm thinking they're under one of these shielded bits here. I can't remember. I've got to go online and have a look. But I just want to work out where the ribbon cable is that connects the actual screen to the main board. So I'm going to dismantle it further. Okay, first things first, it'd be best to disconnect the battery. There we go. Right, so it should be safe to work on now. So this is the connector for the screen. I mean, it's definitely connected. So, I don't think there's any problem there. Right, okay, well, what I'm going to be doing is, I'm still pretty sure that it could be a fuse problem. So I'm going to be testing the fuses on it first. I think that would be the best place to start. I'm going to check online now, just to double check where these fuses are. I've just noticed that there does seem to be a kind of indentation here. Looks like it might have had a bit of a whack at some stage. Right, okay, so I've been building it, and this is sort of one of the pictures, and it just says here that, it says, here we go. This was the blown fuse on my console, replaced it and it worked just fine. Unfortunately, it's the most difficult fuse to get to, requiring you to carefully remove the metal shielding, but replacing it will fix the backlighting. Now, other people are saying it's other fuses, but I've, so there's another fuse here, there's another fuse over here as well, and then there's another website. The website here is called, let me just show you. Right, so that's one of the websites, so you can make a note of that. And then the other one is this one here. And again, it's got a load more pictures with the possible locations of the fuses. So I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think I'm going to go with the one under here to begin with, this one here, and then I can see what it's testing. I'm thinking that if I put the multimeter both sides, then if it shorts, and I'm hoping that fuse is okay. If it's not shorting, then it says to me that maybe that fuse has gone. Now it looks like to get the shielding off here, because the pictures I've seen look like all the metal casings still on the bottom, so I'm hoping that I'll be just able to kind of pop them off. So let's see what happens. Yeah, look, easy. No, I'm going to take them all off. Oh wow, it is hard to get to. Right, okay, so I'm thinking, looking at the picture, that it's going to be this little thing all the way up here. Right, so this one up here. We'll start with that, just to see what happens. I'm hoping it's just a case of just using the multimeter, but I'm just thinking, I'm going to check for continuity, but the problem with that is, if I was to go across here, could it be possible that there could be continuity elsewhere on the board that would also make it sound like there is continuity when there wasn't? Not sure. So obviously if the fuse was out in my hand, then 100% if you went across it and you got like a reading on ohms or on the continuity, then that would say that the fuse is either, the fuse is okay, and if there was nothing, that it would be blown. But when it's in the board, I'm not 100% sure if it's a reliable way of testing it. Well, I think to do this, because I can't really see, I'm going to use the macro feature on the camera. Right, okay, so I did the classic Vince thing there, which is basically, I put it on macro, and every time you put it on macro on this camera, you have to stop recording, and then I didn't record it again. So, basically, let me just talk you through what I did, because the last 15 minutes was spent with me talking to a camera that wasn't recording. So basically what I did is I put my meter onto continuity, and then I went across this fuse here that was supposed to be the one for the backlight. And if you have a listen, you can see there that there is continuity. Now, with the shielding in place, I couldn't get a good reading, so what I had to do was just cut the shielding away so I could get reading to it. Now, because that one was testing okay, I went and tested all the other fuses on the board, so let me show you where they are. There's another one here, and again, this was testing okay. And remember I said I was slightly worried because if I had the fuse out, I know 100% I had to test it, but in the board I was worried that it could be getting continuity from elsewhere. But thinking about it, that doesn't make sense, does it? Because that's exactly what the fuse is for. If there was continuity elsewhere, then even if the fuse blows, the continuity is going to go from elsewhere, so that's impossible. So now I'm 100% sure that by just doing this, that does prove to me that this fuse is okay, because this must be the only part. So there was that one there, and you see the other ones I tested. There is one down here. Yeah. And then there is one here. That's okay. I'm not sure if it's circle both of these, but they're both testing okay. Then if you flip it over, there was some more. So up here. What was this one here? Yeah. And also up here as well. As you can see, they're all testing okay, and as far as I know, that's all the fuses on the board. So, I'm, as I was saying in the bit that wasn't filming, I was a little bit disappointed because I was sure it was going to be a fuse. Now, the way people fix it is they just use solder to bridge over it, which obviously is wrong because the fuse is there for a reason. It's to protect something. So what I would have done is I would have just taken out the fuse and then I would have bought one from like CPC or Farnell, something like that. And then I would have just put it in, and I was hoping it was going to be that. Now, because I haven't actually seen, I don't know that this is a backlight problem. I didn't verify that I could see the actual screen working. I can hear it all working, but as far as I'm concerned, it could be a screen issue, or it could be a flex cable issue that feeds the screen, or it could be the connector here. It could be many different things. So I have got a PSP Go, so I think what I'm going to do is, rather than just order up a new screen here, because the screen might be perfectly fine, I'm going to waste my money. If it's a faulty flex cable, I don't want to order a new screen. So I think I'm going to use my PSP Go, take it apart, and then I'm going to use the different parts from it, because I know my one works fine. And then hopefully I will be able to verify what the actual fault is. So that's what I'm going to do now.
Okay, so here you can see my one, and mine's the black one, but it's working absolutely fine. Always had been, never had a problem with it. So I'm going to take this apart, swap things around, and see if I can find out what the problem is. Actually, I just want to try something before I take it apart further. There is a button up here that you're supposed to press when it goes onto the TV. I'm just going to, because these can output to the TV, which is pretty good. So I'm just going to press that button now and see what happens if the screen goes off. Well, it does, doesn't it? You can still hear it. Oh no, it's back again. Okay, so it goes off. That's the brightness and also... Oh no, that's just brightness. How did I... Let me hold it down. Right, now let's see if it comes back on. Oh, it comes back on when you move it, and I was moving it around, so it can't be that. I was just wondering whether it had accidentally been pressed and maybe it had never been pressed again to take it off. Yeah, it comes back on every time you move it around, so no, it can't be that one. Worth a try though. Oh, it seems a shame to take my void sticker off, doesn't it? Okay, needs must. See how easy it would be if you did have to change the headphone jack. No problem at all. Or the analog stick. Really simple. Right, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this motherboard into here and then see what happens. I'm not going to put all the shielding back on just yet. Right, I'm not going to put it all back together. I'm just going to do it like this. See what happens. Okay, so let's see if there's any charge in the battery just to turn it on. No, just plug it in.
Okay, so lights come on now. There we go. Oh, that's not good. Right, that is not good. So basically we've got the motherboard on my one. We know my one works and it's not coming up. So I think it's going to be highly unlikely that I'm going to be able to fix this now. The fuses are okay. Yes, it can't be the flex cable or anything. That's all been changed. That says to me there's a problem with the motherboard. But obviously I haven't got anything else connected. And just in case there's some sort of security thing that it doesn't do something, like it's not going to be that, is it? I mean, I could try connecting up that top ribbon cable there. Let me turn this off. Let me try connecting up the top ribbon cable, just in case it is something to do with that button up the top. That's annoying. Right, let's turn it on again. So if we look at the top, there's nothing there at the moment, but if we look at the top, which way around does this go? I think it goes that way around, so it should be this button here. No, there's nothing happening at all. Right, okay.
Estamos igual. Vamos, ahí vamos. Hicimos lo mismo.
Yeah, volume's working. I could try connecting up to the TV just to see if it will output to the TV. Might just give us a little bit more information. And then what I can do is I can put the my motherboard, my good motherboard, into this PSP Go here, the white one, and then see what happens. See if it's all working fine. If it is, and it says 100% that it is the motherboard. Right, okay, let's turn this off. Yeah. Need that charging for a minute or so. I'm going to get a TV set up and see if we can output it to the TV. Right, okay, so this is the TV output lead. This is just composite, so the yellow, white and red. Just thinking though, this battery in here is not going to not have enough charge in it to actually power this, but we'll give it a go. It might work for a few seconds. So I'm going to turn the TV on. I'm going to go to AV. There we go, that one there. And now let's plug this into here and see what happens. So plugged in, let's turn it on, see if we've got enough power. Might have. Right, so there's nothing happening here and there's nothing happening on the TV either. Right, let's go to this button up here, this one here. No, listen, there's no sound here because the sound's coming through the TV, but it's not. Let's unplug this. Oh, no, let's listen. Right, so it's back here. When I plug it into here, it's not going to the TV. So, that says to me that would it be something to do with maybe a chip for the thing that does the video output? So I don't believe that this is a backlight issue. I don't believe it's a screen issue. I believe that it is a chip, possibly a chip issue that controls the video out, whether that would be on the TV or the screen here. That's a shame. Right, let's put my good motherboard into the suspected white faulty PSP and then see what happens. Right, okay, so I've got exactly the same connected as this one over here. Actually, I didn't turn this one off. Let me turn this one off.
Por el mostrito del 360. ¿A poco sí te vas a animar? ¿Y bien tú? Preparándonos para diciembre.
Right, so let's see what happens now.
Pero ¿cómo ven, güey? Nada que ver con otros años. Esto está por abajo. ¿No? Pero bueno, esperamos que será que bombardeamos aquí en España. Sí, obviamente.
Yeah, look, it's working. So really annoying. So it's definitely a motherboard issue. Yeah. Let's put some volume on this. Yeah, look. Remember, this is my motherboard in here now. Right, okay. What a shame. Really is a shame. Looks nice as well in white. I do actually like it. I'm not sure if I prefer it in white and black. Well, I'm not going to give up just yet, but realistically now, am I going to be able to find the fault? I think it's highly unlikely. If it's not a fuse, then I think really it's going to be impossible for me to work out what's going on. But I'll have a look on Google and stuff and see what's happening. Let's see what happens when I do the video out on this. What I could do, I would be able to work it out. Let me turn this one on. It's kind of pointless. It's sort of pointless doing this really. It's just more out of curiosity. Right, okay, so I'm going to go to the very left, which is the same as going to the very left here, but I'm going to go to the very bottom, go to the very bottom here, and then I'm going to, actually, let me plug this one into here to make it ready. Alright, so, I'm down at the very bottom, and then I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, it's not making a noise now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, look. Did you see that? It came up there. That's interesting. Why? I mean, on my one it says connecting AV cable. It came up there for a second, didn't it? Was that just coincidence, or was it something that I did? Let's unplug this. Obviously, it was in a different language. Well, I think let's do that again. To the very left, down to the very bottom. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then press X again. Right, so it didn't come up with anything that time. Yeah, it came up again there for a second. Definitely came up there again for 1 second. Yes, right, okay, it's up on TV. Right, so, let me see now. I've not got a problem with the language here. Right, I'm going to have to temporarily change the language. Okay. Right, so it's not at a complete loss because these people would be able to play it on the TV. So it's not completely useless.
¿Pero qué, güey? ¿Ya lo tienes instalado?
No lo tengo instalado. No entra, no, nada, no, ni la agarra, nada. Y no hay todo. Ya lo suena.
There are no games on here, so maybe he's already put it onto TV to reset it or something. If it hasn't been played in ages, but the games all have been wiped, and then you'd have to download them again, possibly. It's definitely working there, though. So now what happens if I press this button here? Yeah, right, okay. Oh, so you can just hold that button down to get into it. But it definitely flashed up here for a second or two, didn't it? So why? Did my finger short across something at the back here that made it do that? I'm just going to mess around with this for a while just to see if I can work anything out. Oh, look, it's here. It's come back on. Right, what did I do? What did I do to make that come back on? Oh, so no, I was just pressing everything and I wasn't facing it. I turned it around and it was just back on then. No, it's gone again. Right, okay. Oh, here, back. I think it was this side here that I did. There, it's gone. Right, let me put pressure there. So when I put pressure here, it's coming back on. Why? I hope it's not going to be one of those ones where I don't get to find out what the fault is. You know, it's just work sometimes and not other times. We're definitely getting somewhere, aren't we? See if it works without the charger. Yes, it does.
No, está muerto ya.
Well, every time I press this up at the top, it's going off. You know, this button here to change the brightness. Let me just do the same on this one here. See if this flickers every time. No, it doesn't. Look. See, I can press this one, and can you see it's just changing the brightness, but it's not flicking on and off. But when I do this one, it's all falling apart. But look, when I do this one, no, it's not. No. So there's obviously a bad connection somewhere. The connection up here, this is my one here anyway, it's not this one. The only thing in here is the motherboard. It's gone again, look. I can see it's something down here. Still try to press it from this way. Okay, it's when I'm pressing this chip here. I wonder if this is the chip to do with the video out. I think I'm going to get the macro on the camera and I'm going to look in and see what happens in this bottom corner when I do that. Maybe one of the pins on that chip or something are loose. Definitely hitting this though. Well, you know, good news, we are getting there. The problem is, it'd be different if I could just tap something and it was happening all the time. But I really don't know what I'm moving to do this because the screen's facing the wrong way. If I get a mirror, it's gone now. No, it's back. Gone. Right, let's try to keep it gone. Let me just hit the chip. Right, look, it came back on there. But because when I hit the chip, I'm moving everything, you see. Let's try to make it go again. I reckon this might have been dropped, possibly. Which happens, it's a handheld. Well, I feel like I'm not really getting anywhere with just wobbling it, so I think I'm going to turn it off and I'm going to have a look closely at this board here, because it might be on the other side of the board. It might not be this side, it might be the other side. So let's unplug this, turn it off. And have a closer look at the board. Right, okay, so what I've done is I've put the shielding on all the other ones. I don't believe it's anything to do with these ones. For this one, I just had to kind of bend it back into place and it's clipped on nicely again. I think the problem is definitely located in this area here. I don't know whether it's on this side of the board or this side of the board. But it just seems to be when I'm moving it around here that it seems to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clean it all with IPA cleaner, just in case it is some kind of bad contact or something. I mean, I really don't think it is that, because everything looks so clean and tidy, it doesn't look like there's any corrosion, but I don't think it's going to do any harm. So I'm going to do that just because I'm sure it's not going to make any difference at all, but it's only going to take a few minutes. And you never know. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to let that all evaporate off. Then when it has, I'm going to put the battery back in, put the screen back on, and I'm just going to keep doing small movements, see if I can pinpoint where this problem is coming from. And then when I find it, if I find it, then I'll get back to the video. Okay, so I've been messing around with this for a while. I'm not really getting anywhere. I think the problem is with this big chip here. And I think it's a BGA chip, a ball grid array, which is basically a chip with a load of solder boards on the bottom, and each one of them will be a connection. So if you look now, I've got the screen on, but all I have to do is give it a bit of a wobble here, and it goes off. Now watch this. If I just get something plastic, and if I just kind of hit the chip here, can you see it comes back on? So there's not really anything I can do about that. I haven't got any reball equipment, and even if you were to give it to somebody who had that sort of equipment, see it's gone off again, it's not worth it. You're going to end up paying more money than the thing's worth, especially that it doesn't look like there's any sort of gains on here. So there you go, see it's back on again. So now, I know this is a bit drastic, but the thing is, it's so hit and miss. When you just play around with it, sometimes it will turn on, sometimes it won't. I'm sure it is to do with this chip down here. So I think what I'm going to do is, I'm going to apply a little bit of heat to it. The problem is, there's a very real chance that I'm going to break it. So I'm not going to go crazy with the heat. I'm just going to get my heat gun. I'm just going to heat up this side of the board here, apply a bit more heat to this area here and to the underside of it, just to see. I mean, it needs to be up to a certain temperature. You know, I need to get it up to about 220, 230, 240, 250, that sort of heat, 250 degrees C, to really get any of the solder to flow. What I'm more tempted to do, I'm going to apply a bit of heat just because, but what I'm more tempted to do is pad this thing out here with a few layers of tape. So when it's clipped back on, it might put more pressure on. And then when it's all together, if a bit more pressure can be applied to the chip, then you see it might make that broken solder just connect up again. I don't think it's going to be a lasting repair. I mean, I'm gonna do it, and then obviously I will tell my findings to Tex, and it's up to him. He might prefer to say, if I force this on, by the time it all goes back together, that might be enough to put pressure on it. I think what's probably happened here is, if you have a look, it looks like this has been possibly dropped and scraped along the face, and I think these solder joints here have just gone. That's my uneducated guess on it. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if I can find something to ram under here to apply some downward pressure. Okay, so we put that together. I haven't put my one back together yet, but let's see what happens. Yay!
¿Pero qué? ¿Sí le dio?
That's it. Right, okay, let's see what happens. Happy New Year. That's nice, isn't it? That's fine. I'm just not confident it's going to last. I've got a feeling that it's just going to go again, because those thermal pads, I wonder whether they're just going to keep squishing out and out and out, and then eventually it will take the pressure off the chip and then it will stop working again. So unfortunately, I can't be confident that this fix is going to work. If I was to advise Tex, I would probably say, because I'm happy to pay £30 for this, because right now it's working, and to me, the screen and the buttons and everything, it would be worth it for £30. But for him, he could add another £20 or £25 and then get one with I know he's not from the UK, but there's going to be something similar in the Netherlands, to have like CEX, one with a 2-year guarantee for £55. That's not bad at all. I mean, obviously, it's completely his decision. If he wants me to post this back to him, I will. It's just that I can't say to him that it's properly fixed. Obviously, if there was some kind of capacitor or something, or a fuse, I mean, it would have been lovely if it was a fuse. I could have changed the fuse, and then if it was all working, I would be confident then that it was going to keep working. But in this instance here, I'm 95% sure the fault is with that chip, and all I've done is applied pressure to it to make that connection again. But it might only last a day, and then it might go again. But right now, as you can see, it's working fine. And even if I'm kind of slamming the lift shaft and stuff, it is still working. It seems to be okay. So I'm going to email him, give him a choice, and let him decide. Either way, I don't mind. So I'll leave the choice up to him. So tell me what you would do down in the comments. Bear in mind, I haven't got any reboard equipment. All I would be doing is heating the chip up with a hot air gun, and I've got a feeling I would probably damage the chip before the solder flows right away underneath it. That is, if that is a BGA chip, it might not be. It might be one of those, is it QFN, the quad flat something, or QFP, quad flat package, I'm not too sure, but it might be one that just have the solder pads around the very outside. I don't know whether it's got solder boards over it or just the pads around the outside, but in here there's so little room to work. Personally, with my level of skill, wouldn't be confident doing that. But let me know what you would do if this has happened to you. Put it down in the comments. If you think I've got it wrong and it's something else, again, put it down in the comments. But overall, I enjoyed doing this, especially because it was kind of nice when the screen suddenly livened up. I mean, just fiddling around with the bag, just accidentally bending the board slightly caused it to come on. So as you can see, not a lot of skill taken on this one at all. Probably luck, just the fact that I had my hands on the board in the right position when it came back on. But I hope you enjoyed it. I certainly did. If you did, please give it a thumbs up and please subscribe for more Trying to Fix videos. Take care. Bye now.
How about a broken PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to see if I can fix them all? Let's take them apart. This video is sponsored by iFixit. More on them in a minute. So let's start off with the PlayStation 1 and then we'll end with the PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 1 I've never actually even played before, and I've definitely never taken one apart before. So this should be an interesting one. Also, I noticed on the back here, this is actually a refurbished one. It looks like it must have been refurbished by Sony because it says for service, contact your local Sony service center. So that's actually interesting. We'll have to see what the inside looks like once we open this up. But let's get it plugged in and see what exactly might be going on with it. Okay, got it all plugged in. Let's see if it'll power on. Okay, we got a green light. That's good. Let's see if we get anything on the TV. After I actually turn the TV on. Okay, and we do get something on the TV, and we're going to try WWF Attitude. That doesn't sound good. Oh, it's like screeching. It is actually showing up on the TV, though. That can't be normal, that screeching noise. Stone Cold Steve Austin versus The Rock. I have no idea how to play this. So that screeching definitely worries me, even though it actually is playing a game. I'm surprised by that. Ah, stop it. Let me move. So this disc drive definitely it'll like freeze the game, so there's something going on with it. I think what we need to do is take a look at the disc drive and the laser and see if we can figure out what's going on, because that screeching noise, I feel like, can't be normal. So let's get this thing taken apart and have a look at that disc drive and the laser. So if we look at it here, wait for it, it'll do the screeching thing here in a second. So every time it does that, the disc slows down. Maybe that laser, maybe the rails along the laser just need to be greased or something. So let's let go of that sensor and have a look at the spindle motor. It seems to turn fine, that's for sure. What about this right here? Okay, I think that's what we need to get to. We need to get down to this laser and the rails that the laser slides on so we can have a better look at that. And now it's time for the best part. Let's take this apart. I'm going to be using my trusty iFixit ProTech toolkit. This kit is one of their smaller sets, but the thing that I like about it is it's fairly small, but it has almost everything you could need to take apart almost anything. And then we've got pry tools over here. More pry tools over here, suction cup along with an anti-static wrist strap that I never use. But this is the toolkit that I turn to the most. If I'm taking apart something bigger or something that has larger fasteners, then I usually go for the Manta driver kit. This kit has all of those same bits, except for even more, and a lot of them that are actually larger, and then they have this larger driver as well, so you can get more torque to remove larger fasteners that are potentially screwed down tighter. So I always have this kit on hand as well for the larger fasteners that I might encounter. So I'll be using this smaller driver. I think this is going to work fine, and then it looks like we've got probably a Phillips 1 or maybe a Phillips 2 on these screws down here. A 1 is a little loose. Let's try a 2. 2 fits in there nice and tight. Yep, perfect. And then one of the cool things about the top cover of that bit set is it can be used as a screw tray. So that's what I'll use it for here. And I'm just going to put the screws in the same kind of orientation as I'm taking them out. So the 3 screws on the bottom will go down here. And then the 3 screws on the top will go up near the top. Actually, I'll just put them on the top, just like that. These screws don't really matter as far as location or orientation because they're all the same size, but with some things it's super important to get them in the exact same spot, especially with things like iPhones or some other electronics. There might be a screw here. There's a little bit of an indentation on that label, but I don't know for sure, so let's see if this bottom piece will come off. Or maybe it's the top piece. I don't actually know. Like I said, oh, there we go. Never taken one of these apart before, so. Oh, here we go. The inside of this is super clean. Nice to see an old console like this
that is in this good a condition. Okay, and immediately we're just right down to the laser right here. Oh wow, and that just sits on there. Let's remove this flex cable. And I think this cable goes up to it as well. There's no locking tab. So we'll just pull on that. And then, wow, that is a super easy laser replacement if that's something we ever needed to do. What I want to do is see if I can figure out what's making that loud screeching noise. I don't know if it's, this metal sliding on this plastic rail, or it could even be these gears in here. Oh, and then look at this. We got a problem with the spindle right here for sure. Oh, look at this. So I wonder if that noise is from this piece of the spindle spinning on this shaft right here. I feel like that could definitely be the problem, because when it would make that kind of like screeching noise, the game would kind of like freeze up. And it could be because the disc was slowing down or something like that, because it was sliding on the shaft right here. So this has to keep the disc spinning at a certain speed, and if this is slipping, it can't really do that. So then that can make it so the disc slows down and makes the game kind of skip or freeze. I think that's what makes sense to me anyway. So we got to find either another disc drive, or maybe we can just replace this piece of the spindle. I'm not really sure. Okay, so in my parts bin, I did find this other PS1. It's a different model. The motor is almost all the way seized up, but this piece looks like it's good on this. So I wonder if we can take just the top of this and put it onto this disk drive and make that one work. This top black piece, I think, should maybe come off. Oh yeah, that's actually coming off already. Okay, that's good news. Let's see if it'll come all the way off though. Okay, there we go. It looks like how this works is when you put a game disc in, it pushes on these little balls right here, which then put more pressure on this rubber band thing right here. And that is just press fit onto this motor shaft. So let's see if that will fit onto this one. So this one's fairly loose. It just kind of comes right off. This one is much tighter. Oh yeah. There we go. I think that might be what we need. So then the disc will fit on here like this. Just like that. Okay. So let's reinstall this and see if that's all it took to fix it. Okay, screws are in. We can drop this right onto the pegs right there. Still crazy to me how easy this thing is to take apart and work on. So now we will get the top piece back on, just like that. Put the screws in, and we can test it. Okay, and power. Still power's on, that's good news. Let's put the disc in, and then we will see what happens. Just on that spindle really nicely. Listen to those noises, those screeching noises. So far, I don't hear any screeching. This is great news. Let's make sure the game starts up. Okay, good so far. Zero screeching. I don't know what controls anything on this. How does the rock keep doing this? You punk. Button smashing should fix it, right? And no, it doesn't fix it. Okay, it did just skip a little bit there, but also I was noticing the game disc is pretty scratched, so that could be all it is. But unfortunately, this is the only game disc I have to use for testing. So given that screeching is all gone and the rest of the PlayStation 1 seems to work fine, I'm going to move on to the PlayStation 2. Now, looking at the PlayStation 2, it is pretty dirty, but look at this. That is disgusting. That fan is almost totally clogged. So I think before I even test this, I'm going to get this taken apart and clean it out. And then after it's cleaned, we can give it a test and see if there's anything else wrong. And here we go with my very first PS2 teardown. We've got a warranty sticker over here, so I'm assuming there's a screw over there, but also we've got all these feet. So usually if there's no visible screws and you see feet, there are screws underneath those. So let's try removing these and see if we're right. Yep. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and one under there. Oh, look at that. Bummer. I avoided my warranty. And it looks like this case is ready to come apart. Can we just pull this up? Let's try it from the... Oh, there we go. Comes off from the top side. All right, that's actually pretty easy when you do it, right? Oh, yeah. We got lots of dust in here. So now I think we can get the bottom case off. Maybe? Oh, there we go. Okay. Wow, look at how dirty that is. That is pretty crazy. Let's take a look at the bottom of this. Oh my goodness. Look at this. So, I mean, there's just like so much of it just caked on here. Now, I haven't plugged this in. It's just been sitting for who knows how long, so I don't have to worry about this capacitor being charged. I'm still not going to touch the ends on it, but I do know that we should be safe to work on it because it's been just sitting here for a long time. Probably months, maybe even years before I bought it. We need to remove this disk drive so we can have a look under there. So let's get more of this dust removed. Now to get the rest of this clean, I'm just going to remove these 4 screws, this cable, and I think that might be all, and then we can get the power supply removed. Is it all loose? Looks like, yes, yes it is. Alright, it looks like we need to remove this screw to get the fan out, which will enable us to get the disk drive out. As far as I can tell, I probably should just go ahead and look up an iFixit repair guide. That's what I would recommend anyone doing if they're doing something they're not familiar with. But I also do like the challenge of trying something new and not having a repair guide. There must be something else holding these on. This one I think must be held on probably by the wires on the other side. Yep. So let's see. Is there a locking tab on this one? Yep. Okay, good. Then that comes out just like that. There we go. Now we can remove this little guy right here. You don't want to pull on the wires too hard, because I can pull those right out. Let's try pulling on the wires and the connector. Come on. It's slowly coming out. It's just, I just wish it wasn't so hard to get out. Ah, there we go. Whew. Okay, let's try this now. Oh, the fan's just wanting to fall right out now. And we have a Nidec fan. That's interesting because that's the type of fan, one of the types of fans they use in things like PS5s, even now. Again, I'm just going to be trying to get the bulk of the dust off. I will get more of it off, kind of off camera because, like I said, I don't want to get all of this dust just spread all over my workbench and my cameras and stuff like that. So, but I'm going to just go spray this off outside. Okay, that's good enough for now. We'll clean it up more in a bit. Now, let's see if we can get this disk drive out. That's out. Oh, there we go. It just pulls right up. Now, the disk drive should come out, I think. It's got a ribbon cable. Okay. 2 ribbon cables. 3 ribbon cables. We've got one more. Oh, no, there's a locking tab. So, let's release the locking tab. Then it'll just pull right out. There we go. Okay. Oh, we got a disc in here. Cool. And also a piece of hair wrapped around the spindle. Oh, more than one. What a bonus. Okay, I see 2 screws on the top here. Hopefully these are the only ones holding this thing down. There's probably some sort of clips or something though. Whoops, that's clips back here. So one right over here. Ah! So what do we have? We have Cabela's Dangerous Hunt 2. I don't know anything about that game, but it sounds kind of like a gimmick, honestly. Also, oh, there we go. And the laser is just totally dirty. Okay, I'm guessing this will probably need a new laser, but let's try and clean this. Wow, that was so dirty. And use a little canned air to dry that off.
There we go. Okay, now to clean the rest of the drive. Wow, just look at that. That's just so nasty. Okay, the disk drive is not perfect, but it's looking pretty good now. One of the things I wanted to make sure and show on the PS2 is the PS logo right here. If you have your console horizontal like this, then the logo looks great like that. If you decide to put it up vertical like this, you can actually just twist the logo, and then the logo is right side up, whether it's vertical or horizontal. That is such a cool feature that PlayStation built into the PS2. I really hope there's no major problems with this, because I already have it all the way apart down to the board. So we basically have to put the whole thing all the way back together just to test it. I mean, not all the way, but mostly back together. Okay, we have it all plugged in. We'll power it on the back and press the power button. And we get nothing. No power at all. Okay, well, I guess we start there, and now we got to figure out why it's not powering on. Now with the power supply out, let's start doing some basic checks. I did check to make sure that there was 120 volts coming in, and there is. Let's check to make sure the fuse is good. If it is good, the meter should beep, indicating that there is basically no resistance from this point to this point. And there we go. We have 3 to 2 ohms. So between this point and this point, there's not a broken path. So if this was bad, this part of the fuse would blow, and that would make it so there was not a path for the current to flow from here over to here. Now, I did a little bit of research online, and on the bad caps forum and the GBA temp forum, they said that this capacitor and this capacitor are very well-known problems with this power supply. So let's just replace those, and then we can see if it works after that. I've already stolen a capacitor off of this old board. This is for a hoverboard, and so I've stolen a capacitor off of that, but I want to test it and make sure the capacitor is good. So this is the one that I took off. I'm going to move my meter over to this symbol right here, the straight line, and then the curved line right here. That's capacitance. And let's give it a try and see what it shows. Just one probe on one and one probe on the other. We get a reading of 49 microfarads, and this one is rated at 47. So I believe that one is good. Now this capacitor is 22 microfarads. This one is 47 microfarads. This one is 50 volts, and this one is 50 volts. Now on this power supply, at least according to the bad caps forum, you can replace this capacitor with one of a much higher microfarad and voltage rating. I don't know if that's true in general on electronics, but in this case it is. So we're going to replace this one with this one, and to do that we need to start by removing it. So I already have it marked here with black. I'm going to add some flux and then use some solder wick to wick up all the solder, and then that capacitor should essentially just fall right out. So let's just check both of these capacitors and see if they were bad. This one's a 22 microfarad. We get a reading of 22. Okay, so this one actually was good. And you might be wondering why I didn't check these with it in the board. And you can't actually check capacitance while the capacitor is in circuit. So that is why I didn't do it in the board. And we've got, oh, it's dropping. 7.7 microfarads, and it just keeps dropping. This should be a, what do we got here? 33 microfarads. So this one is definitely bad. So that gives me hope. Maybe that's all that's wrong with this power supply. Let's get it put back into this PS2 and see if it works. Okay, we got it plugged into power. We have it just together enough to test. Let's turn the power on and see if we get a light over here. Come on. Oh, red light, that's what I'm talking about. And if we power it on, we get the green light. So this PS2 is powering on, the fan's working great, it's spinning up the disc is playing on the screen, so it's safe to say the PS2 is all fixed. So let's move on to the PS3 and see if we can figure out that one. I don't see anything too obvious going on with it. So let's plug it in and see what happens. It looks like we have a red light over here, just very faint, but we do have a red light. Okay, we got a beep. Okay, nothing at all on the screen. Let's try it with an HDMI cable. Okay, HDMI. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's try it with a game. Never played it. Let's put it in and see what happens. Oh, so it's not wanting to spin up. Or is it? And it's actually playing the game even. I think when I bought this, it said it had like a HDMI problem. Also, I don't know if the PS5 controller works on these, but no, it doesn't. Okay, DualShock 4 works just fine. Whoa, there we go. Okay, let's go off the edge. Woo! Okay, so the game is also clearly working. I can't find anything wrong with this PS3. I think when I bought it, it said that the HDMI port was faulty, but even when I wiggle the cable, everything works fine. Now, I bought this PS3 off of eBay, and many times on eBay, you get something in worse condition than you thought it was going to be, but every once in a while, you get something like this. It's in way better condition. In fact, this one is working when I bought it for parts. So I always love it when that happens. It kind of helps to counteract the times when you get something and it's not so great. Now, let's move on to the PS4 and see if we can figure out what's wrong with that one. So this PS4, you might actually recognize, this is the PS4 that Robert did a cleaning video on, and then I tried to start it up, and it wouldn't show anything on the TV. And when I look into the HDMI port, I don't see any initial issues. I'm going to plug this in one more time and just test it again. Make sure we get a white light. Blue so far. Okay, and it doesn't go to the white light, and we have nothing on the screen. So all we can do now is take it apart and have a look at the HDMI system. Now, if you saw the video where Robert cleaned his PS4, neither of us actually tested the PS4 before he did his video. So in the video where he cleaned it and I tried to start it up at the end and it didn't turn on, I kind of made it sound like it was his fault, when in reality, we don't know whether it worked or not before he even took it apart. And honestly, most likely it didn't. I bought this, I think, off of Goodwill, but I don't even remember for sure. But I probably bought it as salvage, so it probably didn't even work before he even started the cleaning. But the nice thing about this one is looking inside of it, it's going to be nice and clean. We don't usually get to work on consoles that are really clean like this one on my channel. Okay, and now we can get to the motherboard. I mean, let's face it, it probably just doesn't have the perfect amount of thermal paste. Let's have a closer look at this HDMI port. And right away I see a problem. I don't know for sure if this is the only problem, but this pin has been pushed through this HDMI port. This is like one of the original styles of HDMI ports, and these are horrible. They had tons of problems with them because the pins can just push right out the back. So the first thing we're going to do is replace this with a much better HDMI port. In order to replace this HDMI port, I'm going to heat it from the bottom. And as I heat it, you'll see this solder turn shiny on all of these mounting pins. And once it's ready, it's just going to fall right off the bottom. And then we'll come in with the new port and put the new port up into those mounting holes and hold it there while the solder solidifies. And there we go. Now I can flip it over and check the 19 pins on the back side. And now with this port soldered on, initially it all looks great, but these pins aren't actually soldered down all the way. So I need to come through with my tiny soldering iron, my micro pencil, and solder these all down. And once we're done with that, this will be ready to test. I'm going to put some flux on these pins first. That will just help the solder flow nicely. And now all there is left to do is clean this all up and put it in and test it. And it's all back together. Let's see what happens when we try to turn it on. We get the blue light, good. But do we get anything on the screen? Oh, black screen, good. Yeah, we got the PlayStation logo. That means this PS4's HDMI system is all fixed. Let's move on
to the final PlayStation, the PlayStation 5. So far we've fixed the PS1, PS2, PS3, PS4. Let's see if we can fix all the PlayStations by fixing this PS5. Of course you need to update. Now this PS5, I know what's wrong with it. I bought it from a viewer who tried to fix the HDMI port himself. That didn't go too well, so he wanted to sell it to me so I could use it in a video. I'm not sure what to expect, but a lot of times when someone tries to replace the HDMI port, but has no experience and messes it up, it can get pretty bad. So let's get down to this motherboard and see how bad it is. So that worries me a little bit. This piece of metal mesh was just squished onto the board. This is supposed to go over here. Also, this connector looks pretty much destroyed, which means the ribbon cable probably is as well. No, it's not great. Might need to replace that. Okay, so far, I can definitely see someone tried to fix that HDMI port. Also, it's missing the clamp. That's awkward. I'm trying to see if it's missing any other components on the board. I don't see anything right offhand, but it always worries me with this kind of situation where somebody tried to fix it themselves. And I mean, the fact that it's missing screws and the clamp, that makes me wonder how careful they were replacing the port. But let's find out by removing the board, if I can get it out. This is like stuck down. I feel like it should not be stuck down that much. Okay, that's actually fine. This is one of the early models that had a bunch of this on here. Also, look at this dry spot on the heatsink and the APU. We definitely need to deal with that. But we're here to take a look at this HDMI port first. Let's get it under a microscope and have a look. And looking under the microscope, we can see exactly what the problem is. These pins are not soldered down, so that is the first problem. The second problem is this trace could be broken right here. I can't quite tell. Looks like all of these pins are loose, so that is the main problem we have going on here. It's kind of a bummer because other than that, this actually doesn't look too bad. So we can see that those pins aren't fully down on the board either, so it needs to be pushed down some. Also, the other problem is these mounting posts right here are not soldered onto the board, so that's definitely a problem too. But I would say out of a lot of DIY repair fails that I've seen, this really isn't too bad, and I think they probably almost had it. All that being said, though, I'm going to actually just remove this port because you can see it is melted, and there may be other problems with it. So I'm going to remove it, put on a brand new port, and then we'll see if that's all it takes to fix this one. Now, this process of replacing the HDMI port on the PS5 is essentially exactly the same as on the PS4. I'm just going to heat up this old port until it essentially just falls out the bottom, and then I'll install the brand new port, and then turn it over and make sure all the 19 small pins are soldered on. Okay, and this actually looks really good. I haven't come through to resolder these, and they're actually all soldered on really nicely. This soldering job kind of makes up for that Xbox Series X I fixed, the Halo Edition one, if you saw that video. That was not my best work. Now, I want to add a little bit of solder right down here to make sure that's a good connection down there. So we'll flux it out first, just like that. Then I'm going to come in with my small iron and add a little bit of solder there, and that should help strengthen that joint. Okay, and that looks good. I'm going to clean it up. Next, let's get to the liquid metal. So here we are. I'm actually going to clean this liquid metal up just using a regular Q-tip, and then clean off the APU, and then reapply some liquid metal to it. Once this oxidizes, sometimes it's hard to get this APU clean, so use this method to get it nice and clean, and then we can reapply the liquid metal. And I'm going to come through with the syringe that came with the liquid metal and try and suck up any of this excess that's over here. Basically anywhere that it shouldn't necessarily be. Try and get it out of, and then we will put it on the APU. Okay, now these little black applicators, they come with the liquid metal package. So we're just going to spread this on here, rub it into the APU, and
that's what it should look like. Do that with these other two right here. There we go. And that's what it's supposed to look like instead of having a dry spot on it. I'm going to come through and add a little bit more there. Let's clean up the heat sink, and then this will be ready to go back together. So now I'm just going to add a little bit of liquid metal onto the heat sink. A little more. Okay, that should be enough. And then rub it in with the applicator. Make sure we get all of that oxidation removed. There we go. That's looking better. A little bit of oxidation up here. Okay. Looking good. I'm going to add a little bit more just because these PS5s take a lot. That should be enough. Now we can put this board back in to the shell and start the reassembly. I am actually going to replace this ribbon cable as well because two of the little traces on it are not very good. In fact, I'm not sure it would even make a good connection there. So let's just replace that since I do have one here. There's a new one. Some of the screws on this one aren't the best, but the rest of it is fine, so we can deal with that. Okay. Now this back on. This goes down in here. And then just these three screws, and we'll be done with that one. So now we can reinstall this. Clean the power supply. There we go. And now we can continue on with our reassembly. We've got the PS5 all plugged in. Let's see if it's going to start up. Okay, I hear a fan. We got a blue light. Nothing on the screen. Oh, black screen. Come on. Yes. We have a screen. After repair, okay, so it's repairing storage. That's normal after it's gone through something like this has gone through. Come on, let's see that PS logo. That's what I'm talking about. So we were able to fix the PS 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If you like this type of video, you'll probably like the video where I tried to fix all of the colors of the original Game Boy Play It Loud edition. I'll put a link for that video up on your screen now. Be sure to check out iFixit for all your electronic repair parts and tools. Check out iFixit.com/Tronixit. If you're going to VidCon in Anaheim in 2023, be sure to check out the BW100 booth because I'll be there hanging out and I'd love to see you. Thank you so much for watching today, and I hope you have a good one.
Hasta personas que resultaron mordidas por los perros que llevaron los policías. Los animales son los uniformados. Ahí vamos a una pausa y volvemos enseguida con más información.
Claudio X González tiene, como usted sabe, la manita muy suelta. Llamó inepta, autoritaria a la presidenta de México. Inepta y autoritaria, alguien como él, Álvaro, que no tiene en su haber un solo triunfo, una sola victoria. Alguien como él que ha vivido básicamente de los triunfos del padre, y triunfos efectivos, porque tampoco puede usted que vivir del Estado es un triunfo, pero bueno. Le había llamado tal cual, autoritaria, inepta, etcétera. La presidenta le preguntaron, respondió el día de hoy, de esta mañana, dijo que en realidad Claudio X González Guajardo es un yerno tóxico, dijo ella, ironizó desde su conferencia de prensa matutina de que hoy estuvo allá en Los Cabos, en Baja California Sur. ¿Qué padre Los Cabos? Los Cabos. Es correcto, que la presencia, dijo ella, de González Laporte, padre de Claudio X Guajardo, en el CEO Dialogue, se llama eso, CEO Dialogue, no sé por qué. Dialogue, pues, bueno, el estilo de Ebrard, ¿no? Muy... Sí, porque, pues, ¿para qué? Fue una reunión de gerentes, de directivos de empresas de Estados Unidos y de México, con la presidenta, donde representantes del sector privado se reunieron con ella y dijo que su padre hablaba de que veía certeza en inversión, y efectivamente aquí lo informamos cuando declaró Claudio, ahí dijo el padre esto. Lo cual no le quita que es quien es el padre, pero de todas maneras no se lanza con el otro, con el Borras. No, porque también es más abusado, Alejandro. Es más vivo que sí, tantos años también de ser líder empresarial. Entonces, después de que la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum no lo recibió, como estaba acostumbrado a apenas se declaraba ganador a un presidente, ya estaba ahí, desde la noche de la elección, tronando dedos. Sí, eso también logrado Claudio Chávez Laporte. El hijo es bendito para nada. Sí. Entonces, por eso ni le soltaron la empresa. No, imagínate. O sea, todo lo que ha tocado, absolutamente todo. Yo no le conozco de una sola cosa donde él haya metido mano, que lo haya realizado en algo. ¿Qué dijo? ¿Qué contestó? Que era un filántropo y un activista social y político. Es un filántropo. Él dice, el empresario es mi padre. Yo me he forjado mi propia trayectoria en la filantropía y en la filantropía. Sí. A ver, vamos a empezar por la filantropía, Álvaro. Porque filántropo no es él. Un filántropo es alguien que, bueno, la raíz más antigua, pues es que era alguien que amaba a los demás, que luchaba por la comunidad. No, el señor no es un filántropo, el señor se dedica a vivir de los demás porque cobra enormes. ¿Cuánto cobraba en Mexicanos contra la Corrupción?
Mensualmente recibían 350,000 pesos mensuales.
¿Ese es ser filántropo?
No, es la filantropía como negocio, Alejandro.
Sí, claro que es
la filantropía como negocio.
Que no se haga loco. Digo, aquí quiere ver la cara de güey.
Mira, además haciendo un recuento de lo que ya en otras ocasiones lo he publicado. Él cobraba en Mexicanos Primero, este organismo que creó él con el patrocinio de Televisa y otros magnates. Él cobraba también como presidente de empresarios a favor de la educación, también en Mexicanos contra la Corrupción y la Impunidad, y otra asociación civil. O sea, él se embolsaba,
¿Cuánto, Álvaro? ¿Qué calcula?
más de 1 millón de pesos mensuales.
Oye, ¿con filántropo?
¿Cuál filantropía? ¿Cuál
filantropía? Es el vivir de la filantropía, que es muy distinto.
Efectivamente, él, como su mamá, la esposa de González Laporte, ella se dedicaba sí a la filantropía, inclusive en cuestiones en Oaxaca, por ejemplo, en apoyo a comunidades, muy al estilo de los ricos que hacen ese tipo de fundaciones.
De busco y de lo que voy a invertir, me invierto en lo que se me pega la gana. Bueno, de todas maneras lo busco.
¿En qué ha trabajado Claudio X González? Esto es parte del paréntesis. Pues mira, después de que salió de la Escuela Libre de Derecho, estuvo en la campaña de Carlos Salinas, estuvo en la campaña de Ernesto Zedillo en el 94, y luego trabajó en el gobierno de Ernesto Zedillo como asesor junto a Luis Telles en la oficina de la presidencia, y trabajó un ratito en la Secretaría del Trabajo. ¿Haciendo qué? Mira, asesor de nada. Entonces, después entra a la Fundación Televisa.
A menos de que ya rascando, te garantizo que si hay algo mal hecho en cualquiera de esos momentos,
que estuvo Claudio X González,
eso te lo garantizo.
Bueno, después no deja el gobierno cuando llega Fox, y entonces se va a Televisa. Finalmente es un junior, como es un junior también Emilio Azcárraga, un junior que hoy está en dificultades con la justicia de Estados Unidos por corrupción. Bueno, y en Televisa es vicepresidente corporativo. Por eso él está involucrado en el trasiego de cocaína y de dinero en efectivo en Nicaragua, Alejandro. Claudio X González, en su carácter de vicepresidente corporativo, crea entonces la Fundación Televisa. Estamos hablando del inicio de los años del 2000. Y luego se vuelve más activista, funda Mexicanos Primero. Eso ha vivido. O sea, no ha trabajado. No. ¿Y de qué ha vivido? Bueno, de su padre. Mira, su padre le dio 2 millones de pesos para crear su juguetito Mexicanos contra la Corrupción. No, 2 millones de pesos de Mexicanos contra la Corrupción. Y otros 3 millones de pesos se los dio la empresa familiar Kimberly Clark de México. Eso está publicado desde noviembre del 2020, lo publiqué. Bueno,
4 fierros para arrancar.
5 fierros, 5 millones de pesos. Y después, los magnates, los amigos de Papi, Papi y los amigos de Papi, financiándole sus juguetes, pero no de su bolsillo, sino para reducir impuestos, Alejandro.
Claro.
Y él mantenerse de eso. No, sueldos como los que paga Kimberly Clark, la empresa familiar. No. Él hacerse millonario con la filantropía. Entonces, ese es el asunto. Cierro paréntesis, perdón. Cierro paréntesis, porque efectivamente Dice él, en la respuesta que le da a la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum, que él se ha trazado su propia trayectoria profesional.
Pero ¿cuál trayectoria profesional?
La que estoy describiendo que no
es una trayectoria, pero no es profesional. No, más andaba haciendo daño aquí y allá y echando a perder, porque Álvaro, o sea, quizás uno de los mayores fracasos en la historia de la oposición la acaba de protagonizar encabezar uno de los mayores fracasos de la oposición. O sea, se necesita mucha gracia para mandar al PRI, al PAN y al PRD a desaparecer a la China, pero al PRI y al PAN es también el responsable. Claro que es el responsable.
Por eso dice la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum en la mañana, ¿quién es Claudio X González? O sea, es el jefe del PRI. Es un junior, porque es hijo de papi. Además, porque el papá levantó una empresa. Estuvo su papá ahí en la reunión del Palacio Nacional, inclusive salió contento y declaró lo que dijimos. Yo diría que es un junior tóxico.
Porque miren, dice ella, vean el resultado de esa reunión. O sea, él comanda el PRI, ahora quiere comandar a la Suprema Corte de Justicia de la Nación, pero no se lo recomienda, Miren el resultado que tuvo el PRI en la elección del 2021. Tiene toda la razón. Ahora, mira, estoy metido en las reuniones de los jueves con Norma Piña. En esas reuniones, dos de las fuentes que consulté, una dijo que sí, y la otra dijo que no le parecía descabellado que así fuera. Una lo afirmó, dijo, no, lo que sí es que él estaba, X González estaba junto con esta reunión, porque se suspendieron a partir de las filtraciones. O sea, hubo reuniones en la casa de Federico Reyes Heroles, padre de la mano derecha de Norma Piña, para planear con personajes del calibre de Héctor Aguilar Camín, del propio Claudio X González, la defensa del Poder Judicial de la Federación. Entonces, estuvo Claudio X González. ¿Por qué tiene mi celular? No, ¿cómo no? ¿Por qué lo tenías allá? No lo agarraste. Bueno, el señor me quiere... No, ahí tenías un celular y ¿no lo sabes? ¿Le tenías allá? No, aquí no es igual. El caso es que en aquellas reuniones de los jueves de Norma Piña con opositores en la casa de Federico Reyes Heroles, padre de la mano derecha de Norma Piña, pues se tramaban acciones y entre los asistentes pues estaba Claudio X González. ¿Por qué no habría de estar? En todo caso, si no hay, digamos, un video que acredite que no, ¿por qué no habría de estar si se ha convertido en el jefe de la oposición desde que en su mención de las donas de Chapultepec desde marzo del 2020 se reunió con Alejandro Moreno Cárdenas, con Marco Cortés, con Margarita Zavala, con otros personajes de la oposición? Se suena perfectamente lógico. En fin, antes de pasar a escucharlo, la respuesta que le da la presidenta de México a Claudio González, hoy justamente grabamos radicales. Me dejas con un pedacito de... Esto de Alejandro tiene una... Bueno, ahora, al final de que lo Claudio Chino, pues ya con eso. Órale, una vez. No pases por prueba primero, pasen primero esto que... Oigan ustedes, le encuentra Héctor Alejandro Quintanilla, le encuentra una manera de definir a Claudio X González. Vean.
El Centra con los 800 y el otro con 600 y el otro traigo yo porque es estándar, si yo traía pero sí está bueno el carro.
Oye, y hablando
ese no. No, es un fragmentito solamente.
Ahí va, voy a intentar,
¿alguna vez?
porque pues sí vale la pena.
Sí, te lo anillaste.
Vale la pena que lo vean. Según esto ya pasó, pero no pasa. A ver, ahí voy. Va otra vez, a ver si ahora sí, porque es que...
Mi concuyo me lo vendió, creo que $900.
Ahí lo tienen, Luis.
Pero chocolatón no, sí.
Es eso, antes de pasar propiamente el tron.
Y ese güey haz de cuenta que él le metió anillos nuevos. Cuando me lo vendió, pero no sé dónde lo
personaje indiscutiblemente, Claudio, de mucha relevancia, No, sí nos reímos, pero pues el tamaño de intereses que representa. Con muy mala, sin embargo, muy mal resultado, todo lo ha perdido. A ver, veamos por qué.
Su perversidad, estrategias más eficientes. Insisto, el señor Claudio X González es como el coyote del correcaminos, o sea, una y otra vez, repitiendo las mismas trampas que nunca van a funcionar. Entonces, no se me ocurre otra figura para definir a este personaje. Y bueno, yo sí lo veo. No es más patriotismo, es proteger intereses. Ahora, es cierto que
pues a todos nos ganó la risa, por supuesto, porque la definición de Héctor Alejandro Quintanar sobre Claudio X González pues es muy buena. Es el coyote del correcaminos, siempre utilizando productos le falla todo, los productos acmen, entonces sí, pero porque todo le ha salido mal. Precisamente por eso la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum dice, pues no se les recomienda a la Corte como uno de los estrategas, ¿no? Pues sí. Ahí escuchemos lo que dijo hoy la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum allá en Baja California Sur.
Ahora viene una mundanada, nada más, vean desde los dirigentes del bloque conservador, medios de comunicación, la presidenta es una autoritaria. Se acabó la democracia en México. Bueno, el principal crítico del gobierno está sentado aquí con nosotros, con toda libertad, haciendo una pregunta, contestando, con diálogo. ¿Dónde está el autoritarismo? ¿Dónde está coartar la libertad de expresión? Bueno, el señor Claudio X González, ven si le pones lo que dijo Claudio X González. Es cierta esto de un peligro para México. A menos de un mes de tomar posesión, la administración de Claudia Sheinbaum, el arroba que uso en mi red, ha quedado marcada como autoritaria, neta y insensata.
Está ahí donde digo, en la calle Carácter.
Está destruyendo democracia, libertad, derechos, instituciones y confianza a una velocidad récord. Bueno, yo me reuní hace poco con empresarios estadounidenses, mexicanos, me estoy reuniendo con varios empresarios que tienen proyectos en el país. La próxima, yo creo que de esta, la otra semana, presentamos el Consejo de Relocalización y Desarrollo Regional. Hay buena relación con el presidente del Consejo Coordinador Empresarial. Me invitaron a la reunión de ¿cómo es el de personas de negocios? Consejo Mexicano de Negocios. Ahora, ¿Quién es Claudio X González? Él pon la foto. Aquello. Hay otra mejor donde están sentados en una mesa. O sea, es el jefe del PRIAN.
Sí, dile que yo te mandé, güey. Yo pienso que un kilómetro fácil se lo había, pero el vato se acaba de anillar una X a mi cuñada. Y
es un junior, pues. Porque es hijo de papi, además. Porque el papá levantó una empresa. Estuvo su papá ahí en la reunión en Palacio Nacional. Inclusive salió contento de la reunión, dijo que veía mucha prosperidad para nuestro país. Entonces, de ahí viene pues esta campaña. Yo diría que es un junior tóxico. Porque miren, vean el resultado de esa reunión. O sea, él comanda al PRIAN. Ahora quiere comandar a la Suprema Corte de Justicia de la Nación. Pero no se lo recomiendo. Miren el resultado que tuvo el PRIAN en la elección del 2 de junio. O sea, junior, porque pues habría que preguntarle. O sea, lo único que creo fue mexicanos por la corrupción. Que por cierto, aquí el presidente denunció de dónde venía el financiamiento. Pero uno diría, bueno, pues es que no, tocó al PRIAN y se convirtió en la peor votación de la historia, con Alito y Marco Cortés. Y Zambrano, que perdieron el registro. Entonces ahora quiere comandar esta campaña de la presidenta es una autoritaria. ¿Qué estamos haciendo? ¿Y por qué están tan molestos? Aprobando las reformas que planteó el pueblo de México. Pero ayer estaban especialmente molestos porque el Tribunal Electoral dijo que debe continuar la elección. Porque el INE sacó un comunicado diciendo no hay barreras para que continúe la elección de las y los jueces, magistrados y ministros. Y luego, para colmo, el Consejo de la Judicatura, que coordina la ministra presidenta, ya les dijo a los jueces que es hora de levantar el paro, y si siguen en paro, pues les vamos a descontar su salario. No, pues sí, están un poco molestos. Pero lo que demuestra esto es que el pueblo de México está fuerte. Y nosotros somos representantes del pueblo. ¿Quién nos eligió? El pueblo. ¿Qué estamos haciendo? El mandato popular. Ahora, autoritarismo, pues de dónde se pueden manifestar libremente. Están en todos los medios de comunicación hablando. Si se hace un balance de los que hablan a favor de la reforma al Poder Judicial y los que hablan en contra, si se hace un balance de los que dicen presidenta autoritaria y los que dicen no, pues como que hay que ponerlos en el balance para ver. Pues, ¿dónde está?
Por eso me enfadé,
que se acabaron las libertades en México. No, pues sí. Entonces este personaje junior tóxico, pues ya que cada quien vea con quién decide juntar.
Como a los era chino. Me aguantó igual un año, güey.
Claro que Claudio X González sí se sintió, lo de Junior. Pues también dijo Claudio X hoy por la tarde, después de lo que la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum dijo de él, lo siguiente. Dice, llamé a Claudia Sheinbaum autoritaria, algo más que evidente. y ella me reviva llamándome Junior tóxico. Después de soportar por 6 años las mentiras y calumnias de AMLO, más de 850 menciones mañaneras, ahora va usted. Ya estuvo bueno. Y conoce al estilo de Santiago Krill, ¿no? Ya estuvo bueno. Y agrega: estoy profundamente orgulloso de ser hijo de Claudio X González Laporte, pero usted debe saber que yo me labré una carrera profesional independiente. Mi padre es empresario. Yo he dedicado mi esfuerzo a la filantropía, el activismo social y el activismo político. Añade el magnate Claudio X González. Presidenta, ¿en verdad cree que un junior tendría el valor de enfrentar abiertamente a los últimos 3 mandatarios, Peña, López Obrador y usted, por su autoritarismo, su corrupción, sus abusos y su ineptitud? No, señora. Los juniors andan escondidos en sus privilegios o tras la sombra de su padre. ¿Le suena? ¡Oh, madre! Yo he dado la cara y la seguiré dando por aquello en lo que creo y que usted lastima: la libertad, la democracia y la justicia. En cambio, usted no parece poder decirle no a su padre político y a sus muchas ocurrencias destructivas. ¿Quién es entonces la junior? Mientras no se independice políticamente, le sugiero no usar esa línea de ataque en mi contra.
Hay un ñoño, ¿no? A ver, lo de usted que es un junior tendría, ¿cómo dice?
Usted tendría el valor de enfrentar abiertamente a los últimos.
No, un junior alguien muy tonto. Porque en su caso, no es el junior que los enfrenta, sino porque es muy bobo. Lo digo con todas las causas en la mano, porque nada de lo que ha hecho le ha funcionado. Y con Peña, hay que recordar, con Peña le funcionó trabajar con él hasta que ya no le funcionó, y entonces, como le utilizaron como el payaso de las cachetadas, como decía el presidente López Obrador, pues entonces es cuando se divorcia de Peña Nieto. La realidad es que siempre estuvo cerca de él. Con él trabaja todo lo de los maestros, por ejemplo. La reforma es cuando se llamaba pinches delincuentes, le llamaban pinches delincuentes, pues ahí estaba de la mano, ¿o no? Y luego ya después distancia de Enrique Peña Nieto, porque todos ellos se distancian, hermano, porque ya era un chiste del presidente Enrique Peña Nieto,
porque les comenzó a cobrar impuestos.
Y luego
terminó con el régimen de consolidación fiscal. Eso también es verdad, ¿eh?
Y empieza a presionarlos. Pero la realidad,
corruptos unos y corruptos otros.
La realidad es que fue al revés. El presidente López Obrador lo empezó a enfrentar a él abiertamente para descubrirlo, para mostrarlo. No es al revés, no es que de repente salió el héroe junior. El filántropo no salió allí a enfrentar al presidente. El presidente lo ventiló y lo exhibió permanentemente como un farsante, porque lo es, porque es un farsante por todo el daño que ha provocado. Es un personaje tóxico, efectivamente, que le ha hecho más daño a lo que la oposición no tienes al pobre, con una cantidad de bobos a los que dejó sin empleo. Hay pegados con él todos los extremistas, Álvaro. Les dejó sin partido. Claudio X González, y van a ver si le sobra algo, a ver qué le vale, si le caen unas monedas a Junior. No por Junior, no porque no sea Junior enfrentó a eso, se enfrentó por bobo, y porque no tiene otra cosa que hacer, hombre. Por eso, mira, me acabo de mandar en medio de unas meses este cartón. Dice él que lo hizo años atrás de un mono sapiens viejo. Mira, ese es el coyote el camino, sí, pero el tema es que sí prendió el propio marca Acme, Álvaro. Como son esos partidos, marca Acme. Todo le falla al pobre Claudio X González, qué barbaridad.
Ahora, sí, mira, es esta cartón de Hernández, sí, pues es un personaje fallido, pero una vez más, no es solamente el personaje, no es que sea un junior bueno para nada, no, es los intereses oligárquicos que él representa y él defiende, sino de qué otra manera hubiera citado en su mansión de las Lomas a los dirigentes de los partidos históricos para armar una coalición que se formalizó. Entonces, por eso el día de hoy, el propio otro oligarca se solidariza con Claudio X González. Y no es menor el dato porque están en las mismas. Ricardo Salinas Pliego emite un tweet en respuesta a Claudio X González, que le da respuesta a Claudia Sheinbaum, y le dice Ricardo Salinas Pliego: no te dejes, Claudio. No es el primer guiño que tiene Ricardo Salinas Pliego sobre Claudio X González. Hola, mis amigos, ¿cómo están? Soy Nacho Díaz en ODC más delgado, motivo, Mauricio Carmen, tampoco atrasado, pero tenemos mucha información, así que vamos a arrancar de una vez. Y tenemos un montón de información. Quédense porque vamos a hablar de Sergio Mayer, que acaba de una entrevista donde dijo muchas cosas, y verdad que muchas preocupantes. Nos hizo con la cara de, se lo dijimos, y el fútbol totalmente helado. Vamos a ver también de encuestas. Hoy, un mes de que se cumple el gobierno de Claudio Sheinbaum, salen encuestas de popularidad a nivel nacional e internacional. También vamos a hablar de cómo se aprobó ya ayer y fue publicado la supremacía constitucional. Aún así, ya la Corte sabrá que no la va a acatar, viendo cómo al final van a ser totalmente ilegales. Medio de todo esto, la Fiscalía General de la República anuncia que ha abierto a través de investigación en contra de varios jueces por este tema. No pasan 8 horas y ya hay, ojo con el dato, de persecuciones. La ministra Margarita Ríos Farhat, igual o peor que Peña Nieto, hablando de la corrupción, que no es cultural, dice, está en los genes. Aseguran desafuero en contra de Alejandro Moreno después de que ayer se agredió a Gerardo Fernández Noroña. Declinan el 97% de los jueces a la elección extraordinaria. ¡Wow! En ese segundo ataque que le llamaron un artículo en el Washington Post. De nuevo, otra vez el primer ataque a un expresidente muy claramente. Y han visto revela que van a llegar más senadores a Morena la otra semana. Estamos en el día de Comunicación Informativa.
Así es, muchísima información. Les invitamos que nos acompañen durante los próximos minutos en este canal, en este espacio. Si no se han suscrito, también les invitamos que lo hagan y les agradecemos mucho estas manitas que nos ayudan muchísimo en estas redes sociales.
Voy a arrancar con un video muy curioso, fíjate, Mauricio, que hay una youtuber popular, se llama Sufre Doriga, que es una youtuber estadounidense mexicana, y que hace videos como para ver cómo habla, ¿no? O sea, se dedica a hacer ese tipo de cosas. Entonces, evalúa en este video a Claudio Sheinbaum. Y es interesante porque desde que la fachina, ¿cómo molestaba a Obrador? Este Obrador es un naco porque no sabe hablar inglés. Entonces, sí, se no hace saber hablar inglés. Y Super Juli de la vida, en la vez que todos plantean súper interesantes, vamos a escuchar.
Claudia Sheinbaum habla en inglés durante conferencia, vamos a ver.
Ahora lo digo en inglés. Ahora se me sale. It's a symbol for our continent to be a woman that accesses the presidency of Mexico
that in a country in Mexico that for 200 years of republic didn't have a woman as a president. For the first time in 200 years we don't have a woman president. I said that I don't arrive by myself. All the Mexican women, we arrive together. And as a president, I have to not only be a woman in the presidency, but to achieve all the agenda of women in Mexico. To achieve the agenda es como lograr las metas o cumplir con lo que se necesita hacer, pero all the agenda creo que suena un poco raro, ¿no? No sería to achieve the agenda of women in Mexico. Against violence and for our rights. Es interesante porque aquí respondió en español y después fue su propio intérprete y tradujo todo lo que dijo al inglés, cosa que no es nada fácil, uno porque hay que tener buena memoria y saber todo lo que dijiste, y dos porque la fluidez de escritura para expresar lo mismo es alta, y comparando el mensaje en ambos idiomas creo que hizo muy buen trabajo. En conclusión, amigos, creo que lo que más destaca por Claudia es su vocabulario. Se puede presumir que tuvo educación superior en inglés por las palabras que tiene en su vocabulario. Es competente hablando de temas bastante complejos y se nota que está familiarizada con el inglés en el ámbito de la política.
No tenía la noticia de que otro tipo, 6 años con o sea, me está diciendo una que se dedica a hacer este tipo de videos, por cierto, habla muy bien inglés, muy fluido, y un alto nivel, una superación, una educación superior. Entonces, pero si las fotos son unos chairos, ¿no? Son unos indios, son atarrajadas. Y sucede que siempre, ¿cómo la ves? Pues es el estilo de la presidenta, que tiene con el audio, tiene una historia distinta, ¿no? Una historia profesional distinta, una formación distinta a la del presidente López Obrador. Y pues bueno, tiene, así como tiene estas diferencias, pues también hay cualidades, ¿no? Que también sobresalen, como esto de hablar inglés. Aunque también hay que decirlo, Nacho, sí, claro, es como que para la oposición, aunque el presidente Obrador también demostró que no se necesitaba hablar inglés para poder hacer política internacional. La estrategia de la presidenta en este sentido también es distinta. Ella está dispuesta a hacer más política internacional, por eso va a ir al G20 también en Brasil en los próximos días. Y bueno, es parte de la diferencia, sobre todo en que también esto mata esta idea de que, es que es una extensión, va a ser una extensión Claudia Sheinbaum de lo que era López Obrador. No, o sea, ella tiene su propia visión, sus propias prioridades, sus propias estrategias, y bueno, esto también basado en su propia formación, en sus propias cualidades. También cada uno conoce en dónde es bueno, en dónde no es tan bueno, y utiliza esto también para elaborar sus propias estrategias, más en la política. Entonces, pues yo creo que más que pues si referimos a la oposición, yo creo que podemos, más bien, sirve para conocer los diferentes estilos de los dos presidentes, bueno, el presidente y la presidenta. Bueno, el tema de hoy se lo declaración, fíjate que se dio una encuesta hoy, a un mes de que la presidenta tomó protesta. Y es esta, ¿no? Aprueba 72.2% Claudia Sheinbaum su gobierno a un mes. Y bueno, los desaprueba 8.9%. O sea, realmente es enorme, sorprendente la aprobación con la carrera de Claudia. Y me sorprende mucho, Mauricio, qué tan pequeña es la oposición. No llega ni al 10%. 8.9% es el universo de quienes apoyan a Piña, a Claudia, a Loreta, a Rosa, a Vistegui, a Anabel, etcétera, que son todos ellos, y la verdad es que la gran mayoría está a favor. Y esto es interesante porque ahorita que está en pleno necesitado de tema de reforma del Poder Judicial, pues tenemos claro que la gran mayoría de los mexicanos está a favor de pues darle la mano, es que si los jueces y magistrados corremos a todos y que haya elecciones para elegir a los nuevos jueces, ministros y magistrados. Es una versión muy, muy fuerte.
Pues sí, ese es el arranque, ¿no? Es también el impulso de la cuarta transformación. Yo no dudo que esto se mantenga. Lo importante también es que, bueno, a pesar de que la imagen que tiene la presidenta, en lo particular ella y su gobierno, pues no necesariamente esto se transfiere, por ejemplo, a los estados, a los gobernadores, a los alcaldes. Ellos tienen que hacer lo suyo, tienen que cumplir con su parte, porque la gente ahorita cada vez, y eso para bien, para mal, como lo quieran ver ustedes, pero finalmente la gente ya reacciona. Si hay un mal gobierno de la 4T, castiga. Y pues eso es lo que se tiene que evitar. Es incluso parte de lo que está haciendo ahorita el exalcalde, recorriendo el país, comprometiendo a los gobernadores a que también cumplan los principios de la cuarta transformación, que hagan un buen gobierno, porque ella puede tener esta buena imagen, pero si hay un mal gobernador, hay un mal alcalde, hay un mal diputado, hay un mal senador, pues la gente va a reaccionar. Entonces, pues es el ejemplo a seguir. Yo creo que es importante, ¿no?, la fortaleza que da para poder seguir avanzando con la transformación, pero también no hay que mal acostumbrarnos a creer que esto que ahorita que estamos viviendo, que es muy relevante con las reformas constitucionales, no es algo fácil de alcanzar, Nacho, no es algo nada fácil de alcanzar, y que así como fue muy difícil llegar a ello, sí es muy fácil perderlo, y eso hay que cuidarlo muchísimo, este capital político que tiene la 4T, y la presidenta está haciendo su parte, y las demás piezas de la maquinaria también tienen que hacerlo suyo.
Bueno, vamos a la línea. Podemos en este momento entrevistar a Alejandro Salafranca, es el titular de la Unidad de Trabajo Digno de la Secretaría del Trabajo y Previsión Social. Vamos a hablar sobre este tema polémico que se reveló hace unos días, sobre una reforma legal a las aplicaciones, ¿no? Bueno, a estas aplicaciones de tipo Uber, ¿no? La llamada uberización. ¿Qué tal, cómo estás, Alejandro? Buenas tardes, gusto saludarte. A ver, ¿me escuchas, Sergio?
Los escucho bien, sí.
Yo tengo aquí. Bueno, Alejandro, a ver, quítame acá. Bueno, Alejandro, fíjate que, a ver, cuéntanos cómo está el tema de la aplicación, porque ahorita se reveló, ¿no?, por lo que tengo entendido, que, bueno, que se va a dar, ¿no?, una reforma en la cual va a haber pues una insistencia del nuevo gobierno para que haya como está, no, este teléfono, es que como escuché me confundo, ¿no? Entonces, a ver, Alejandro, ¿ves que por qué no te vuelvo a hablar? Porque si no, no voy a poder hacer la entrevista, ¿no? ¿Sale? Vale, ahorita vamos a cortar. Sí. Ok, sí, la verdad es que sí, estaba escuchando eco aquí, y si no lo escucho a él, no puedo. Bueno, no sé si podemos volver ahí estamos en la línea, pero con este eco que tenemos aquí un problema. En fin. Bueno, fíjate, seguimos mucho con otras encuestas. Fíjate que ahorita también salió otra encuesta internacional. Y sabes que esta encuesta internacional de la encuestadora, la señora Atlas y la agencia Bloomberg, se realizó un levantamiento de imagen de líderes políticos de Brasil, Colombia, México, Chile y Argentina. Y que Claudia Sheinbaum en esta encuesta es la mayor o la mejor valorada en comparación con los demás presidentes de Latinoamérica, de Brasil, Colombia, México, Chile y Argentina. Es verdad, porque Argentina, a pesar de lo que tenemos de Milei, la es que es muy popular en Argentina, todavía, ¿no? Sí, así es. Y Claudia ya le está ganando. Pues es importante, esto le permitirá a Claudia llegar con esta fortaleza a la reunión del G20, sobre todo porque va a ser en Sudamérica, y bueno, en el marco también de dos eventos importantes que tienen que ver con Estados Unidos. Uno es Supermarket, que está allá en la vuelta de la esquina, donde se estará despejando la incógnita si será Trump o será Kamala Harris, y por el otro lado, finalmente, este acuerdo del TEMEC, ¿no?, esta renegociación o revisión, porque no es renegociación, sino es una revisión. Y
finalmente también todo esto ayuda a que México tenga una posición de fortaleza, porque si México tiene o Claudia, la presidenta, tiene este apoyo del pueblo de México, pues bueno, esto significa también que las acciones de gobierno tendrán esta fuerza desde dentro hacia afuera del país. Lo que corresponde en donde, bueno, México, además de ser una de las economías más importantes del mundo, ¿qué tal? Claro, debe estar también impulsar un liderazgo político adicional, porque probablemente los países siguen los líderes que tienen gran apoyo popular, porque por algo tienen ese apoyo.
Sí, aquí se escucha y acá se escucha un poquito en esta consola. El problema que tuve es que cuando tuve la producción, tenemos un problemita, pero bueno.
Hi there, I'm Vince from MyMakeThings.com, and in this video today is going to be another trailer fix video, and this one's coming all the way from the Netherlands.
Okay, before you come at me in the comment section, there were two more colors that came in the Play It Loud edition, the white and the blue. The white was Japan only, and the blue was Europe only. I did look for both a white and a blue, but I couldn't find them anywhere, so I decided just to stick with the US colors. This is probably my favorite because it comes with the case, and it even comes with the original warranty card right here, and matching serial numbers, both on the card and the Game Boy itself. But that's enough talking about them. Let's get started, and we're going to start with the original gray. Okay, before you come at me in the comment section, there were two more colors that came in the Play It Loud edition, the white and the blue. The white was Japan only, and the blue was Europe only. I did look for both a white and a blue, but I couldn't find them anywhere, so I decided just to stick with the US colors. This one is probably my favorite because it comes with the case, and it even comes with the original.
Broken PS5, Go One, 59. ¿Qué buscamos? Micro.
This video is sponsored by Skillshare. I bought 9 broken Nintendo handheld game consoles to see if I can fix them. I've already seen a couple that are in here, and I'm pretty excited about it. Let me show you what I got. So here we have the first one. It's the Nintendo DS Lite. This one actually had a charger that was in the bag as well, so that's kind of cool. Assuming the charger works. And so inside, actually this one is in really nice condition. Definitely needs some cleaning. So while I do like that, I hope we have some that are a little more difficult. For number 5, we have this turquoise Nintendo 3DS. See if it'll power on. And no power. Let's try it with the charge cable plugged in. It does show a charge light here. Good news. Still no power. I'm going to get a known good battery and put in this one, and then we'll see if it'll start up after that. So far, these have been some pretty easy fixes other than that 2DS XL. So while I do like that, I hope we have some that are a little more difficult to give you guys some good entertainment. So let's put that in. Now let's see if it'll turn on. Okay, blue light, good news so far. I see power to the top screen. Come on. Oh yeah, there we go. L&R buttons work. Let's put a game in it. Okay, don't get anything there. So it looks like we got a bad game reader on this one. That's pretty common with these 3DSs, so I'm going to take a look at the game slot and see if it looks like it's dirty or if there are any bent pins, and it just showed up. So I'm guessing we got some dirty pins, so I'll show you how I fix that. So all I do for dirty pins is saturate a Q-tip in isopropyl alcohol, and then saturate these pins on the game card. Really good, you need a lot of it on here. Won't do any damage, we'll blow some air in there when we're done, just to dry it all out. That's why I use IPA so much, because it's very quick drying. Okay, that should be enough. I'm just going to push this back in here. I'm just going to go in and out for several minutes. And I'm going to dry out the game slot. Dry out the game. And here we go. Okay, powered on. Let's push the game in. And there we go. So the game slot now seems to be working properly. Now also, let's try it with another game, just to make sure it works with any game. And there we go. So we're going to call this one fixed. Let's move on to number 6. And number 6 is this pretty good condition, blue, Nintendo 3DS XL. Great thing about this one is the hinges are not cracked. It's pretty rare to find these that are used that don't have cracked hinges, so I'm actually pretty happy about this. But let's see if it turns on and if the other functions work. Oh, blue light right away. Okay. Definitely got a dirty screen here. I don't know how to clean those though. Okay, and the camera's even work. Let's test the game in it. Okay, and that comes up right away. Let's put another game in. That one also comes up right away. Let's put a DS game in. And that one comes up right away. Since the battery is almost full, I don't think we have to worry about the charge function, but I'm going to test it anyway. And the charge function works normally. So other than testing the internet and a few other little things, number 6 looks pretty good. Let's get the screens cleaned on this, and get the label on the outside cleaned, and number 6 will be ready to go. I always get lots of comments on my videos from people asking where I sell this stuff. If you're interested in buying any of the things in my videos, I always offer anything I sell to my Patreon subscribers and YouTube channel members first. So if you would like to get first notice of anything I'm selling, you can become either one of those, and you will get a notice of anything that I'm selling. And number 7 is this beautiful blue Nintendo 3DS. Let's open it up and see if it turns on. Okay, and we have no power on this one. Plug it in and see if it charges. Alright, and we got the charge light right here. Let's see if it'll turn on now. Still no power. Let's put a known good battery in it and then test it again. Now let's see if it'll turn on. Okay, we already got the blue light. That's good news. Come on. There we go. Okay, and this one has been reset already. So when you get this all set up, then we can test the other functions, and it also needs a good cleaning. So this number 7 is in working condition other than the dead battery. Right about now is when a lot of people start wondering where I got these things from and why so many are working. I buy a lot of stuff from liquidation websites, so many of these places don't have time to really test things thoroughly to see what's wrong or if anything's wrong. If they pull this out, press the power button and it doesn't come up, then some of them will just call it salvage and sell it as such. So that's why some of these work fine, even though they are marked as salvage. Wow, look at how good that looks. This one is just in such nice condition. But now it's time for number 8. And for number 8, we have our first special edition. It's the Year of Luigi Special Edition. Also in pretty good condition. Let's take care of the sticker on the front first. And now that that's done, let's see if it'll turn on. And of course, no power. There's the charge indicator, good news. And it still won't turn on. So I'm going to get a known good battery, put that battery in, and see if that'll fix it. We got a blue light. Okay, and great news so far. Oh, we got kind of a sticky button right here. This button right here is a little sticky. So we need to take care of that. Okay, this one looks good. Okay, and this game also works. So everything so far is looking good. We need to give it a good cleaning and then take care of this right shoulder button. And there's also a very sticky X button, so we need to take care of that as well. And also, I just noticed what's probably the source of the stickiness. We've got some sticky residue right here. So we may need to do some more cleaning on the inside, and I'm hoping there's no motherboard damage. But let's get it apart and find out. So with our first look at the motherboard, the great news is that I don't see major liquid damage. I do see a little bit of residue here, but other than that, I don't see anything too major.
I'm going to work into again, see if I can fix it.
My name is Steve. I like to buy broken electronics and try and bring them back to life, and today I'm looking at 12 broken Nintendo 3DSs. I bought all 12 of these on eBay, and while the listing stated that this was a parts or repair lot, in the description it did say that most of these had been not tested. So there may actually be some that are good and don't need repairs. Hopefully, it's always nice when you buy things that's untested and they work better than you think, but I think most of us know that that's not usually how eBay works. So I'm going to turn them all on now and see if we can figure out what's wrong. I'm going to start with just the regular 3DSs first, and then we do have one special edition 3DS and some 3DS XLs. First thing we do is try and power them on, and then if they don't power on, then we'll need to charge them. We do have a blue light on this one, so that's good news. Oh, there we go. And 3D works. Well, great news on this first one. So far, it actually works pretty well. I don't see any problems at all with it. We do need to get a game card and put it in and make sure it reads games. But so far, all the major stuff looks really good. So hopefully this means this is going to be a good lot. Most of the time, I don't have great luck, but you never know. Sometimes I do. I'm going to test this one with the game, and then we'll get to the rest. So on this first one, it looks like the game card reader is not reading the game. I figured it out. I don't know why I didn't know this, but for some reason I didn't know that these are region locked. I think I did know that at some point. It's just been so long since I worked on them that I apparently forgot. Anyways, the point is, with this version number, the E on the end means this is a PAL system, and this is an NTSC game. So this 3DS is actually working fine, and it's actually in really good condition on the inside. The outside isn't the best, but I think it'll still make some good money just because the screens and the inside is in such good condition. Now it's time to move on to the next 3DS. Oh wow, look at this. We definitely have some camera issues. The lens is completely going out of here. So that's going to be a problem. Let's see if this one even turns on. No. Oh, wait. Blue light. Actually, so far, other than the obvious camera issue, this one looks pretty good too. So we got right trigger doesn't work. Oh. No, neither trigger works. I'm breaking this one as I go. Alright, well, let's see what that camera looks like. Actually, it doesn't look that bad. It's definitely dirty, but... Okay, so I'll have to look closer. I might be able to clean that camera up and call it good. The problem is those things are a pain to get to. You got to take this whole entire top screen off, replace the camera, including the ribbon cable that goes through the hinge here, which is a pain. But I'm going to try to clean that off, and we do have an issue with the right trigger. So we've got some stuff to fix on this one too. So now we'll move on to number 3. So far, I've looked at 7 of the 12 Nintendo 3DSs, and so far I'm actually very surprised and impressed. We've got probably about 4 here that have so far no problems found. I do need to test them more, but we also have several that still have the SD card in them and everything. And the other great news is we don't have any that do the thing where they turn on and the blue light comes on and they pop and go off. That's usually something in the hinge or one of the ribbon cables. So far, we have 0 of those, which makes me super happy because I'm not looking forward to doing anything with the top screen if that's necessary with this lot. We have 5 more to go. Hopefully the next 5 are as good as the last 7. This is one of the ones I'm looking forward to testing. It's the Zelda Special Edition 3DS. I hope this one works. I hope it's fixable. If it doesn't, let's take a look and see if I'm in luck. On the Zelda Special Edition, the lower screen is really scratched up. You can see it when the screen goes blank. Everything works, at least that I've tested so far, but the screen is really bad. I don't see a screen protector on it, so I might have to replace this because this is that's so scratched. I think it'd probably be worth my time to replace it. I think I'd get enough extra out of it. So I may end up doing that, but so far everything else looks pretty good on this one. So we have 3 more, and these ones are the 3DS XL, the original 3DS XLs, and we do have this special edition. This one I'm also looking forward to. I love the look of this special edition, so hopefully this one is one we can fix as well. I'm going to start with the red one, then go to the black, and then save the best for last. The case is messed up on this one. It's not all the way down there, but the blue light came on, and then it went off. Okay, well, there's our first one where the blue light comes on and goes off. This one's in horrible shape and disgusting. There's just stuff all over it, so I feel like I have to clean it before I even take it apart to look at it. And the volume button's stuck, so I don't know what this one's going to be. This one might take some work. And now for the special edition. Blue light comes on. Actually, it's in pretty good shape overall. Okay, good so far. how the buttons work. Let's check the game card slot. Oh, that's no good. So an error has occurred. This one can be a really problem code. Sometimes this error can be caused by a bad Wi-Fi card. I hope that's all it is, but we're not going to know until we get it open. You thought my pile was going to fall over, didn't you? After very minimal testing, I have these diagnosed as far as we can go for now, but now it's time for everyone's favorite part. Let's take them apart. Is that really everyone's favorite part, or is that just my favorite part? As most of you probably know or guess, I love tools. I'm always looking for the best tools that can do the job the best and last the longest, and one of my favorite screwdrivers is my Weha PH00 x 30 screwdriver. I've had this screwdriver for about 4 years, and it basically looks brand new, other than having some of the writing scratched off or rubbed off just from use. Other than that, it looks and works still brand new. So when Weha told me they would send me some free tools, I said, sign me up. They sent me this precision screwdriver kit, so I'm going to try it out today while I'm taking these apart, and just test out the rest of the screwdrivers and see how they work for what I do. I'd love to know what your favorite tools are, so let me know down in the comments which tools are your favorites. And last two initial impressions are these are just very high quality tools. I don't know how well you can see it, but things like these fillet screws, the screwdriver just sticks in and contacts the entire surface of the slots in the screw. So that just makes it so you can really get a lot of torque on that screw from the screwdriver and just get it out easier without the screwdriver slipping off and stripping out the screw. Oh wow, we got some real gross sticky stuff here. We can clean that off first, then we can get that R button replaced and see how it works. Alright, that's enough cleaning for now. Let's get this R button replaced and see if we can get it working. I don't think I can take something apart that looks this dirty and not clean it, so I do need to clean this real quick, and then we can get the new cable in and button in and see if that works. Alright, that feels great. Just going to do a little more cleaning on this, then we'll install it onto the 3DS and see how it works. Alright, great and easy. Right button works, left button works, and this is the one with the camera lens that is bad. So I think what I want to do here is see if we can clean these up and then put a new lens on and see how the camera looks. To get to that outer camera lens, we need to take off this screen cover right here. So the easiest way that I've found is to get started right here on this corner. Well, that one is very brittle. That's never actually happened before when I was taking these apart, but that one's super brittle. Add that to the list of things we need to fix on this one. Well, normally this just peels right up and you can just stick it back down. Like I said, I've never actually had one break like that before, so that's a strange one, but we'll just have to get another one so we can just put right over it. Shouldn't be any big problem. There we go. So this actually is the camera lens right here. So let's check. It's actually in really good condition, so I'm going to put this lens back in. It just fell out. That's crazy. There we go. You make sure that the adhesive sticks down so it'll stay there how it should. We can make sure these cameras are in good condition, nice and clean. They look really good. Now we have to deal with this top screen lens as well. So what I'm going to do here is remove all this old adhesive. Then we'll get another screen to put right on top. The screen to put on top will have adhesive on it, so we just need to place it and make sure it sticks down. So I think I figured out how to set these up and then put a new lens on and see how the camera looks. To get to that outer camera lens, we need to take off this screen cover right here. So the easiest way that I've found is to get started right here on this corner. Well, that one is very brittle. That's never actually happened before when I've taken these apart, but that one's super brittle. Add that to the list of things we need to fix on this one. Well, normally this just peels right up and you can just stick it back down. Like I said, I've never actually had one break like that before, so that's a strange one, but we'll just have to get another one so we can just put right over it. Shouldn't be any big problem. There we go. So this actually is the camera lens right here. So let's check. It's actually in really good condition, so I'm going to put this lens back in. It just fell out. That's crazy. There we go. We make sure that the adhesive sticks down so it'll stay there how it should. Now we can make sure these cameras are in good condition, nice and clean. They look really good. Now we have to deal with this top screen lens as well. So what I'm going to do here is remove all this old adhesive. Then we'll get another screen to put right on top. The screen to put on top will have adhesive on it, so we just need to place it and make sure it sticks down. So I think I figured out why that other screen cracked and broke, but it is made of glass. Most of these are made of plastic. As you can see, this is very flexible. The other one is not because, like I said, it looked like it was made of glass. Now I've got all the adhesive off. I've cleaned the screen. I've cleaned under this screen protector. Now we're going to put it on like this. Make sure that it goes down all the way and then is nice and secure. Now this is used. I didn't go out and buy a new one because there's no point. This 3DS is not in the best shape. So I just wanted a screen protector that would work here. And this one definitely does that. Okay, let's check this camera out. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. Let's check the inner cam. And inner cam works good as well. I'm going to do a little more cleaning up on number 2, then we'll move on to number 3. Number 3 and number 4 had no problems found, so we're moving to number 5 with a sticky game slot and sticky button. So I already know I'm going to have to remove the motherboard out of this so I can clean all the buttons, and then we'll have a look at the game slot too. So the first thing I need to do is remove this back plate, the battery, and this whole bottom housing. There we go. Once that's done, I need to remove the motherboard, and then we can get to the cleaning. I don't always try and make money with the lots that I buy, but this one I think I'm going to try and make some money on it. I bought this lot of 12 broken 3DSs, and there's a couple 3DS XLs in the lot as well, but it makes a total of 12. I bought it for $425, 12 units. The cost per unit comes up to $35.42. My estimated selling price is $65. Some of them are going to go for more than that. They shouldn't go for less than that unless it's something I can't fix. So then I would have to sell it as broken. My estimated shipping and fees is $8.45. So my estimated profit per unit is $21.13.
And now with the motherboard out, we can get to all the buttons. So here we have it put together enough to test the buttons, and these buttons feel really nice. They're not sticky at all, very responsive, so the buttons I think are good. Now we need to check the game slot. So if we put a game in, okay, it's actually not sticky at all, the actual slot. So I think probably what's happening is the bottom case was on here, and the bottom case is kind of sticky too, so that may have been what's causing it to stick. I will take a look at these pins and check and make sure they're nice and clean, and we need to clean those, and after that we'll get it put back together and then clean the rest of it up and test it all. Alright, now we have it all together. These buttons are working great. Let's check the game slot. There we go. So number 5 is fixed for now. I do have to test it more, but for now it's looking good. Now let's move on to number 9. Number 6, 7, and 8 are all look good so far. I don't see any problems with them. I still do need to do a full test on them, but they look good so far, and if I find any problems, then we'll fix them here on camera. Number 9 is the Zelda Special Edition 3DS. So let's see if we can fix that one and get it looking nice. So this one has heavy scratching on the lower screen, so we're actually going to replace it with a used screen, the one that is in much better condition. So we're going to get that one installed now. So we have the bottom screen, and one thing I noticed is if you look right here on this charge port, the mount here and the mount here are both broken away from solder. That's something super common on these 3DSs, so I'm going to go ahead and solder this back on and this back on, make sure that we have real good joints there just so this charge port stays right where it's supposed to be. I'm going to put a little bit of flux down on the joint. Flux just helps the solder flow. There's one joint, and there's the second joint. And there we go. These joints are nice and tight, and this port is soldered on nice and solid now. It won't be going anywhere. So we have the bottom screen in place. Let's turn it on and make sure it works real quick. Okay, there we go. That looks great. This bottom screen is in much better condition. While it's not brand new, it does look a lot better than it did. Unfortunately, there's some pretty deep scratches on this top screen, but that's just what we have to deal with. It's not worth replacing it, in my opinion. So other than that, we do have to do some more cleaning on it and then do all the rest of the testing on it, but number 9 is looking pretty good. Now that we've done all the small 3DSs, let's go to the 3DS XL, and we're going to start with probably the most difficult one. This one turns on and then turns back off. Let's check it out. This 3DS XL is, first of all, absolutely disgusting. Second of all, let's verify what it does. So we're going to take the bottom cover off, check all the ribbon cables, and see if there's anything obvious that's causing that. Well, that's the first problem. We got a ribbon cable here that's not attached. There's some liquid damage down here. But let's just attach the ribbon cable and see what it does. Whoa! That's amazing. It actually turns on and works. Okay, well, I guess now I'm going to see if I can clean it all up and test the rest of the stuff. That's amazing. I can't believe this actually works with all this nastiness. Alright, so it's definitely not done. I've got more to do on it. Just as far as I'm going to take it for now. Let's turn it on and just look at it again and see how it looks. And there we go. Like I said, it needs a lot more work to
to get it nice and clean. But overall, that's much better than what it was. And it's at least usable now. I don't feel gross just touching it, so that's always nice. And there we go. It does need a little bit of cleaning as it didn't come up the first time, but it does work. So it looks like number 10 is going to be fixable. There's a couple of things I need to do to it, but we're going to move on to number 11. And for number 11, we didn't find any problems, but we do need to check parental lock, as it does say there's a parental code. So let's check that out now and see if it's something we need to unlock. Content is restricted by parental controls. Would you like to change settings? All right, so we're going to go through and do the procedure to unlock this. Basically, you just need to go online to Nintendo's website and get the reset code, and then you'll enter that reset code into the console, and then it'll be reset. And master key is confirmed. Now we can change all the parental controls, so then we can factory reset it. Now with the parental controls clear, we need to do some cleaning on this and also remove some stickers, and then this one will be ready to go as well. Okay, here we go. So we have this outside that is looking pretty good. There is some fading from those stickers, but overall it looks great. And obviously there's some big scratches and whatever. That's what I knew going in when I took the stickers off. And then we have the inside that also is looking pretty good. We got some grime kind of along the edges, but overall this one is actually looking pretty good. And then it's time for my favorite one of the whole lot, this special edition 3DS XL.
Muy buenos días, estamos aquí en Electronic Sound Report de nuevo en laboratorio presentando este nuevo equipo, el cual ha llegado a nuestro banco de laboratorio de reparación y servicios y análisis electrónicos. Pues miren que ahora tenemos este fabuloso equipo que
nos llega como anillo al dedo, ya que pues nosotros somos pues bastante fan a la música, sobre todo la música viene siendo el Stylus o la AU. De qué se trata esta falla. Bueno, vamos a presentar Start, vamos a prestar Start y escuchamos el sonido y la falla.
Sí.
Muy buenas. Si tenéis un tocadiscos de maleta y decís un disco que está fatal, de esos discos que se van para todos lados, pues que para arriba, para abajo, y no para de irse bien, porque no se puede ir bien, una cosa que tenéis que hacer es poner primero un disco que esté bien, totalmente plano, que no tenga ningún problema, y encima ponéis el otro. Y ya veréis, como casi no tendréis ningún problema como este. Este disco, si lo pongo directamente, parece haciendo que se pasa todo el rato haciendo la hora, parece un campo de fútbol. Pero si le ponéis debajo un disco que esté plano y lo ponéis encima, pues ya no pasa eso y lo podéis escuchar. Eso pasa porque el plato donde pones el disco es pequeño y entonces pues estas cosas pasan. Pero nada, con este truco ya puede ser un disco. Hasta luego, que vaya bien, hombre. Muy buenas. Si tenéis para que se
Está bien. Estos son siempre. Pues ahí tienes Mickey Mouse. Sí, ¿por funciona? ¿No en tocadiscos de vinilo? A mí que este es el tocadiscos que te cantes de asiento. Aliviando la herida de mis fracasos de amor, que escondidos en la sombra me entregaron ciegamente el secreto de un amor sabrán que fueron para mí en noches de tormenta y así tan solo con su amor sobreviví sin darme cuenta que llegaron mis vacíos igual que el agua a los ríos con nuestros sueños de amor que compartieron mis penas sin promesas de cabeza amor cambio de amor sabrán que fueron para mí la luz en noches de tormenta y así tan solo con su amor sobreviví sin darme cuenta sabrán que el tiempo pasará y tú mi vida sigue errante quizás jamás la pueda ver pero yo sé que nunca olvidaré. lejos de aquí y te pondrás contigo pensando en mí. Y algo de nunca más y no me tengas cerca a decirte que alma que puedas pasar. Contigo y para mí, con quien tú quieres vivir, que te importan los demás. ¿En serio crees que me aceptas? Que me insistas y deja hablar. No pienses, corazón, no hay en el mundo razón para dejarte de amar. ¿Y acaso para amarte más? Cuanto más te desprecies más, cuanto más te condenes más, y te quitan delante, deja amarte más, y nunca te aceptas más, y además de que ensucias más, no me importa mi suerte, me quedes más. Cuanto más te desprecies más, cuanto más te condenes más, y te cruzan delante, te dejan amarte más, y si nunca te aceptas. La que pasa de largo cada vez es que no tienes ojos para ti. No la interpretes mal, déjala. Dicen que es normal que ya con el pasar de los años pierdan los ojos. Dicen que es natural. Que se siente, y se me da. Exactamente igual que los demás. Que yo soy uno que quiere la canción, que solo vive luchando para triunfar y triunfar. Y es que yo soy uno que hace el viento sin descansar.
Las oí todas y no me gustó. Jamás la de Patrick Chapman.
Eight turns on, but then turns back off. It is the best electronic contact cleaners out there, not only because it does a great job of cleaning, but it's also non-flammable and comes in this aerosolized can so it can spray right down where you need it. DW100 can be used for cleaning off all sorts of electronic devices, even things like laser lenses. It evaporates super quickly and doesn't leave any sort of residue. If you've got things like switches like these, you can spray it right down into the switches to help clean them out. You can even use them for electric motors. But one of my favorite uses for DW100 is cleaning analog sticks of controllers. If your analog sticks aren't totally worn out, then cleaning with DW100 can often get it working again and reduce or eliminate drift. So what I do is spray it right down in the potentiometer. That's the little green thing on the side right there. I do that on each side, and then I move the analog sticks up and down and back and forth a whole bunch. And that just helps clean out any gunk that might have gotten in there. The nice thing is I don't have to worry about it if DW100 gets anywhere else on the electronics that I'm cleaning, because it'll evaporate quickly and it also doesn't cause any problems with plastic. So I can spray it anywhere on this controller and it'll just evaporate and won't cause any damage. DW100 is not only safe for plastic, it's also safe for rubber and metal. I'm going to leave a link right in the description that'll take you right to it so you can buy some for yourself. Number 9 is another PlayStation 5 disc edition. Alright, disc drive power. There we go. Console power. Good so far. We like. It does show up on the screen. Let's see if it'll take a disc. So we got a problem with the disc drive in this one. It takes the disc, but it doesn't fully spin up. Let's try it another Xbox Series X. This one has not been taken apart. It is in pretty good condition. Let's see if it starts up though. Alright, disc drive power.
Yep. Console power. Looking good so far. What do we get on the screen? Okay, black screen, preparing console, is making progress. There we go. So it looks like it's all ready to set up, so let's test the disk drive. All good. Takes it in, spins up. Okay. So console number 10, we are halfway through, and no problems found so far. And game console number 11 is this Xbox Series X. Definitely got some wear and tear. It's pretty scratched up on the top, or scuffed up really, I guess. But everything looks good from the outside. Let's get it plugged in and see what it does. This drive has power. Console has power. Let's try disk. Okay, takes the disk in. The disk spins up. And everything, at least so far, looks good as this one. We'll test it more off camera and come back to it if there's something wrong. Let's move on to number 12. Let's do another PlayStation 5, another disc edition. This one looks good on the outside. Power, HDMI. Ooh, no disk drive. Oh, disk drive power. Console power. Oh, what's that? Let's see what happens here. Ooh, no lights or anything. Okay, blue light and off. So this one turns on, blue light comes on, and then turns right back off. So we'll be taking a look at this one in a few minutes. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more to test. And another PlayStation 5 disc edition. Everything looks good from the outside. Disk drive power, has power. Console has power. Ooh, the disk drive's running. That doesn't sound good. Definitely a disk drive issue. Looks like it is starting up though. So number 13 is a disk drive problem. Let's move on to number 14. And here we have another Xbox Series S. This one's got quite the scuffs on it. Let's plug it in and see what it does. Alright, does it power on? Yes, it does. Doesn't show anything on the screen. And this one actually hasn't even been factory reset, which is a little strange. Usually they will factory reset these. I don't know why this one's not, but everything looks good so far, so we need to test this more off camera. So let's move on to number 15. And number 15 is a PlayStation 5 disc edition with no plate. This one's got quite the bent fan cage right here. Don't know if that's why it was in the Ziploc, but maybe. Everything looks good on the back. Let's see what that's up. Disk drive power. Yep. Console power. Yep. And it looks like we have a signal. Yep, there we go. Let's try this. Takes it in and spins up. So number 15 is another no problems found. Let's move on to 16. Console number 16 is this Xbox Series X. Don't really see any problems on the outside. Let's see if it turns on and if it shows anything on the screen. Disk drive power. Didn't make noise, but it is coming on. Oh, the whole console's coming on. Okay. Interesting. I didn't hear the beeps again. I'm not sure what that's about. Preparing console. Okay. And it just turned off. I tried to turn it on again. Let's see what happens. Okay, here it is. Preparing console. 50%. It's really weird. It didn't stay on. I'm not sure what's going on there. And it's stuck at 50%. Something went wrong. Error E200. Okay. We'll be taking a look at this in a minute. Let's move on to console number 17. And console number 17 is this Xbox Series S that has been taken apart. It has some sort of custom sticker, but I don't initially see any problems on the outside. It's very scuffed and scratched and dirty. Let's see if it turns on though. There we go. Power. The light. Is the light not working? No, it's there. It's like yellow. I didn't know that was a thing. They're almost like greenish. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if somebody modded this so I had a different color LED. Maybe. Remove the picture on the screen and set up the Xbox. Okay, we'll need to do more testing on this one.
So far, everything's looking good, though. So this PlayStation 5 had this bag of screws on top of it in my storage room where I store them. I think I must have needed to get pictures of this for something, and so I had to take it apart. So I got hopefully all the screws for it. It is a disc edition, and it looks like everything looks pretty good on the back. Let's plug it in and see what happens. Sometimes I have these and they sit around for a little while, and then I need, either parts or pictures or something. So this stuff just happens. Is that a disc in it? I don't know. It restarted. We do have, okay. Repairing console storage, alright. Let me try putting a disc in this. Definitely won't take a disc. It feels like there's a disc in there. But it also won't spit it out. Okay, so console number 18 shows up on the screen, but there's definitely something wrong with the disk drive on this one, so we'll be taking a look at that here in a minute. We've got 2 more to go. Let's see what's wrong with them. Number 19 is an Xbox Series X that has been taken apart before. Let's plug it in and see what it does. I don't see any problems like initially on the outside, so not sure why they took it apart, but sure we'll figure it out. Okay, disk drive has power. Console shows up on the screen. Let's try a disk. Okay, plug it in. Spins up. Everything sounds good with that. And it's ready to be set up. So another one that initially I see no problems with. And our last console is this PlayStation 5 Disc Edition that I don't see any problems with. On the outside, it is missing the plates. So we'll turn on and we will play a disc. Let's find out. Disc drive has power. Console has power. Does it take a disc? Yep, takes a disc. It just spins up. And it is starting up in the background. So no problems found on console number 20. We've got them all tested. Let's start the repairs. Let's start the repairs with number 18. It's got a problem with the disk drive. This is the one where I've taken it apart before. Let's see what's going on with it on the inside. See if we can fix it. Yeah, we've got a couple screws in it still. Fan screws are here. The disk drive's not working, but it is plugged in. So I'm not sure what's going on with it. Okay, and I'm not sure if this ribbon cable's plugged in all the way. Actually, I think it's probably okay. Let's get this disk drive taken apart then. I think there must be something going on the inside of that. Everything looks normal and fine so far. The problems here, which I would expect, I think we probably have a problem with the laser on this. I don't see anything broken here or any sort of problem so far. So I believe we just have a problem with the laser. Let's get that replaced, and then we'll get this thing back together and see if that fixes it. Now, I could just replace the laser on this if I wanted to. There's a little retaining tab right here you have to remove. You can pull this bar out and replace the laser. But you can also replace this whole assembly, and that's what I'm going to do here. This goes under here, just like that. Cable right into this connector right here. Good there. Now we're going to need to put the screws back in. Okay, we're all good there. These rollers look good, but since we're already in here, might as well give them a cleaning. And these get dirty, they don't pull the disc in as well, so if you have this thing all the way apart to here, you might as well just clean this. Now just these 4 screws to hold the plate on, and we're ready to put this thing back together. Alright, and with all the screws put in this disk drive, we can get it reinstalled into the PS5. Now I did put most of the screws back here, but I am missing a couple of these silver screws, so I mean it's not like it really matters. We don't need those 42 screws around this entire thing, so it's not going to hurt anything as far as the functioning of the console. It's just kind of weird that they're not there. But oh well. Alright, with that in, we can get the mid-frame installed back in, and then we can hook up the wires, put the fan in, the rest of the screws, and then we can try it out. Okay, good so far. Put a disc in.
All right, it's taking it in, and it is spinning up just fine. I'll have to get this set up and do a little more testing, but this disk drive seems to be fully fixed. We fixed the first PlayStation 5. Let's move on to the next console. Next, let's check out PlayStation 5 number 4 that has no power. So I'm just going to tear this down right to the power supply. I think that's most likely the issue. So I've got a tester that we'll test it with, and then if for some reason that's not the issue, we'll do some diagnosing and see if we can figure it out. Now, with all of those totally necessary screws out, we can pull this metal plate off. There we go. And don't really see any problems so far. What I'm going to do, though, is plug this in to a power supply and then see if we get voltage down on these 2 pins down here. Power supply plugged in. Let's see what we have. Oh, we get 12 volts. So that tells me that the power supply is most likely working just fine. Okay, so now we got to do some testing and figure out why we have power to the board, but it won't turn on or do anything. There's no power to anything else. The fan, the disk drive, the power button, just no power to anything. I think the first thing I'm going to do is take the board all the way out and just inspect the whole thing, see if we see anything obvious, and if not, then we'll get down to doing more testing. So first things first, let's go ahead and check the fuses on this thing. There's, I believe, only one fuse on the top side of this board. That fuse is good. Now, while we're also on the top side, let's plug it in and check some voltages. I'm going to first check and see if we get voltage down on the power button. It'll help if I put it on voltage reading mode and not ohms. 3.3, 2.9, I think that's probably good enough. And the button does pull it down to 0 volts. Let's check this button. Yep. So I think that's good. 2.9 is not 3.3, but I think it's probably close enough. Let's come up and check the voltage around F002. So let's see, first of all, if we have 5 volts in. We do have 5 volts in. So if we get 1.8 out, we do get 1.8, and then there should be 3.3 right here, I think. Yeah, 3.2. That's close enough. Okay, so definitely no worries there. Let's check for shorts around here and see if the HDMI chip is shorted. Just test to make sure our meter's working. And it is. Alright, let's see what we have. Everything's fine there. Fine there. That's all fine. One leg of these chips should be grounded. Okay, no issues there. Alright, no issues there. I'm just going to do some random checking for shorts around some of these other components. So these are showing shorted when I have it in the beat mode. I'm not sure if these are supposed to have 46 ohms. I feel like these are probably not actually shorted. Yeah, because we got 1 ohm on this side, 46, 47 ohms on this side. I think that's probably fine. They're probably just low impedance. And with this one, I don't have a board to check this against, but I think that's fine. Similar to like all of these APU capacitors, also have very low impedance, although even lower. So 1.3 on one side and 0.9 on the other. So if we put it over in the resistance mode where it will be, all of these will seem like they're shorted, even though they're not actually shorted. There's just very little impedance on these capacitors. Now we do have 12 volts coming from our power supply, which we know. So we have 12 volts here. Let's see if we get 12 volts on this line. Yeah, we do. So we have 12 volts here that's ready to go into the APU once the console turns on. So that should be good. All right, let's get this board flipped over and check the other fuses. All right, let's check these fuses over here. Good. Good. 3501. Good. 3502. Also good. 7502. Good. 7003. Good. 5402. Good. 5401. Good.
7001 is good as well. Okay, so all the fuses were good. No shorts that I found anywhere so far. Now, one of the things I did notice, though, it's kind of hard to see, but if you notice right here, this component is totally blown. So is this one. Actually, probably all are. These are all capacitors, and that tells me that there was likely a lightning strike through the Ethernet port. So that's the other thing we're battling is it's probably a lightning strike, which also means it's, I don't know, probably somewhat likely that there's a problem on the south bridge. We've got a few more things to check, but so far this is not looking great for a fix for me today. So to recap, all the fuses are good. There's no shorts, at least that I've found. The power supply is putting out 12 volts. There's voltage on the board in the places it should be. I have checked standby voltages. We've got the 5 volts, we've got the 3.3, we've got the 1.8. All the voltages are there that should be there, and it still just does nothing. So I think this is probably a bias issue, maybe a Southbridge issue. For now, though, I'm going to call this not fixable for me. Let's move on to the next console. Well, let's see if we can fix this Xbox Series X next. This is the one that had the error E200. So I'm going to get it plugged in and see if that error comes up, and then see if we can fix it. So the first thing I'm going to try, assuming this comes up with the same errors, I'm going to try installing OSU1. That should fix this, but if there's a problem on the inside or a problem with the SSD, then that might not fix it. So hopefully it's not a problem with the SSD, because that's generally not something that can be fixed. Okay, let's actually go and troubleshoot real quick. Let's try and reset it. We're going to remove everything and see if that fixes it. Okay, back to preparing console after the reset. It is definitely taking longer to start up. Maybe that's good news, I don't know. And we're just stuck at 61%. It says don't turn off or unplug your console, but I'm going to turn it off and start over. Hey, we got a beep. That's good news. See if it beeps when I turn it back on. It does beep. Making progress. The disk drive beeps even. Alright, well, let's see what happens. We're at 50%. Oh, 62. Oh, 62. Hey, it's still going. Okay. Hopefully it'll actually do something this time. 64. Okay, I'm going to try and get this set up and see what happens. But so far it looks good. So we're just finishing the update. We're at 94%. Let's check a disk and see if it plays a disk. Takes it in. Spins up. Okay, that all sounds normal. I thought I was going to have to install OSU1, which is the software for the Xbox, but it looks like simply just doing a full reset of the console might have fixed this one. So if that's all it was, this one was a super easy fix. There we go. Just have to finish setting it up. But this one is all fixed, so let's move on to the next console. Next we have PS5, number 12, blue light, then turns off. Let's plug it back in just so we get a fresh look at this so I know exactly what's going on, and then we're going to take it apart and see if we can diagnose this thing. Okay, here we go. Power buttons, blue light, and right back off. Then it's like a 2-second blue light, and then it powers off. So let's get this thing taken apart and start inspecting the motherboard. Alright, and plastic mid-frame is off. Let's get the disk drive out. Everything looks really nice in this thing, like nice and clean. Just don't see anything that looks like it's causing a problem, at least yet. Alright, and metal plate is all loose. And I see 0 problems so far. Alright, let's have a look at the other side. And the APU actually looks pretty good, not really any dry spots there. And I see nothing obvious going on. So let's get started by checking the fuses. 7502, good. 7003, good. 7501, good. 7501, also good. And is that all of them? I think that's all on this side. Oh, 7002. There we go. We checked this one already. 3502. Good. Let's go to the other side. 7001 right here. Good. 5402. Good. 5401. Good. And is that all the fuses? I think that's all the fuses. So I'm going to start looking for shorts. So I've checked fuses no blown fuses. I've checked for shorts, no shorts that I can find. I've checked voltages. All the voltages that I've checked look good. So this seems to be another board where maybe BIOS, maybe Southbridge, or it could be just another chip that I just haven't found. But unfortunately for me, this one, at least right now, is going to be unfixable. Also, I do want to say on these PlayStation 5s, there is a way to check the error codes for the motherboards on these. I don't have those tools yet, and I haven't tried it yet. At some point I will, but I just haven't done it yet. That would definitely help us narrow these down. Next, we'll have a look at this Xbox Series X. Turns on and then turns right back off. Or turns off soon anyway. Okay, starting out. Thought it turned off sooner than this, but no noises on any buttons. Is it just staying on now? Okay, I'm going to hook up the HDMI and see if it... Oh, fan turn on? Nope, fan's still on. Okay, let's hook up the HDMI. Okay, HDMI, plugging in, still on. And now we have... What? Listen, you guys saw this. This is number 8. It turns on, and then it turns back off. And now it's just staying on. Let's try and update it and see if that's the issue. It could just be an update issue. And actually, I think what I'll do is try and just factory reset it. Because there's some of the count on here right now. So, system, console info, reset. Yeah, let's see what happens. I thought for sure this was going to be a difficult fix, and maybe it still will be, but I just can't believe that it's turned on and stayed on. So here we are, still updating. So far, it has stayed on. Previously, when I was first testing this, it would stay on for like 30 seconds and then turn off. So this is really good. We're at 94%. Let's see what happens once it's fully updated. Okay, everything looking good. Okay, so here we are all set up. We do need to test the disk drive. Let's give that a try. Takes it in. Things up good so far. And there we go. So this Xbox is working fine. I'm not totally sure what we did to fix it. I think just resetting it and updating it is what fixed this one as well. Let's move on to the next console. And console number 9 has a disk drive issue. I don't remember what it was doing, so let's find out. And this one is just one, it's not reading the disk, so probably another laser issue, but let's get it apart and check it out. And with the mid-frame off, we get our first look at the disk drive. Ribbon cable looks good. Yeah, that sounds good. And that sounds good. Alright. I don't think the disk drive has been opened, but we're going to do that now and see what it looks like on the inside. Just looking here, I don't see any issues initially. So let's get this plate off and have a look at the laser. And nothing too crazy going on inside here. It looks how it should. So next we need to remove this whole assembly. Yep, no obvious problems. So we're going to replace either just this laser or this whole assembly. And we replace the new one down in here. Just like that. Okay, we need to make sure that pin goes through this little groove right here, just like that. Okay, that all looks good. Now we can get it back installed on the metal plate and then back in the console. Make sure the ribbon cable in this mid-frame, and the fan. Now with all that stuff on, we can install the covers. 1, 2, now let's plug it in and see if it works. So it starts up, shows up on the screen. Let's see if it plays the disc, or if the disc spins up at least. There we go, the disc is spinning up just fine. Somebody fixed another game console and a PS5. The last two haven't been great, but this one is working great. Let's move on to the next console, which is going to be this Xbox Series S. And this one has no power, so let's just get right into it. We don't need to test this again. I'm not sure what we're going to find in here, but given that there's a whole bunch of openings in the top, I feel like we might be getting into some liquid damage here. Hopefully not, but it wouldn't surprise me. Seen a lot of liquid damage on these things. Alright, let's open it up and see what it looks like. Okay, fine so far.
Oh, wow. Never mind. Look at that. You know, everybody's got to know when to say, nope, I ain't touching that. And this is definitely that time. Let's move on to the next console. So next, I believe this is console number 1 I had Restore Rob take apart for me. And I'm going to replace this HDMI port. I'm going to get my hot air soldering station started up. And I'm going to heat this from the bottom right down here until this port just falls out. And then while it's still warm, I will install the new port and then just let the solder solidify. And then we'll check it and make sure it's all soldered on correctly. Before we do that, I am going to tin these pads. So I'm going to put a little bit of flux on these and then just come through with my soldering iron and just put a little bit of solder on each of those pins. I do also want to say, if this is something that you want to learn how to do, it looks fun to you, I do actually have a soldering course at GameConsoleRepairSchool.com. And the first course, I have a number of courses there. I have 3 total courses. But the first course for beginners is totally free. So if you've always wanted to do this, but don't know how and don't have a place to learn or a way to learn, you can learn for free online. From me, I have my hot air station set at 1100 degrees Fahrenheit and an airflow of 3. These take a ton of heat, so I use a ton of heat to remove them. These boards are really thick, so it just takes a lot to get these ports off safely. And if you don't get enough heat on them, then you're going to end up tearing pads, and then you're going to need to take my other soldering courses to learn how to micro solder. So it's important to get plenty of heat on these things. And I'm going in a circular motion because there is solder along the front, along the back, and the sides that needs to all melt and all be liquid at the same time. The solder is melting on the front a little bit, but not on the back yet. Oh, there we go. It's getting there. There we go. It's getting loose now. Wiggle it a little bit. Not too much. Okay, now that port's out. Now we just need to install the new port. Solder is nice and melted, so we're almost ready to put it back up in there. Okay, let's give it a try. Come on. There we go. That's better. Now, I want to make sure that the back gets soldered on all the way. So I'm going to put some pressure on it with my tweezers and heat it all up again. This will help the back solder on all the way. And there we go. All right, and now I'm going to come through and just re-solder all these pins. Use my large iron to basically just touch all of them, make sure they're all soldered down really well. All good so far. Okay, and then we'll come through with a dental pick. Oh, we got to resolder that one for sure. Okay, so that one needs to be resoldered. So, alright, and with that resoldered, let's just check each pin real quick. And they're all soldered on solidly, and that looks great. Now I'm going to give this back to Restore Rob so we can put it back together, and I'll move on to the PlayStation 5 HDMI port. So here we have the PlayStation 5 motherboard, and it's essentially going to be the same thing. I'm going to heat it from the bottom right here with my hot air soldering station until the port drops out, and we'll come through and just install this new port.
The PS5 board isn't quite as thick and takes less heat, so this is actually an easier job than on the Xbox. So I'm going to get my hot air station started up, my fume extractor turned on. Let's get this thing removed. Okay, and the solder is, oh, there we go. I just pushed down on that one mounting pin and it just fell right out. So now I'm going to keep this nice and warm. Actually, you know what? Looking at this port, it is not in good condition, and I want to make sure none of these pins are broken off on the other side of the board, which is a pain because now we're going to lose all that heat, but we got to inspect it and make sure it's okay on the other side. And it is not. I'm glad we did that. Let's get under a microscope and I'll show you what I mean. So here we go. You can see what I'm talking about. We got some legs that are broken off here. We even have one of the mounting pins broken off. So I'm glad that I took a look at this before I just started soldering that new port on, because we need to remove all of that, including this leg. So I'm going to do that with my large soldering iron, and I'll just come in and heat them up until those legs come off and they'll stick to my iron. And I think we're missing this component right here. We'll have to take that off of another board. Now for this leg, let's see if we can heat this up enough to push that leg through. These take a ton of heat. And even my large soldering iron might not be enough. It is not wanting to go. Okay, we'll have to heat that up with hot air. There we go. Okay, should be through the other side now. So now I will grab it with my tweezers while I heat, and there we go. Got it. Next, we're going to take this little guy off of this board here. There we go. So what I'm going to do is use my small soldering iron, come in here and manually solder it on. Okay, I got that side and that side. Now with that little capacitor installed, we can actually get to installing the HDMI port. I'm going to heat up this really hot until all the solder is melted. We'll install this port onto it and let the solder solidify. Okay, here we go. Alright, now let's check the other side and see how it looks. I'm just going to touch up some of these. Kind of melted the port in the back a little bit, but that should be fine. No issues with that. And then just come through, see if any of these pins wiggle. And they do not. This port's ready to go. Let restore us. I'll put this one back together, and then we'll test both the PS5 and the Xbox. Okay, so this is PS5 number 3, and I wanted to take a look at this port. This is the one that has the white light of death, or it goes with the white light but doesn't show anything up on the screen. So I wanted to check these pins behind the port first, just to see. Oh, we got one loose right there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 loose pins. Okay, so theoretically, we should be able to just resolder these pins, and this should work. Let's give it a try. So let's flux it up. There we go. That should be plenty of flux. Need to add a little bit of solder to some of these, I think. Okay. I'm going to clean up those pins and let's test and see if that did it. Just take my wife's toothbrush and some isopropyl alcohol. Clean those all up. Dry it out using a paper towel. All right, let's check. Good, 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 good. Oh, that one's still loose. Those 2 or 3 are still loose. One's that. Those 2 are still, 3 are still loose. So these 3 are loose, these 3 are loose. That's interesting. Okay. Not sure why that is. I wonder if the pads don't look torn. Okay, let's reset them. Those 3, and those 3. Okay, did we get them? Sounds good, sounds good. That one's good, 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 and good. Okay. Oh, one more over here. These things are just really, I can't believe that they've broken off their mounting pins so much. Shoot that up nicely. Add a little solder to that one. Whoa, that's a lot of solder. Get my large iron in here and try and suck some of that solder back out. We don't need that much on there. Alright, better. But is that pin still loose? Nope. Alright, good to go. Now I'm going to move this one back to restore shop as well, and then we'll test all three of these once he's done putting them together. And we just have this one last PlayStation 5. I do need to test those other three, which I'll do after this. Let's plug it in and see what the disk drive does. I think this is the one that was making the weird disk drive noises, if I remember right. Yep, let's get this thing apart and see what's going on inside. That's weird, it's just making all these noises when there's nothing even in it. And with all those disk drive screws out, let's see what's going on. I don't see any problem so far. Everything looks totally normal. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. I thought there was going to be something more obvious. I was expecting this to be really easy to figure out what was going on. So far, it has not been. And even with that plate off, I don't see anything obvious that's going on with this thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put this plate back on. I'm going to try and put a disc in manually using the eject screw. I'm going to try and shove a disc in and out and just see what it does. I mean, maybe some of this stuff was just misaligned when I took it apart. I mean, I feel like that can't be it, but sometimes it does happen. Especially if it's a disk drive that's been abused, if somebody's pulled a disc out of it when they shouldn't have or something like that. Sometimes things can get misaligned. It's not, for sure, not a common thing, but just not sure why else it would be doing that. Just don't see any issues inside of this thing. Okay, so the disc is going to go in like this. That all looks fine so far. And then this will turn. Oh, it only wants to go that way. Maybe these screws don't actually turn it that other way. You used to be able to on the PlayStation 4s. Okay, so let's get this disc all the way in here. Okay. This did not go down like it should have. Okay, so normally this disc goes in like this, and these screws should turn to pull it in. They definitely don't, though, because this should turn all the way and engage with this, which then releases this and lets that slip down there. But this is all locked up. When I try to turn it, it just doesn't turn. I don't think that's normal, but let's get a different disk drive so we can look and see how it's supposed to work. Okay, so here we have another disk drive. This is one that I stole a laser out of, but the rest of it works. So we've got our screwdriver in the eject screw here. And if we turn this and see, this turns both ways. This one does not. So let's take this disc back out. I think we might have just figured it out. This does not turn both ways. It only turns one way. So that tells me is I think that motor down there is probably broken, not working. So let's harvest the motor from this one, put it in this one, see if that'll get it working. Okay, here we go. All right. So, oh yeah, we've got to desolder these wires. We've got a red wire and a black wire back there. And some flux, way too much flux, but that's okay. Red wire, black wire, come on. How's that still attached? There we go. Now this whole assembly is free. Let's take that same assembly from here, put it in here, and see if that's all it takes to get this thing working. Red one goes here. This needs to sit down right in there. And this, go on here like this. I need to bend this piece to get it to go. Oh, there we go. We got it. Okay, easy enough. And we can install this into here. Now we can put the plate on. Now this bottom plate, and then we can put it back into the PS5 and see what happens. Also, let's just test and make sure this gear does turn both ways. Yes, it does. So we're good to go there. I think that's going to be the only problem with this. All back together. Top shell is on. This guy has power. That's good. Let's try and power it up with a disc. Oh, this is good. Takes it in. And it spins up totally normally. So this PS5 is all fixed. This was the last one we had to fix. But let's take a look at those three that I did the HDMI work on. Number one is the Xbox Series X. And we have a display on number one. Here's PS5 number two. Number two shows the display. Let's check number three. And number three is the one that we just resoldered the loose pins. Let's start it up and see what happens. And number three also shows the display. So that means we were able to fix almost all of these consoles. There was only the Xbox Series S and the two PS5s we weren't able to fix. I had this foolish Rob try out all of those ones that I couldn't find any problems with. He tested each one for about half an hour and found zero problems. So this lot was definitely a good lot. There's two PS5s that I couldn't fix. I think I'm going to keep them around so I can do some testing on them and see if I can read the codes and get those fixed. If you like this type of video, I think you're going to like the video where I bought a customer returns box of Nintendo Switches and I tried to fix those. I'll put a link up on your screen so you can come hang out with me over there and see if I was able to fix them. Don't forget to check out BW100. There's a link in the description. Thanks so much for watching today, and I hope you have a good one. This video is sponsored by Skillshare. I bought 5 broken Xbox Series X consoles on eBay. Let's put them unbox and see what I was wrong, and I'll answer your questions along the way. This first Xbox Series X didn't come in a retail box. We got some glue on the front that should be easy to get off. And it definitely has been taken apart before. At least these two screws have been taken apart, and the seal has been broken here. So if somebody's tried to fix this one already, we'll get to the diagnosis here in a minute. Let's get to the next Xbox. Okay, this one looks like it actually comes with all of the retail packaging. And this one comes with the controller as well. Controller is in nice condition. Even has batteries in it. Okay, cool. Now let's check out the console. On the side of the box, this one does say no pound. We'll be able to test that in just a minute here. Let's see what kind of condition it's in. All right, and we have one that has not been taken apart and is in pretty good condition. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Let's see what we got inside here. Okay, here's the console. Okay, that looks like probably just some batteries rolling around. No big deal. So the controller on number 3. Got some scuffs. This controller has definitely been used. Got some scuffs and some scratches. Not been taken apart. That's good news. Already got some finger cheese in the crack. That's gross. And here we go with number 4. Console's just kind of loose in there. Interesting shipping method. We have a controller, cool. And we got the cables. And the controller looks to be in decent condition. Let's check out the console. And another one that has not been taken apart. That's always good news for me. Okay, pretty good condition. And here we have Xbox Series X number 5. And we have another controller and the console. And the controller looks pretty good. Definitely used. It looks to be in good condition. And the Xbox itself is also in great condition and has not been taken apart. Now that we've gotten a look at all 5, let's plug them in and see what's wrong. So let's try Xbox number 1 and see what happens. Makes noise, that's good. Let's see what comes up on the screen. Okay, we do get a picture on the screen. So everything seems to be working fine on Xbox number 1. I'm going to put a disc in and see what happens. Okay, and the disc comes up and it's installed so far. Everything seems normal with Xbox number 1, so this is great news so far. I will have to do more testing on this later, but for now, let's move on to Xbox Series X number 2. And here we go with number 2. Okay, we definitely have no power. Okay, let's move on to number 3 and see if we can figure out what's going on with number 3. Okay, for number 3, let's see if it starts up. Okay, it is starting up. Let's see if we can get something on the screen. So far, nothing on the screen. I'm going to test the disc while we're testing that. Okay, it does pull the disc in. The disc does seem to be spinning up normally, but unfortunately, we still have no picture, so that seems to be the problem with number 3. Let's move on to number 4. Okay, and here we go, number 4. Bummer. No power on number 4.
I bought 12 broken Nintendo 3DS.
But other than that, I don't see anything too major. So now I got to get the board out of the console, and we can turn the board over and clean anything there, and also clean up all the buttons. One of my viewers donated these 3 broken Nintendo Switch lights, so I decided if I could fix them in today's video, I'm going to give them away to you. The person that donated these sent notes on. I bought these 9 broken Game Boy Pokemon games just to see if I could fix them. Pokemon Blue is worth about $40 used, but the Pokemon Crystal version is worth about $110 used, so they're definitely worth trying to fix. Let's get them into a Game Boy and see what's wrong. This video is sponsored by iFixit. Okay, and Pokemon, the prices you can get for these games range from $5 all the way up to $30. Let's start with the $5 game and see what's wrong with it. The 3.8 game disk drive to remove the 3 screws on the back of each of these games. And we can take a look at the inside. I noticed what I think is wrong. Right over here you can see, down here you can see these miscolored parts. That is all liquid damage. Of course, we would start out this video with liquid damage. So the first thing I'm going to do is scrape off a bunch of this liquid damage and see exactly how much damage there is there and if I think this is even fixable. So I've gotten a bunch of the corrosion off, and really the main parts that I'm worried about on this game are probably these areas right here, and also these areas right here, where there's just a little tiny trace. It's very easy for corrosion to just eat right through those traces, and you can see there's a number of them that have serious corrosion. So what I'm going to do now is test each of these pads, and see if we have a connection from the pad to wherever the pad goes. So for example, this one, we can test from here all the way up here and see if there's continuity. And to do that testing, we're going to bring in Scotty. So here we go. One probe down here and the other up here.
Yeah.
This video is sponsored by Honey. I bought 34 broken hand. Top inner case is cracked. I won't be fixing the top inner case problem now, but I will be fixing this bad lower screen. This is the before of the lower screen. It's just got a bunch of lines here and just nothing shows up. Now that we're done with all the PSPs, it's time to move on to the Nintendo 3DSs. This regular 3DS needs the top screen and bottom screen replaced as they're all scratched up, as well as the outside case. So I'm actually going to save this for this video, and this 3DS XL has a broken top screen, which takes a long time to replace, so I'm going to also save this for a refurbished video. So that leaves us with 5 3DSs and 2 3DS XLs, and that includes this Pikachu 20th Anniversary Special Edition, which I'll be getting to, but let's get started with the 4 regular 3DSs. This first one has parental controls, which is an easy enough process. You can just Google that to see how to do that. I'm going to do all that off camera and move on to number 38 with a right shoulder button problem. Place the charge port on number 37. I need to remove the bottom shell to get to the charge port, so I'm going to do that next, and then I'll show you how to replace it. This is the current charge port situation. Hopefully the motherboard isn't damaged. That'll determine whether this will be fixable or not. So we've got to remove the bottom off of the 3DS, and then I can inspect the charge port and the motherboard. So this is what I have to work with. It looks like the motherboard is fine, so I need to finish removing the remnants from this charge port, and then I can put a new one on. I'm going to use this pair of flush cutters to cut the old one off the board, hopefully without messing up any of the pads on the motherboard. And then we can remove the remnants off of the pads, then put the new one on. now that the charge port's replaced, I'm going to put the battery in just temporarily and then just test it to make sure it's working. There we go. We've got the orange light, so that means the charge port is working fine. So number 37 is now fixed. Let's move on to number 35 and repair the game slot. And there we go. That was an easy fix for this 3DS. Now it's time to move on. If I press the A button, it doesn't do anything. All the other buttons. This video is sponsored by Honey. I bought 34 broken handheld. It's time to move on to the 3DS XL number 42. The blue light flashes but won't turn on. So here's the problem here. Blue light flashes for a second, but it doesn't stay turned on. Okay, let's check the battery first, battery connection, and make sure that's good. So this is the liquid damage indicator. And as you can see, it's pink instead of having red dots on it. So we might have some liquid damage on this board. So I'm going to take off the bottom cover and see how liquid damaged it is. And actually, it doesn't look that damaged. We've got some indications of some liquid damage there. Not really much else, though. It always is possible that it's liquid damage on the top side. You can see someone did try to fix the problem with rice. Don't use rice. Rice does nothing. So next, let's get this motherboard out and check out the underside. There we go. Here is the problem. We got some serious corrosion on the power and battery charging circuit right here. I'm going to try and clean it off, see if that'll fix it. If not, we may need to do some more work on this part. So I've got all these components cleaned off. I'm going to heat this section all up and just reflow all these components just to make sure the solder joints are as good as possible. And then I'll put it all back in and try to start it up and see what it does. Now it's time for the moment of truth. Is it going to turn on? Great news. The blue light's staying on so far. Let's do backlight. Good. And there we go. We have now fixed number 42 where the blue light flashes won't turn on. It seems like that cleaning the corrosion and reflowing the charge and power chips on the motherboard fixed that one. Now let's move on to number 31 with the game slot that's bad and it's also very dirty. It's really hard to show on camera. One of these pins looks like it may be a little bit bent or something. So I'm going to take this bottom case off and see if we can get a better view of that. It's really hard to see it, but these two pins back here seem to be, I don't know if they're bent or what. They're in a different position than the rest. So I'm going to see if I can get that problem fixed and then we'll test this game slot. And there we go. The game slot is now working. So let's move on to my last and probably my favorite one out of this entire lot, number 44. It is the Pikachu 20th Anniversary Special Edition. This one freezes when I start it up. So let's take a look at this one and see if we can fix it. It's very obvious that someone has tried to repair this already because we've got this chunk taken out right here. Some of the screws are missing and the motherboard is not even in there correctly. So hopefully it's something we can fix. We'll find out really quickly. One thing I know I need to do is replace this case because this one is just totally destroyed. So I'm going to replace that now. That's not going to help with the functionality of it, but it's going to make it look much better. If you're enjoying watching me try and fix all these handheld game consoles, I've got videos of trying to fix all sorts of stuff from a bunch of PS4s to Xboxes, even iPhone 10s. I'll put that playlist up on your screen at the end. Come hang out with me over there and see what else I can fix.
No pudieron reparar la trilla.
This one won't read games. There's a bunch of these things inside that are bent and broken, so we need to either replace the slot or those pins. But unfortunately, it looks like pretty much every single pin is bad. The whole game slot is bent there. It's been cut away here. So I think probably the best move here is going to be to replace this entire game slot. Now all we need to do is install the new game slot. We've got a game right there, ready to go. Let's push it in and see what happens. And there we go. Let's just press on it and make sure it starts up. All right, and the game is starting up. This one won't read games. There's a bunch of these pins inside that are bent and broken. So this video is sponsored by iFixit. Now, games, but it's just not in very good condition. So what I'm going to be doing is replacing the shell with this brand new shell. But before I can get the new shell on, I've got to get all the guts out of this old shell. So I'm going to do that next. Then I'll put the new shell on, and it's going to...
I will try to fix this special TV.
I received something faulty from another YouTuber, and you may have heard of them. The man, the myth, the person who applies just the right amount of double paste is Tronics Fix. Excuse the belly. Arguably the biggest tech repair channel on YouTube has sent the boy a challenge. The message from Steve is as follows. I've taken a look around and I think I have something that might work. It's a handheld and I have no idea where I bought it or what might be wrong with it. I think it could make a good challenge video. So wish me luck. I have no idea what it is. It's a handheld device, but it could be so many different things. It looks like Steve also applies the right amount of bubble wrap. This is great packaging. For all seriousness, Steve did not have to do this. He was out of his way to find something that was broken to send it to me. So massive thank you to Steve. Judging by the actual packaging, so we might have a Nintendo DS. I'm liking the purple. Let's see what we've got. Okay, so we've got a bag of bits and bobs and components. This actually might really help us out. We also have a few styluses. Do they extend or are they just as short? Or do they extend? Okay, it's a Nintendo 3DS. I originally thought it might be like a DS Lite or just a standard DS, but it's a 3DS. If I'm being honest, I wasn't expecting the leopard print design. It's gorgeous, and I think that's all we have in the actual case itself. So it also looks like it's half apart already. We need to try and find out exactly what's going on with it. There's quite a few different pieces. I'm going to go ahead and guess that it doesn't work. I think maybe to start with, we just try and put it back together and see what happens. I believe looking at this, it's maybe like the Wi-Fi module for the DS. That would exactly like this, and that's good. So I don't want to ruin that. Let's apply some flux just all over this connector. So we're taking it from the top, so it doesn't matter. Flux makes solder flow nicely and helps with the process. We do 450 degrees Celsius and airflow speed at 50%. I don't need to just melt the connector and blow it straight off the board. I mean, it's off. It went underneath the cap. There we go. Okay, fine. I've removed the captain tape. Now we're just going to add a bit more flux.
And we're going to put some loaded solder on these pads. Luckily, I think they're okay. So let's tin the pads. Now to get it clean with some isopropyl alcohol and cotton swabs. It'd be really good if we can give this DS a new lease of life. And this is now how we're looking to put a new connector on. Because I can't use hot air on this, I have to solder each individual pin, and I've only just put the port on, and I think it's in place, ready to go. I think I've just knocked it out of place. We just need to slide it back, so slightly and gently. There we go, that should be it. We're going to start with the side pins here to hopefully get this nice and solid, because we have solder already on the board. Nope, let's put it back into place now. It's going to be very fiddly this. I'm going to use a tiny bit of flux just to get this one sorted. Okay, there we go. And I've knocked it out of place again. I don't want to use too much flux because I was worried about getting stuck in the port. I think I'm just going to have to suck it up. That's as good as I'm going to get it. Let's try it now. Alright, this time I'll come back with a bigger tip. Okay, better. Push this side down now as well. And now we're a bit more stable. It's locked. Tip. It makes it very difficult to try and not burn the plastic. This is where it's come off. Directly behind this, we have this plastic connector. I don't know what the job of it is, but I can't heat the board through the back, which is how I would usually put these type of connectors on. And we go back to this side, right next to this one, we have this connector, and we also have this plastic connector. This is a tough one for me. Let's grind all these traces here. I'll this side instead. We try and go on this side. Okay, so we're all right so far. Okay, just check these. Solid. Every single one solid. I'm very shocked. And now the really tough bit again. By some miracle, we might be alright. And here, this is bad. So let's try a different top screen. Right, so we have the same motherboard in. I've just swapped out the top screen here, which you can see. Now, what I will say before I test is that the red Nintendo 3DS you can see here was also faulty. But I don't know what the fault was. Meaning that this could very well have a faulty top screen as well. Here we go, moment of truth. Does it turn on? Do we get a light? We do get a light. What happens? Does the light stay on? Screen? Exactly the same thing. This one has a bit of a pop though. I don't know if you can hear it, but hold it out to the speaker. Chances are it's the exact same issue. Meaning my soldering that I've done on the connector probably wasn't good enough. We're now back under the scope, and I'm just going to test something real quick. I've got the top screen ribbon cable plugged in, and as you can see, it is a little bit mangled here. I'm going to test the continuity mode now, just to see if we have the connections we should have. So I'm looking for a beep here. Perfect. Good. Good. I actually think that proves every connection is okay. So I actually think I may have got two faulty screens here. I'm going to check the pins inside a couple of these connectors just to make sure that they're all good. Starting with this one here. Yeah, I can look at both of them actually. Both of those connectors to me look absolutely fine. No issue with the connectors themselves. Checking the bottom screen connector as well, just in case. That also looks fine. No pins or no issues there from what I can see. I just want to have a final look at some of the ribbon cables. I mean, that looks fine. Doesn't look to be damaged. This may be like a bit of hair. Yes, a little bit of hair. Then we've also got these two. Again, that one looks fine. Doesn't look like any damage on the actual connector itself. And the same with the bottom one as well. Can't see any marks on the cables themselves either. It's a shame I wasn't able to get this little 3DS working. I'm pretty sure the issue is going to be with a faulty top screen. I could take apart the whole assembly and put a new top screen in the 3DS. If you've ever taken apart a Nintendo 3DS or a Nintendo DS before, you know what the ribbon cables are like at the top here. A massive thanks again to Tronic 6 for sending me over the 3DS all the way from America. I'm just sorry I couldn't fix it. If you enjoyed this video, you should come and hang out with over here where we go ahead and try and fix it.
¿Cómo que no pudiste arreglar? Yo no es de go.
purchased a really beaten up Mi 3S XL from Japan. Separate board for the D-pad if that got worn, or a separate board for the cartridge slot if the pins got damaged. As well as that, the micro... There.
Hola. ¿Qué hay, vato? Vengo por la poderosa. Ah, esa es la cara. ¿Qué? ¿Ahorita te vio? ¿Seguro? Sí, ahorita ahí va a estar, ¿no? Es que llamó a subir. Pero ahí está, ¿no? Mi papá. Sí, ahorita voy, cierro aquí y voy, te lo dejo. Va. Dije, ahorita fue a comer y se me olvidó. Vale, pues. Ey. Luz naranja de la muerte. Sí, Nintendo 10.
Hi guys, for the contest in today's video, I have another charging port. Doesn't look too bad. The charging port doesn't look too bad. The first thing I want to check is if the battery is working. Maybe the battery is dead. So I have here another one. I repaired in the previous video. I changed the top screw. So yeah. So I have a working battery, so I take this. But why isn't it charging? So it's working, but it's not charging. So I'm going to test that. Perhaps that would indicate that there was liquid damage of the triggers. The ribbon cables seem okay. Oh, yeah. I had the 5 volts, but now I don't. So I think that's strange. options. Zoom out a little bit. Okay. Damn, that's so signal. So let's test it again before I screw it together. Okay, and then this worked. Okay. Then the charger. That's the charge. And now it does.
No, let's see if $1,600 was too much to pay for this box of 13 Nintendo Switches. Immediately I see an OLED Switch. Doesn't feel like there's very much in there, though. I don't know what to think of that. Same with this one. This one's just a regular, not an OLED. Oh, look at this. Now, it'd be nice if the whole retail system was in here, but I feel like it's also just I paid $1,824 for a bunch of broken Nintendo handhelds. They're all special editions, and if I can fix all of them, I can almost double my money. This video is sponsored by DW100. More on them in a minute. Now, if you're really good at math, you see there's only 12 here. That's because I have one still in the mail, so I'll probably work on that last once it arrives. Let's just jump right in and get started with number one. Okay, and here we go with handheld number one. Let's see if it turns on. We got a blue light. That's good. Oh, blue light, and then it turns off. Already starting with probably a difficult one. Usually when these have the blue light and turn off, there's something up in this upper shelf. Since I've taken apart the plugged in all the way. My favorite ones of these type of fixes are the ones where somebody just playing. Okay, back together enough to test. And we got the blue light. The blue lights. What it totally works. That one loose ribbon cable is all it took to fix this. I only paid $130 up, and then you can see it again right here. I'm just going to use my dental pick and just pull back. There we go. And then same thing again. Just pull back. I've seen a lot of these where people flip up this black plastic piece right here because they think it's a locking tab, and it's totally not, and then they end up just breaking it. Cool, that was not in there all the way. I don't think that's enough to cause this problem we're having, but since it wasn't in there all the way, I'm going to install it all the way, and then just see if this happens to work. I'm sure it won't, but I think it's worth trying. Okay, back together enough to test. And we got the blue light. The blue light. And it doesn't leave a residue. And one of my favorite things about it is that it's non-flammable. It also comes in this pressurized container, so you can spray it right down into where you need it. Recently, I made a power tool video that has electronic contacts right here. So I can just spray the DW100 down in there and take a toothbrush and clean those contacts really well. One of my favorite uses for DW100 is cleaning analog sticks. Over here on these capacitors. I don't see anything so far that I feel like should make it not turn on. So I think what we'll do is give this thing a good cleaning and then see if that does any good at all. Alright, that is definitely not perfect, but that's pretty good. Let's just put this back together and test it and see what happens. Alright, all the screws are in, the bottom cover is on, the bottom shell, the bottom whatever. The battery cover is on. Now let's give this thing a test and see if it turns on. Alright, here we go. Oh, look at the blue light. That's amazing, but will the screens turn on? Come on. Oh, yeah. And the screen's even here. I definitely don't see any problems on it. This actually looks really good inside so far. So let's look at this connection right here. Okay, that's definitely fine. No issues there. I want to look at this connection here as well. We need to take the game slot off first. And these, if I remember right, are glued down. Yep. There we go. Alright. Game slot is now off. And that ribbon looks just fine. So I think we're probably going to have to end up replacing the bottom screen on this one. There we go. And get to this bottom screen. I mean, it sure looks good. It's even nice and clean, but definitely doesn't work. So next what I want to do is remove this blue bezel from this screen and install it onto this one. So the bezel matches the console. Now I'm going to remove this one first so I can remember how to do it. Also make sure not to poke myself. Maybe I'll try with my fingernails first. Yeah, I'm getting it. Almost got it. Oh. Okay, now, there we go. Hopefully that screen works we put in. I think it does. I usually don't keep stuff unless it works, or if it doesn't work, I usually will mark on it or something. Okay, and the part I broke, it really doesn't look too bad, that bezel part, but that being said, I will need to deduct a little bit of money from the amount that I expect to get out of it because of that. But let's assume this bottom screen works. Let's turn it on and see if it does. We got a blue light. And come on. There we go. Bottom screen. There is no way. Okay, and that's not connected because this connector is broken. There's a locking tab that goes on it. Not in there though. I don't want to bend them too much. Whoops. Okay, let's give it a try. Over here, is there any part of this board that doesn't have liquid damage? This might be one of the boards that we need to give up on. Not necessarily give up on power at all. I'm going to put a non-good battery in this thing. Possible.
Trae controles, trae el Kinect, trae qué más. Trae la memoria, para que tiene memoria. ¿Está bien? Ponerlo para hackearle, para cositas. Para aquí, por igual. Es que bien que también quiere sus cuartos internas. ¿O no debe conmigo? Entonces, si quiere tener también tenerlo. Mi memoria es la chiquita. ¿Es un chingo? ¿Sí? A lo mejor me quedo con esta, ¿no? Se la regalan. No, ahora falta que sirva. ¿Tienes? ¿Este de la mañana? ¿Lo te marqué? Te marqué para pedir, te dice, ¿qué onda? ¿Lo compro o no lo compro? Porque ¿cómo estuvo la oferta? ¿Cómo estuvo el precio? ¿Está bien? ¿Adentro de o me sacaría? No, está bien. ¿Cuánto vale una vuelta? ¿Cuánto vale uno? Tú venderlo. ¿Cuánto tú lo venderías? 500. 10. Sería más. ¿No? ¿Está igual? No me gusta. ¿Te lo dejo? Hey, ¿ya estás ocupando cajita? Sí. ¿Para qué no lo yo? No le llevo, no le llevo. ¿Qué? ¿No puede ser, ¿eh? ¿Más rápido? Ok. Vamos, aquí. Yo lo pongo. ¿Cómo lo agarro? ¿Estamos bien? Nos vemos. Pura basurita. No, cerrado. Estamos de las nubes, ¿no? En tu página. Pues ahí está, ¿no? Y el número. En realidad. ¿Él le meto puras guitarras? O puras guitarras como aquel y ya lo demás. Porque me falta el Green Day, me falta Timber, Everything. No, va a tomar el Green Day, pero hasta el ¿ves? En eso sí, eso es uno de mis favoritos. Nomás lo jugué con Wii, no, con el hackeado de los discos grabados. Era del disco de Play. ¿Dónde estaba? También tenía para sí. Quedaba que le pedía el chip, ¿no? El chip. Tengo que le pegar el chip. Para que leyera así. Para que leyera los discos grabados. Es que no sé por qué se dejó el pinche el... ¿Tenías uno y lo prestaste, pues? ¿Qué? Los que tocaban los grabados. Sí, lo robaron, no le renté en la casa y entraron a la pinche bodega y con eso y no sé, y nada, corre. Nadie supo nada, ¿no? Me han puesto no tienes. ¿No me lo tienes? No, contar. Está muy allá, no, güey. Ah, pues ahora que esté, hasta el mismo. Los juegos. Ya que esté, porque si cobro antes no queda, güey. No sabe igual. Sí, güey. Sí. ¿Vale? ¿Vale? Ahí te aviso. Chuy. Beep, 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 beep.
I feel like I should give it a try. Yeah, let's give it a try. Just connect these little cables here. These cables connect to the screen. Now this should come up. Now that off, we can also remove this one, and also remove this cable. This stuck, there's a piece of adhesive there, and there's some adhesive right under here. We need to remove.
Hey, what's happening?
And then more over here. Alright. Now we're ready to remove this the rest of the way. And kind of fold it down like that. Now we can get to the cameras. There's no adhesive down under the cameras, but there is adhesive on the ribbon cables here. There we go. And there we go. Now we're down to the screen. And I think I have a replacement. And the replacement's a used one, and I have a very old sticker on here that says, screen works, I think. So I don't know if this screen's even going to work, but I'll get this old one out, and then we'll try and get this one in and see what happens. So we are working against adhesive here. So I'm going to open this up and push with my fingers, push back, hopefully get this screen. There we go. Okay, that actually went pretty well. I don't have to worry about breaking this one since it's already shattered. There we go. Okay, and it's wanting to sort of go through, although not that well. Okay, so let's see what we got going on here. So it's stuck right there. So we need to help this thing along by twisting it around. Actually, I might just cut this one because this one doesn't matter. It's already broken. So I'm going to cut right here.
Yeah.
There we go. Now we can pull that out from the other side like that. Okay. So this, I believe, should go on the inside of this green wire and the inside of the other cables. So just like this, I'm going to wrap it up inside itself and try and push it through. I think it's not going to be as easy as it seems, though. It's going to get stuck somewhere in here. Really don't want to mess up this, especially because I'm not sure if I have any other screens for this. So, okay, I might need to take this off of here so I don't have to go through this little part of the hinge. That's the part I'm having a problem with. I was hoping I could just put it through like this, but clearly that is not going so well. So I don't think that's going to work. But, you know, I'm going to try it again anyway. Because why not? Yep. I don't think there's any good way to do that. So I need to take the hinge pin out so I can get this part off. So then I have more room back there. There we go. And then that separates from there. And then this separates from here. There we go. Okay. Now, with that there, getting this through there should be way easier. I'm just going to go around here. Like that. Come on. And then spin it around on itself. Like that. And then through the tube, hopefully. There we go. I really hope this screen works after all this work. So, that part, we can kind of put back like this. Now we need to get this part back in. Do that. We need to squeeze all these cables together and put them up through that little groove. It's a lot more difficult to do when I'm filming. Okay. How to do that part without filming, I just couldn't get the right angle and keep my head out of the way. So, but we did get those through the groove. Now we need to put this part on like that. Put this screen all the way on here. Just wanted to fall out. Okay. Now if we get the angle just right, the hinge pin will flip right in there. Okay. There we go. Now this back cover can go on. The front snaps down first. We push it back. Just like that. Now we can get this motherboard back installed and see if that top screen even works. Okay, it's together enough just to test. I'm gonna test it and see if it works before we go any further. Okay, power, blue light, and no display. Oh, that's a bummer. We don't get anything on either screen. So it could be a problem with the speakers, the camera, the Wi-Fi card, any of that stuff. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to try replacing this Wi-Fi card just because it was unplugged when I first started this, which might mean that somebody tried to replace it already. But it's a super easy thing to test, so let's get it replaced and see what happens. All right. This one plugged in. There we go. All right. And now let's try it and see what happens. And nothing still. Oh, that's a bummer. So I installed a new lower screen because I think that's probably the most likely problem behind the Wi-Fi card. And since I replaced that several times, I don't think that's the issue. Now let's see what happens. Oh, blue light and now it pops and powers off. Yeah. I think I might have installed a faulty top screen into this. So this is what I think. I think both the bottom and top screen were faulty. I replaced the top one with the faulty one, but the bottom one was still faulty, so it wouldn't turn on enough to test that. Now, with the working lower screen, it's turning on enough to test the top screen, and it pops and turns off when it sees the top screen is faulty. That's my theory. So let's get it replaced again and find out if I'm right. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, since I have a replacement of this whole assembly, what I'm going to do is remove all of these ring cables so I can just put the whole new assembly back up in here. So we'll remove that assembly and we will get this assembly put back in here. And it is, oh wait, is it there? Got it. Okay, now we will get this part installed. Okay, now you just need to put this back cover on. You can get the board in. I'm not going to film all that. You've already seen it. We'll come back once the board's in and it's ready to test. All right, here we go. We've got it all back in. Enough to test. Let's see what happens. Blue light. And... oh, no. It just pops and turns off again. I don't think there's anything on here that hasn't been replaced, which means it's probably a board problem. And here's the thing with that. I don't know if you've noticed when I've been taking the board on and off, but it's like bent. It's like got a bow in it. So I think that might be the problem, which is super unfortunate. But there's a good way to test. I do have a spare board laying around. So I'm going to get that, install it in here, and we'll see if that fixes it. Okay, I have the replacement board installed, but look at this. This is what I was talking about. Look at how bowed this is. That doesn't show it as well. This shows it pretty well. Look at how bent that board is. I don't know. So that definitely could be the problem. But let's test this one and see if it works now. It's really a good way to test these. I don't recommend it, but it's quick. Okay, blue light. Staying on so far. Come on. Yeah! There we go.
So number 5 is finally said. Let's move on to number 6. You can see here, I'm just realizing this video is getting way too long, so I'm going to split it into 2 parts, and in part 2, we're going to start out with number 6. I'm going to put part 2 up on your screen as soon as it's ready, so just click on there to continue watching. Don't forget to buy BW100, I'll put a link in the description. Thank you so much for watching today, and I hope you have a good one.
I hope you're watching this.
Muchas veces habla del sistema de salud, del INSTI, que también está en la canción. Sí, mucho. Entonces, por supuesto que es una parte importante que ha tenido décadas de rezagos, sí, también eso es entendible. Y por supuesto que no se transforma radicalmente un sistema así, pero hay prioridades en el sistema de salud. Ojalá que efectivamente nos desmientan y que estemos absolutamente no, yo paso ahí, yo si estoy hablando de algo que yo no veo, si yo llego ahí, estoy ahí, pues le estoy narrando algo, no mando fotos porque tengo el buen gusto de no grabar, no tomar fotos a mamás que están ahí. Claro. Entonces, viernes son las 6 de la tarde con 35 minutos y adelante.
A este le vamos a poner
¿Estás mudando o qué?
¿No?
¿Por qué estás tan vacío? ¿Vas a remodelar?
¿No? ¿Se va para allá?
¿Para dónde?
Para allá, ¿no?
¿Sí? ¿Estás limpiando? Bendito Dios.
¿Sí?
Qué bueno.
¿Qué me trajiste?
Pues eso, sí.
¿La deuda? ¿De una vez?
¿No puedes pagar el
¿El año que viene, no? Muy bien.
Siempre desocupado.
Oye, luego te traes el... ¿Qué hiciste el Luigi?
Allá lo tengo mucho. Bueno.
¿Cómo me traes el Luigi? Porque agarré un Luigi que compré al sur y me llevó así. Lo único que hacía. Le di. Y de repente haz de cuenta que así, ¿sabes?
¿En serio?
Como a la sexta, güey.
¿Esta?
Pero sí, haz de cuenta que ahí lo dejé en el lavabo. Lavaba los dos y nada.
¿Qué más puede pasar?
Y ahí ahí tengo varios, güey, también tengo un Paper Mario que entra y el primero empezaba y...
Pues yo te digo la chingada. Entras y también tiras putado y ya la siguiente, ya, te trabo. Pero entras al menú, entras al juego, tiras putado, te termina la primera y ya sí quieres seguir avanzando. Pues chingada. No, pues está bien, está bien.
Este mueble lo regalé, güey, porque se rompió y esto te lo prende.
¿En serio?
Es una cantidad así. ¿Cuánto cuesta? 600. Creo que son muebles. Y me dice, güey, ¿y qué tengo que vamos a hacer? ¿Qué voy a hacer? ¿No?
¿Llegó la vitrina?
Sí, le dio raíces gratis de una vez.
Está bien.
Porque luego, ¿qué le haces? Nadie quiere llevarte los vídeos.
No, pues qué bueno que vayas limpiando. Así prácticamente que te queden las reparaciones aquí y lo de venta allá. ¿Sí? Poquillo.
Oye, güey, ¿y qué esos güeyes que iban a faltar en noviembre no te consiguió?
No, que siempre no.
¿Eso no que no?
No, porque pues tienen dinero, pues. Dicen, no, es que ya platicaron y que pues, como son fechas buenas. De hecho, esta semana trata de llevarte lo más posible. No le hace que hagas pilas ahí, vendes y luego vuelves a subir, porque es quincena. Mucha gente ya anda gastando. Sí. El mero 30, el jueves, el miércoles, perdón. Digo que ayer fue 31. El miércoles, no hombre, viejo. No cabíamos en el Car Junior. Cantidad. Yo dije, voy a agarrar vacío, pero cuando vi lleno, dije, ¿por qué? Pues hay 30.
¿El miércoles fuiste?
El miércoles. Fui a vender a un Nintendo 64 allá a Rosarito.
¿Te animaste?
Pues mi esposa me animó. Yo no quería ir, yo no te lo estaba bateando. Y mi esposa me dice, oye, vamos dinero, pues, ¿por qué no lo llevas? Yo así como que ya traía cargo de conciencia cuando ella me dijo eso. Metí a mi hermano Río al colegio también. No, hombre, le pasan de la bien de a madre de cosas. Y luego me tocó la colegiatura de la más grande, de la niña más chiquita, pero es la más grande con el matrimonio que tengo ahorita. Son 3.900 cachos de la colegiatura, del mes. Y nos tocó lo otro, lo del morro, y entonces dicen que me puso tan chavito. Ahí,
No, sacamos.
pues fíjate, lo que son las cosas. Me lanzo por allá, ¿no? Eso fue el miércoles. ¿Todo bien? Llegué a su trabajo, llegué y andaba comiendo, me dijo, ¿me esperas o vienes? Le digo, no, pues ya que 1 hora, pues te espero aquí mejor. ¿Cómo que voy a andarme moviendo? Yo ahí medio emputado, porque dije, este güey me hizo venir hasta acá y no está.
¿No estaba?
No estaba en su trabajo, y dijo, chingada madre. Pero pues yo entiendo, no tenía que comer el vato. Y ya, pues me esperé y andaba estresadillo. Ya como mi morro estaban chingando, me salí de ahí del carro y afuera estaba llegando aire y dije, a ver qué pasa.
¿Y por cuánto tiempo te estresaste?
Como 10 minutos. Pues ya estaba ahí yo algo desesperado, dije, no, pues a lo mejor voy a valer verga nomás con la gasolina. Ya llegó el vato bien relajado, pues andaba tragando.
Estaba comiendo.
Llegó y ya. Y ya le expliqué y todo el rollo. Y así. Dije, no, sabes, mira, no te pasa que la consola que tú me pediste, ya la había vendido. Esta es una 64 normal, más que el juego que yo tenía en publicado, de hecho son más desesperables que así, son uno más bueno. No, pues que Simón. Lo miró y me dijo, ¿qué onda el control? Digo, no, pues el control está en buenas condiciones. La palanca no estaba así retira, pero se aguanta. Se fue a su casa y ya se hizo pendejo como 5 minutos, más estaba alguien registrando. Ya fue y me pagó. Pero lo que son las cosas, eso fue el miércoles y ahora ya me manda mensaje. Dice, oye, ocupo un Game Boy y ocupo un transfer pack para el 64. O sea, de ahí salen los lentes, por no rajar. Hubiera sido fácil mandarlo a la gorra, está lejos. Pero me animé y al parecer va a caer otra cosa.
A mí me pasó con un güey que vive para las carreras del Requete.
Pero es que suena mamón, ¿verdad? ¿Cómo que no pueden seguir?
¿Qué? ¿Vamos?
Desde perdida vas acompañado, ¿no? Si es algo triste. Ah, creo que ya sé de dónde. Háblame.
Y luego el güey me dice, ahí está, pues ya te los avances, mejor te dejo la memoria. Y le vendí la memoria, 600. Y ya de repente, güey, ya no me compró.
¿Qué pasó?
Lo vi en el viaje.
¿Lo entiendo?
No,
Ah. ¿Pero sí lo saludaste?
sí.
Dice, hey, pasa mi local, aquí está María. Tengo que estar comprando, estoy ahí. Sí, este cabrón, de pionero. Que le caiga ahí le compras poquito. Ah, es que tus sellos regalan.
De repente sí, está bien barato.
Sí, pues sí, la pendeja de repente como que paga alto por los lotes y ya se quieren a su estado todo bien feo, ¿no?
Sí.
Que ya no tienen mal acostumbrados, yo me espero lo barato. Cuando se pone calero, no le compro. Ya cuando saca barato, arrimo.
Bueno, no, a la gente no.
Pero fíjate lo que son los pueblos. Para cada cabrón hay diferentes. Los juegos, a veces yo me aburro de tener juegos ahí. Y ya agarro y le hago un lote a él. Unos 20, 30 juegos. Parece. Yo no toca yo, mira, échalos. Todos de verga. Está bien, ¿no? Son baratijas. Pero pues para mí, conmigo, no tiene caso, no se mueve. Y luego se los debo a la Adrián. Se los ensarta a la Adrián. Pero la Adrián a mí no me compra. A la Adrián me gusta comprarle al pinche tocayo. Entonces es un círculo. De ahí, luego de ahí de la Adrián los publica y la gente los paga más caros de su misma clientela de él. ¿Qué miedo? Yo me quedo.
Y luego el Adrián, güey, y se los compran, güey. Luego el Adrián pone uno, por decir, güey, ¿qué te gusta? Pone Mario Kart de Wii, güey, a 150. Y luego, por decir, tú lo compras a 150. Y luego no lo vendes, por decir, y se lo vendes al Alex a 200. Y ya ese güey se lo dio. O sea, nomás está.
Sí, brillan ahí mismo.
Dicho brincadera de la merca, ¿no?
Ya no se sabe si entre nosotros nos chingamos o nos alivianamos.
Yo digo, yo creo que es como nada más como vendes la merca y sales del hoyo en el que estás ahorita, güey. Porque tú ahorita fuiste y vendiste, agarraste la pelota y bueno, ya saliste, güey. Ya después agarras otra mosquita y ahí la vendes. Y si no, güey, al kilo, güey, y ya es cuando aparece de allá y luego se la compra al otro, y pero tú ya saliste, güey.
Sí, pero fíjate, cosa curiosa, como el pinche, el 10 Rosita, que salió malo. Fíjate, yo había comprado ese y lo pensé que estaba bueno, porque prendió el momento cuando me lo llevó el vato. No, mentira, no prendió, lo vi en buen estado, pues. Y ya cuando lo conecté con el cargador que me hizo el paro, pues que prende, ¿no? Y ya me he confiado. Ya de hecho no hice reclamo con eso, dije, no hay pedo, unos por otros. Porque en sí esa madre me lo vendió a mí en 500 pesos y venía con una R4. La R4 yo la vendí en 350. Prácticamente me salía 150 la compra. Entonces ya, chingue su madre, ¿no? Está bien, ya se pagó.
Sí.
Pero el Meraz me había vendido a mí. ¿O está curado? ¿Está bueno? ¿Tú lo hiciste? ¿O ya venías?
No, sí.
Está bien, matito. El Meraz me había vendido unas consolas para partes. Me dijo, la neta no sé ni qué tenga. Y las vi todas mugrosas. Y ya me había dicho, las pagué y ya me las quedé. Como no jaló de rosa, le quité la batería y dije, pues voy a ver a este que le duele. Y prendió, funciona todo chido, nomás el puro puerto de carga. Video. Bueno, pues se me hace mejor comprar el puerto de carga en el electrónico. Pero lo que son las cosas, yo algo lo tenía ahí arrumbado como cosas perdidas y funcionó la chingada. Y ahí tengo un 10 que venía junto con esto, me lo vendió una XL. Y también no tengo batería para ponérsela porque la batería es más larga. Para ponérsela y ver qué síntomas da.
No, la misma, güey.
¿No?
No. Está más larga, pero es la misma. Una, tiene $6, ¿no?
Pues un rellenito, ¿no?
Ajá, yo aquí alguna vez tenía las dos mías, no tenía pilas, pero tenían su XL grande y les puse dos pilas chiquitas.
Obviamente se descarga más rápido,
pero en pago, ya no quita la vez, pues sí. ¡Hey, buenas tardes! ¡Ay! ¿De 10 a 5? Mire que ahí está camarada. Sí, ahí quedó. Dale. Dale, ya dijo. Sí, sí, murió esa tumba. Pues es disco duro, pero por dentro trae un disco de cristal. Sí. ¿Sí, man? Ya dijo. Ahí, vale. Ah, pues el vato que creo que le compró unos colillos, que dijo, ocupo, no saben quién arregla algo, y que le di mi teléfono, ¿cuándo por la casa?
¿Ah, quiere venir ahorita?
No, ayer me lo trajo.
Ah, ok.
Sí, era el disco duro. Ya le puse otro ya.
¿Se fue funcionando?
No, ahora iba a venir por él, pero ahorita me dijo, ya no pude. Pero
mañana abre. A él le gusta. Está bien. Una ventita de disco duro entonces.
¿Tienes casa? Sí.
Ya casi cierra.
Ya estaba viendo unos videos, tengo 2 3DS, güey, que no cargan.
¿Y la batería?
No. La batería de otros 3DS se la pones y te marcan, ¿no? ¿Cuántas rayitas tienen? Pones y no prenden el link. Y cuando ya se la va a acabar, si cambia a rojo.
Pero, todo está bien, ¿no?
Ajá, pero le pones y no da naranja. Pero le pones así y con el multímetro donde va la pila, donde aterriza la pila. Si está desconectado, pues no da nada. Pero si lo conectas, si está cargando, güey, pero no va y le avisa a la máquina a él. Y dije, bueno, pues si dice 3.7, lo debe de inyectar a la pila, ¿no? Ya le dejé como 2 horas y no sube. O sea, no carga.
¿Alguna resistencia o un capacitor antes de llegar a la batería? Revisa bien la placa.
Y dije, bueno, uno, pero ya 2, y están bien bonitos, güey.
No se puede dejar ir. Igual que como yo, te acuerdas que te pasé un control de PlayStation 3, pues me salieron otro puño, como unos 4 o 5 tengo, y ninguno carga. Y yo dije, es mucha mamada, ¿cómo los voy a rematar? Y ya investigué, ya miré dónde después de lo que es el centro de carga, cómo revisar si llega el voltaje ahí, ya explicar, ¿sabes qué? Y aquí lo tienes conectado, no te da lectura del voltaje que te están ministrando en su cuarto de carga. Y el vato saca uno con el detalle, el mismo detalle, no carga y dice, miren, aquí no tiene voltaje. Y agarra, hace el cambio de puerto, y ya son 250, 300 que se puede dar el control. Revisé en Mercado Libre, 5 o 6 puertos por 150. Los voy a pedir.
¿Lo vas a pedir?
Sí.
¿Y si tiene la habilidad?
Pues no se ocupa mucha habilidad.
Pero
tengo hasta el dragoncito y todo.
Alguien hace cagada porque como la verga.
A ver qué sale, pero
pues sí, no, echando a perder primero.
No debería de causar ningún problema. Ya te digo, ya a ver cómo revisar.
Está bien. ¿Cuánto meto?
A ver, ¿para ahorita? Pues eran 400, dame 350. Sale, la chingada. Lo puedo mover. Es buen juego.
Así también.
Es machito.
Así le pasó también al Jesus, güey. La vez que se fue y que iba a ir a Australia a recoger no sé qué juegos y que luego regresó con un Smash.
No se lo vi al perro. Le vi el padrino mágico todo puteado.
Pues así venía el Smash, güey. Y lo pulí y quedó como ese. Pero igual, hace falta que igual. Estás jugando y de repente. Y abres la puerta y la cierras y así. Digo, puede ser mi GameCube, puede ser, porque pudiera ser, llévatelo y puedes decir así. A mí me salió así, güey, pero pudiera ser mi GameCube, porque salimos del Mario Kart del Joel y no arrancó, puede ser mi GameCube.
Te llegué a la casa y jaló.
Ajá, digo, llévatelo.
Y te lo vendí al Marlon.
Pues sí, es que estaba bueno, güey.
Pero pues, Pues depende
Y así me quedé, güey, haz de cuenta que yo tenía dos GameCube, uno morado y uno gris, no sé si los viste ahí en la mesa.
El morado está chido.
Y el morado lo acabo de vender y ahí sale el Wii, güey. Y dije, lo jalo en el gris, güey. Va a calar, si lo jalo en el gris, es que ya quedó.
Es que prácticamente si agarras un juego local en esta consola, véndelo con la consola.
Ah, es lo que dije, no, pues lo voy a vender. Y lo subí en el market con este juego. Pero después tenía un comercial viejo donde venía sin juego. Y me dijo, ¿qué es eso? ¿No vienes con juego? Va a regalar el mismo. Pero hice dos comerciales, uno con Wii y uno con Wii.
A veces la gente se trata sola, cuando recién agarran las cosas las publicas un poquito más caras y luego después haces una publicación para rematarlo y te comentan en la vieja.
En la cara. ¿Qué loco?
Pues quién sabe qué pedo.
Sí.
Dale, carnal.
Ya está.
Ahí te veo el domingo si Dios quiere. Llegamos.
Sí, güey.
A ver qué sale.
Dale, güey, suerte.
Dale.
$1,000 for a Nintendo DSi is a lot of money, but this is the McDonald's training version. Unfortunately, the top screen is broken. I'm going to also get it started up and see if there's any other problems. So let's turn it on and see what happens. This video is sponsored by iFixit. More on them in a minute. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, look at this. We've got a faulty bottom screen as well. It looks like the bottom screen is also cracked. So we've got two screens we need to replace on this. And then we have to see if there's anything else wrong with it. Now, luckily, when I purchased this on eBay, the seller actually sent along two other Nintendo DSi's. Supposedly, these have good screens, but I can't get them to turn on, so I'm going to take the battery from this one and put them in this one and see if either of these turn on. So I know this is a good battery. Let's put the known good battery into this DSi right over here. Oh, this isn't even got the plate that goes right there. Let's see if this one will turn on. Nope, doesn't do anything. Okay, let's try the blue one. Oh, we got a spicy pillow on this one. Look at that one's bulged out. And it looks like maybe some liquid damage down there, although the liquid damage indicator is still good. Let's see if this one turns on. Blue light, screens come on. Okay, we got a good top screen, a good bottom screen. The touch screen is a little scratched up, but at least we know that these two work. So we're going to focus on swapping the screens from this one into that one. And the first thing I'm going to do is just disassemble this blue one, and we can make sure that during the parts harvesting process, we don't mess anything up and we get two good screens out of it. You know, like the casing or something like that. And probably should. At some point, touch screen. This DSi versus just like a regular one. No idea what any of this says. I hope I can change the language in here. Maybe if I do any of this stuff, but I know where we can check. I'm just going to use Google Translate right here. Okay, so we have wireless communication, brightness adjustment, neither of those. User information, date, time. I don't know what that bottom one is. Parental control, touchscreen, microphone test, internet. Not what we need. I thought there was a place we could change the language, and maybe there's not. So it looks like we can't change the language, unfortunately. I do want to scroll around and just see if there's anything else that's different about this than a regular DSi. So after all that work, this Nintendo DSi is working great. If you want to learn more about this McDonald's training DSi, I highly recommend Elliot's video from the Retro Future. I'll put a link to that right up on. This game shows trainees how to assemble a quarter pounder with cheese. You can also learn how to cook fries and clean your workstation.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Elliot here. Welcome to the Retro Future. We've looked at two stickers on it with the code to enter so that he could actually go ahead and package some McDonald's fries himself. I cannot even believe these words coming out of my mouth. It is insane. So this was not meant to get out into the hands of the public. This was only meant to stay within the realms of McDonald's and their employees, but a few of them have clearly slipped through the cracks, being that I have one right here.
The games are intended to reinforce practical lessons, allowing new staff to go over the key tasks on the train home and on their days off. Instructors say computer games will never completely replace hands-on experience. They really do. So when trainees come into the workplace, they already remember the basic tasks, so they can spend more time building up their confidence and communication skills.
So at some point, someone somewhere has wiped this down with some sort of antibacterial wipe. Obviously, with COVID going on, that does kind of make sense. But I was really hoping I was going to get it down that it was going to smell of grease and fries and burgers. But yeah, it doesn't. It smells good, annoyingly. So yeah, a little bit of a shame. But yeah, this is it right here. It's a McDonald's Nintendo DSi. Now, it's not exactly sure how many of these were made, but it is believed to be in the hundreds. I can imagine we're probably never going to see too many of these in the public. I think a lot of them will have actually gotten destroyed. But if I was to guess, I would say there's probably a few hundred kicking about. So, yeah, this is it right here. Unfortunately, mine does not come with the software, but don't worry, I am going to be playing it on emulation using this bad boy right here. So there's a few interesting things about this DS. It has come with the box. There is nothing on the box to identify it as being a McDonald's DS. There's one very interesting thing that I've never seen before happen on a box, and that's this sort of stain here. I'm not sure if you can see there. There's a big stain here, and that stain sort of extends to around this area too. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but have they placed this down on a very greasy, hot surface? Maybe like a grill or something. I don't know, but I don't know what that is, but I've never seen it before. It just looks like a very bizarre bit of wear to see on a box. So besides that, it just comes with the charger, and there's absolutely nothing else in here at all. So let's take a look at the actual unit itself. So when we look at the top, we can see there's a nice big McDonald's emblem there. I imagine if they were to actually do one of these sort of McDonald's collaborations for the public, it would probably be yellow and red, somewhere maybe a bit of white. But yeah, this one just looks really, really sleek actually for a bit of McDonald's merchandise. So on the back, it just says Nintendo DSi. Obviously, this one is in Japanese. I'm not actually sure that this ever made it outside of Japan, by the way, but I might be wrong with that, but I'm fairly certain this has never made it outside of Japan. You can see as well, right here, that there is some other interesting bit of wear. Again, I've never seen anything like that before. It seems like such a peculiar place to have wear on a Nintendo DSi. There is no SD card inside here, much to my disappointment. It does come with the stylus. That does not smell of McDonald's, which again is extremely disappointing. There's no McDonald's food anywhere to be seen inside the cartridge tray or the charging hole. Again, hugely disappointing. When we flip it open, you can see it's actually in really good condition inside. But yeah, there's absolutely nothing anywhere that says McDonald's on it besides the top. However, there is one slightly interesting thing. There is a name at the top of this DS that is in Japanese. It says Komatsu Awazaten. I probably butchered the pronunciation of that, but yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't say McDonald's employee anywhere. Let's copy and paste that name into Google and see what comes up.
Northern Coast has developed a full wood chip production business that provides employment to the
Seems to be the name of a machine company. I have no idea if that has anything to do with this DS. Maybe it's just someone's name. But anyway, let's move swiftly on. Let's see if there are